Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Terry. I'd like to welcome you to this regular monthly meeting of our Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, for those who haven't been with us before, the Planning Commission is an advisory board appointed by the Board of Commissioners. It's our job to investigate all zoning requests that come to the county, and then we make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. All final and binding decisions, though, are made by the Board of Commissioners at their regular monthly meeting, which is typically 2 weeks after this, and I believe their hearing date is May the 19th. So if you give testimony today, you'll need to be back for the 19th for that hearing as well. It's always our custom to invite a member of the local clergy to come and start us off on the right foot here, and we're honored today to have with us Reverend Christopher Chappell. Chris has been with us before. Chris is from the Grace Community Christian Church out on Stylesboro Road, and Christopher, we're glad to have you with us. After he leads us in a prayer, we'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Officer Ott from Cobb County Police Department. When Officer Ott comes forward, please stand as you're able for the pledge. Chris, go right ahead.
Good morning. Let us pray. Spirit of the living God, God of the Most High, we thank you for this awesome privilege. We plead the blood of Jesus over this gathering. We thank you that wisdom will prevail. We pray now that we will partner together, that we will reason together. We pray for our country. We pray for this world. We pray for this city. We pray for our county. And we pray now that you will be glorified and magnified through our actions and through our deeds. We thank you for health. We thank you for wellness. We thank you for the wealth of this nation and the wealth of this county. And God, we pray now that your spirit will prevail through us as we go through this day, that others will be drawn to the marvelous light of Jesus the Christ. We pray this prayer in the matchless mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. First on our agenda this morning will be the consent agenda. These are cases that the Planning Commission and our zoning staff have fully investigated and are satisfied that all the pertinent issues have been resolved and for which there is no known opposition. The zoning administrator, Mr. John Peterson, who's the fellow holding his hand up here to my left, will read these cases into the record, and he will ask if there's anyone present wishing to make a comment on a case or is in opposition to that case. If there is, we may elect to pull this case from the consent agenda and hear it in its regular numerical sequence. Next, we will hear cases that were either held or continued from a previous meeting. And lastly, we will hear our regular cases, again, in their regular numerical sequence. Applicants will be asked to identify themselves, come forward, and be sworn in before they present their case. The opposition will also then be asked to identify themselves, be counted for the record, be sworn in, and then give their testimony. When a case number is called by John Peterson, all those wishing to address the board will have to come forward and be sworn in by our officer of the day, Mr. Jason Campbell. Jason's on the front row holding his hand up. So present yourself to Jason. He'll ask you to sign his sign-in sheet. Be sure you do that so that we get the proper spelling of your name. If you do wish to speak, be sure you do that. Please be aware, though, and this is most important, we have what I call the 10-minute rule. We'd like to enforce that as closely as we can, and that means that each side gets 10 minutes collectively to present their case. That's not 10 minutes per person. We get a lot of confusion on that. We'll be judicious, and if we run over a little bit, that's fine. But please be mindful of the length of your comments. We would like to hear from as many of you as we can. So if you have 4 people to speak and one person takes 9 minutes, you can do the math. So please be aware of that. And as you speak, remember that is not the time for the rebuttal process. We don't take rebuttal at that time, although we may call you back up to answer a question or to speak to us again. So there may be additional comments that you can make at a later point. John? Any other comments for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are some announcements I need to make before we start the hearing. There are 4 cases on today's agenda which have been continued or held and will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z86 of 2014, 01 LLC. That case has been continued by the staff and will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z33, John Hillis. That case was continued by the staff, will not be heard today. That'll be heard at the June zoning hearing. Zoning case Z36, Herlinda M. Bortello. That case was continued by the staff and will be heard at the June zoning hearing. And lastly, rezoning case Z44, 621 Property Investments LLC. That case was continued by the staff and will not be heard today. That will be heard in June. Is the applicant here for rezoning case Z47, Robert Neal Castleberry? Okay. I would like to ask the people in today's audience to please turn your cell phones off if you have a cell phone. The ringing does interfere with the broadcast and presentations. So if you have a cell phone, please put it on silent mode. Mr. Chairman, there's been a request for an early head count for rezoning case Z42. Do you want to do that right now?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get that behind us. Z42 is what many of you are here for. I did get a request last week, several of them, in fact, for an early head count. So we're going to ask if you are here in opposition to Z42, which is Dallas Highway at Castile Road. Would you raise your hand so we can get a count? Keep them up so that we can get a count. John, we may have people across the hall. We have somebody who can go over there and take care of
Yes,
that.
Phil Westbrook's checking that.
Okay.
And after this, we'll get the 4 people. Thank you. Can I get a show of people here who are for rezoning case Z42? Please raise your hands.
Please keep them up.
Okay.
We're going to be here. Mr. Chairman and Board, I've got the counts from the room and across the hallway. The number against is 25. The number for is 130. And we'll include those in the zoning record. Okay. All right, after that, I think you've prompted me. I was going to try to avoid this, but we do have what I call an admonition to large crowds. So let me go ahead and read that into the record. When a large crowd is present for a particular case, it is very important for us to maintain decorum, okay? That means I would appreciate it very much if you would be respectful and courteous in your behavior. That means no outburst, no applause, no sign waving, that sort of thing. It's disruptive, and generally it doesn't accomplish very much. It just delays us. So I'd appreciate your understanding in that area. Also, there are quite a few of you standing in the back. The fire marshal makes it pretty clear to us that that's a no-no. There is room across the hall. There are a few seats I still see up here, so if you'd like to find a seat, if you're going to give testimony, it's okay to stay. If you're not and would still like to see the hearing, across the hall, there's plenty of room. There's a television. You can watch it. You can hear it. I'd appreciate it if you would do that so we don't get in trouble with the fire marshal. But let's do maintain some order. I'd appreciate that very much. Yeah, lastly, when this particular case that we're going to be hearing early, I think, is heard, when we're concluded, if you'd like to leave, that's fine. Please do so quietly. Don't congregate in the back of the room. We are televised, and it interferes with our television fun that we're having here. So let's try to do that. Leave quietly, if you will. Okay, John, what do we have next?
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to start the consent agenda. So we'll do the consent agenda, and then we'll do Z42 after that. Okay. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for May 5th, 2015. Rezoning case Z41, the Kroger Company. Request rezoning from PSC to RRC for the purpose of a grocery store and fuel center in land lots 912, 913, 948, and 949 of the 17th District. The property is located on the south side of Cobb Parkway, west of Acres Mill Road, and on the north side of Cumberland Boulevard. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the Zoning Division on March 31st, 2015. Building elevation and sign renderings received by the Zoning Division on March 5th, 2015, with the District Commissioner approving the final plans. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Fire Department comments and recommendations. Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. And the owner-developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z41? Let the zoning record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z43, Mohammed Assam, request rezoning from CF to GC for the purpose of a retail business in land lot 1155 of the 19th District. The property is located on the westerly side of Austell Road, south of Clay Road, and north of Dobie Lane. Staff recommends deletion to LRC, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received on March 30th, 2015, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Landscape plan incorporating a 20-foot landscape screening buffer, as well as privacy fencing along the rear property line to be reviewed by the county arborist and approved by the District Commissioner. Letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. William L. Coven, dated March 27, 2015. Uses limited to limited retail uses, non-automotive repair, service establishments, and professional offices. Parking plan to be submitted to the Zoning Division Manager for approval. All parking to be paved and striped per approved parking plan. All existing paving to be repaved or removed. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Fire Department comments and recommendations. And Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Yes. Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z43? Let the zoning record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z45, MCRE, Magnolia Estates LP. Request rezoning from NS to NRC for the purpose of an eating and drinking establishment in land lot 1214 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Austell Road, north of Perkinson Mill Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Allowance of variances as stated in the zoning comments. Restaurant use only. Site plan received by the Zoning Division on March 6, 2015, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Letter of agreeable stipulations from Mr. Matthew J. Vivian, dated May 1st, 2015. District Commissioner to approve proposed building rendering and sign elevations before work has begun. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Fire Department comments and recommendations. And Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z45? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z46, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Incorporated. Request rezoning from GC with stipulations to GC for the purpose of expanding an existing medical clinic in land lots 503 and 506 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Big Shanty Road, east of I-75, west of George Busby Parkway. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan submitted to the Zoning Division on March 31st, 2015, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z46? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z48, Greer's Chapel Baptist Church. Request rezoning from R20 to O&I for the purpose of a church with a new LED sign in land lots 208 and 209 of the 20th District. The property is located at the intersection of Greer's Chapel Road and Quarry Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on March 5th, 2015, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Church with LED sign only, compliance with sign ordinance, and Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z48? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into land use permits on the consent agenda. LEP 12, Marlene Graham, requests a land use permit renewal for the purpose of a personal care home for 6 clients in land lot 561 of the 16th District. The property is located on the easterly side of Piedmont Road, north of Shaw Road. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Fire Department comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 12? Let the record show there's no one opposed. LEP 13, Still Family Farm LLC, request a land use permit renewal for the purpose of a corn maze and agritourism destination in land lot 439 of the 19th District. The property is located on the north side of Mountain Road, west of Florence Road. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Attached parking plan received by the zoning division on March 5th, 2015. Statement of proposed elements received March 5th, 2015 by the zoning division for this applicant only, for the months of September, October, and November only. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 13? Let the record show there's no one opposed, and that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman and Board.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Peterson. Let me ask the board, I thought we had a couple of changes that were going to be made to, Galt, did you have one that you wish to add something to? Okay, you got it fixed, okay, so that's it, nobody else. Okay, then I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Somebody?
I'll make a motion that we adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Okay. Second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. We have a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented. All in favor? So that passes 5-0. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
What's next, John?
Does the board want to hear Z42 next?
Let's do. I didn't make that announcement earlier. I alluded to it. But since we do have so many folks here interested in Z42, which is the case out on Dallas Highway at Castile Road, Christmas Tree Corner, as it's fondly known, I think we'll go ahead and move that up and hear that case first. So let's go ahead and...
Okay, and before we begin, Mr. Chairman, is the applicant here for rezoning case Z47? Robert Neal Castleberry? Okay. Mr. Chairman and Board, the applicant wishes to continue this case to your June hearing date. There's some more work he needs to do, so he's asking to be continued for 30 days.
47.
Z47.
That one's mine, Mike.
Galt, do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I support his request for continuation so that he can further investigate the staff results and also meet with the community and spend a little bit more time on finalizing the plan. So I'll make a motion that we...
Before we do that, let's ask, is anyone here who wishes to make a comment or is in opposition to Z47, South Cobb Drive at Dink Lane? Anyone here for that case? Just the applicant. So not hearing and seeing any, it is back to this board. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we continue Z47 till our June hearing.
We have a motion and a second by Ms. Trombetti. Any other comments? All in favor of the motion? Okay, that passes. So that Z47 then will be heard in June and not this morning, okay?
Okay. Rezoning case Z42, Columbia Properties Capital One LLC. request rezoning from LRO and R20 to NRC for the purpose of a retail shopping center and land lot 334 of the 20th District. The property is located on the south side of Dallas Highway and the westerly side of Castile Road. Earlier, there was 130 people for this and 25 people against it. The applicant's representative is present. Anyone wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Let's get the swearing in all done at one time. So if you think you want to speak, or if you're not sure, but you may want to speak, come on up and let's get that done. Doesn't mean you have to speak, but let's go ahead and get the swearing in done at one time. Okay, thank you, folks. Now, before we begin, we do have a lot of folks on both sides, for and against, that wish to speak. We do have the 10-minute rule. I've told Mr. Sams ahead of time, we'll be as lenient as we can and as judicious as we can with our time, but I would like to try and keep it as close to 10 minutes if we can. That's just the fair thing to do. So, Mr. Sams, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I'm with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, Huff, and Bally, and represent Columbia Properties concerning this application for rezoning that's before you today. I have with me from Columbia Mr. Dan O'Neill, one of Columbia's principals, along with his partner, Mr. Andy Campbell, so they'll be available to respond to any questions at the appropriate time. Also, we have Mr. Abdul Amir from A&R Engineering, and from Paulson Mitchell, our civil engineers, Mr. Scott Maddox, in case there's questions regarding some engineering aspects other than traffic-related concerns, or if there's questions regarding stormwater management or downstream consideration issues. He's here, and he and his company have interfaced, as you might suspect, with Mr. Braden and the Stormwater Management Division. Columbia Properties has been involved in building shopping centers for 35 years. They've been extremely successful. They know what it takes to make a shopping center, a successful shopping center, one that has longevity and one that has unparalleled success. You can look anywhere in Cobb County, and it's easy to do in West Cobb County or in East Cobb County, and find shopping centers that have failed, either because of access points that are inappropriate, because of the design flaws in the shopping center itself, perhaps because of the mix of tenants, perhaps it's not anchored, perhaps there's access points that are lacking as well. To build a successful shopping center, you have to have all of those ingredients, but most importantly, to top that off, you've got to be able to know which demographic to try to target, or to try to cater to, or to try to accommodate. And that's what we've got here today. And you're going to be hearing from some people that are in support of this. You're going to be hearing also, with respect to our presentation, this is the perfect storm of all these events. Access, positioning, great design work, and an approach where all the demographics have been approached, addressed, and resolved. What Columbia is seeking is a rezoning of the property that you see right here. This is an approximate 20-acre tract located, as you can see, at the intersection of Castile Road and Dallas Highway. And they're asking that it be rezoned from LRO, Low Rise Office, and R20 to Neighborhood Retail Commercial, or NRC, for the purposes of a new lifestyle shopping center. And also at the same time, concurrently with this, even though this is something that would come later if the rezoning comes to fruition, but they're asking for a logical and reasonable expansion of the existing neighborhood activity center, or the node, the commercial node, if you will, here at this intersection. And the node consists right now, on the northeastern corner, consists of a Belkin Kroger shopping center, which is approximately 195,000 square feet. On the southeast portion of the quadrant of this intersection, you have the Avenue, West Cobb, consists of 260,000 square feet of retail space. And then Parkside at West Cobb, which is the development that you see here, is what we're calling it, consisting of 146,000 square feet with some ancillary out parcels as well. As far as the architectural style and elevation, we have a slide that'll give you some understanding, or several slides that'll give you an understanding of how it will look. This is typical of the style that Columbia uses throughout the shopping centers that it creates. It's important from an aesthetic perspective, but it's also important from a uniformity perspective in terms of this shopping center being successful, durable, and continually viable. This shopping center is going to be anchored by an organic grocery. I'm sure most of you know who it is. We've also got a soft goods bigger box. And we also have an incredible and overwhelming amount of support from members of the public on this application. For instance, I've handed you a petition generated with 721 names. Not only has their names, has their addresses, has their phone numbers, and it has a comment. So you can see these are not people that we've gotten from Southwest Atlanta, from Dahlonega. These are people from Powder Springs, Kennesaw, Marietta, and these zip codes in West Cobb County that are the most affected. In addition to that, if you keep up with our Facebook page, or if you keep up with Facebook at all, we've got 2,700 likes. What you're seeing here represented on this is a 5-mile range, a 3-mile range, and then a 1-mile range of all the people that have signed our petition. Now you can see there are a sparse number of the dots that are located outside the 5-mile range. The preponderance of what you see is within 3 miles, and that is the target demographic of this shopping center, and quite candidly, the target demographic of most shopping centers that know what they're doing. Notwithstanding the overwhelming support, and I thank the people here today, both in opposition and in support. This is a work day. People work. I get that. Luckily, I'm here working, doing my job, but they're missing theirs. And so we appreciate the time they take out of their schedule to be here for this, whether in support or in opposition. But notwithstanding the overwhelming support, there's been a few misguided comments that have been generated, and that's the good and the bad of social media. It's a sword for being able to do what you want to do. It's a weapon. It's a tool. It's a mechanism, but it's also a shield to hide behind. And you can generate so-called facts, and you can generate so-called figures when in fact they may seem true, but they're deceptive in nature. For instance, there is a common misunderstanding in West Cobb that there is just an abundance of retail that's out there available. And why didn't Sprouts go to the retail that's available here, there, or hither and yon, and maybe off the Dallas Highway corridor? There's a good reason for that, and we did a study. We went from the Kroger shopping center in the city of Marietta at the intersection of Burn Hickory Road to begin our study there. And we went all the way out to the Paulding County line, which is approximately a 9-mile stretch. And we literally counted the square footage, and there's 1.3 million and some change square feet of retail space along that 9-mile stretch of corridor. Of that retail space, there's 28,500 square feet total that is presently vacant. That is a 2.1% vacancy rate along Dallas Highway. If we could pull up the quadrants of the intersection to kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at in terms not only of where our property is located, but the context of development in which it's situated. You can see the blue arrow to your west or to your left is pointing to the subject property, which is surrounded by the Castile subdivision. And you can also see the 112-acre tract across the street that the county purchased for a public park. And then looking to your right or to your east, you can see the avenue of West Cobb, and across the street, the Kroger and Belk shopping center, all three of which that I've spoken about. But getting back, and keeping the same document here, but getting back to the vacancy rate, a 2.1% vacancy rate is incredibly unhealthy. And typically you want to see vacancy rates running anywhere from 4 to 6%. Of course, during the Great Recession, we were seeing them run anywhere from 13 to 26% in the metropolitan Atlanta area. But 2.1% here, and it's unhealthy for this reason. The rents, because of that, are held artificially high, which creates an entire class of tenants who simply can't afford to do business in West Cobb County because of this. Simply put, West Cobb County is not attractive for that particular reason. It needs more retail. It needs lifestyle retail. It needs upscale retail. It needs restaurants. We've got the mass to support it. There's been a 34% growth in population over the past decade in this section, these zip codes in West Cobb County. And this demographic and these services have been long overlooked. And in some instances, it almost seems as if it's been overlooked with a purpose to limit the needs and the services that this part of the county is in dire need of. Where commercial development or a commercial developer comes forward, there's politics, always. There's rhetoric, always. And there's passion, always. But there's also the practicality of a situation. And as a reasonable person, you have to look at reasonable things to be expected. Is it reasonable for you, a West Cobb Countyan, to drive 15 miles to go to an organic grocery or a retail shopping center or a high-end retail shopping center? I submit to you no. And what we have found out in the 12 subdivisions that we've sat down with, multiple times with many of them, including Castile Park, of course, and what we're finding is that this impracticality occurs or has occurred to a preponderance of these West Cobb Countyans, and they're tired of it. And it creates more traffic than this could generate on its own, just the simple trek, whether it's on a weekend or AM, PM peak hours from West Cobb to East Cobb, to take advantage of these organic grocery stores that we simply have a paucity of in West Cobb County. So the positioning of Columbia's proposal, which is Parkside, is much needed and overwhelming addition to West Cobb County. Another myth that's been generated, if you focus in on this again, the nodal concept of this neighborhood activity center is the creation of concentrations of commercial growth and then radiating out from that into less intense and dense uses. Well, that quad or that quadrant or those quadrants in that community activity center is already there. It's there on the northeast side, it's there on the southeast side, it's partially there on the southwest side where we are, but it's time to complete it. And of course the argument is, well, it's going to cause just rampant growth down Dallas Highway, west of the Paulding County line on either side, both north and south of Dallas Highway. This couldn't be further from the truth. The reason for that is, if you look at the subject property, it's surrounded by Castile Park neighborhood, totally enveloped by Castile Park neighborhood, which we have support from, and we will have a speaker here today to speak to those issues. Well, that's the southwest side. What about the northwest side? Well, the county spent $18 million to purchase 112 acres over 6 years ago to create this public park, which is contiguous to the most used baseball field, I think the most used park in Cobb County, Oregon Park, if I'm not mistaken. And you know, you really can't expect the county to use the per acre or per square foot value of that to purchase the subject property to keep it from being developed. But I submit to you that the 112-acre park constitutes the most effective, efficient means of precluding any type of non-residential development or any development at all on that site, and that wrapping the subject property with Castile Park subdivision does the same on that side as well. So there's the development running rampant is absolutely precluded and obviated by the fact of these existing natural and man-created obstacles or step-downs or cutoffs, if you will. I think the county would end up having to pay, based on the per-acre price that I figured out, if you want to buy this site for $3.2 million. And I suspect that the developer's paying more than that, but the county's not in the business of buying property simply to keep them from being developed, although that's what has been accomplished on the northwestern side. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying for us it is a great thing, and for you it is as well, because it allows us to complete this commercial node, complete this activity center in a reasonable fashion. While this has been pending, Parks Huff, my partner, who is on his honeymoon right now in Italy, and I'm sure he's not live streaming this with a 9-hour difference in time, but if he is, hi. he and I and our clients have met in 12 different subdivisions, 13 different subdivisions with their HOAs, but we've met numerous times with the Castile Park residents, and we've got them on board, and we have a speaker here on board as well, buffer exhibit. And the reason for that is we started out with a 20-foot buffer, the mandated buffer that the county has, because that's what the county has, is the buffer between NRC and residential is a 20-foot buffer. But as you can see now, what we've created, and by the way, there's a 30-foot differential between the Castile Park subdivision and our site. So we've utilized that change in topo, and we've utilized the positioning of walls, fencing, and landscaping to create the various views you see here, to step it down, to create light, sound, and noise attenuation, and we've addressed and resolved the concerns of those residents in Castile Park subdivision by doing so. We've also got a picture of an enhanced buffer. This is the black and white. We just recently did this, so we haven't had the occasion to be able to color it up. This is just something that came in yesterday, but it shows not only the same 45-foot buffer and the walls and the retaining walls and the fences according to the input from the Castile Park residents, but it shows the genus, the species, and of course it'll be irrigated, maintained with any irrevocably dead or diseased vegetation being removed and replaced in perpetuity by the developer. So you've got all of that to address their concerns. We've gone above and beyond that, and I think the speaker we have, Ms. Dinglinger from Castile Park, will be able to speak to that. I was going to read a quote from her, but we're running short on time. So what I'd like to do is to tell you that we've submitted a revised letter of stipulations and conditions as dated April the 29th. Once completed, this is going to generate $2 million in taxes annually, which will go directly to Cobb County. It'll benefit all of the residents. As it currently sits right now, this property generates $15,000 a year in taxes. The breakdown is $400,000 per year in property taxes alone, $1.6 million per year in sales taxes annually. Half of that, of course, goes to the school system, and we've been in touch and talked with members of the school board. I can't speak for the school board, but I can speak for a couple who are enamored with what we are doing. What you're presented here is an opportunity that if you reduce by 1,000 feet, every 1,000 feet you reduce from this side, that's $1,200 or $1,200 from that $2 million figure that I gave you. So it's critical that we have the mass that we present you with. We feel you've got a unique opportunity to afford protection to the most affected residents, and that was our charge from the beginning: Castile Park, Castile Park, Castile Park. And they're here today to say that we protect them. There's one resident who I understand you have a letter in opposition to him. I've got an exhibit that shows that his closest contiguity is 305 feet away with 24 feet width of contiguity. So if the time comes, Mr. Chairman, if this individual makes a presentation, he's the lone wolf in the subdivision. One last thing I want to add, and it's not in our April 29th stipulation letter, but it is something that you need to know. And that is that we have agreed as a condition of the zoning to allow the district commissioner to make decisions on the out parcels that we have. We don't have definitive commitments, even though we have letters of intent for each one of those. But we are, and I'm going to name them by name, so I hope we get business from them in the future, but for this particular site, they're not appropriate. And we're specifically omitting from the out parcels McDonald's, Wendy's, KFC's, Burger King, Dairy Queen, which happens to be one of my clients' favorites, Arby's, Bojangles, Popeyes, and Zaxby's. That's a condition of zoning that is not in the record until I just read it into the record now. So that being said, I would like to introduce you to Teresa Denlinger. She is one of our Castile neighbors. Cynthia Land, who lives on Castile Road directly across from the project. Ms. Denise Hines, who is represents 80% of the HOAs in a management company, and Ms. Jerry Tishner, who is the president of Essex Park HOA, which is a little less than a mile away from this property.
Jarvis, we're considerably over. You need to get to your speakers.
So as they make their way to the podium, Mr. Chairman, we simply ask that you recommend to the Board of Commissioners that this application be approved as presented to you today.
Thank you. Let's have those speakers come on up, and if you would, all of you come up, line up. We'll try to get as many of you in as we can. If we go, and we have gone beyond the 10 minutes, so we'll add that to the opposition to allow them additional time as well. Give us your name as you come to the podium, please.
Good morning, I'm Teresa Denlinger. I live at 3714 Castile Park Drive, and my neighborhood is Castile Park, wraps around the piece of land in which they plan to build Parkside. I'm here today to support Parkside, but mainly to support my neighborhood, and to represent the majority of the people that own property in my neighborhood. We don't have a formal homeowners association, but I've been in the neighborhood for 9 months, and since I moved into the neighborhood, I've been on the unofficial committee to help organize the neighbors and help take care of some of the common areas. When I first heard about Parkside, I did have some concerns about the impact it might have on our neighborhood since we're the closest. I was a little torn because, I was excited about the organic grocer and all of the shopping and the restaurants. But again, there were some concerns. Representatives from Columbia Properties did invite all of the residents in our neighborhood to several meetings to hear about the development and for them to voice any concerns. Columbia's been very receptive to our concerns at those few meetings and several meetings since. They've now addressed most of our concerns, and they seem to be concerned with being a good neighbor. Because of all of the work that they've put into these stipulations that they've agreed upon in order to satisfy our neighborhood, I then agreed to meet with as many other neighbors as I could to get support for the development. So I took around a petition which was actually specific for our neighborhood. There's 38 homes in our neighborhood, and I was able to speak with approximately 28 of the neighbors. And we provided a signed petition from 24 in support of the development. All of these neighbors had the same initial concerns that I had. Several of them were, the buffer area between the neighborhood and the proposed site, their plan for long-term erosion, the construction and noise. I feel like we've been able to work to a good compromise, and so do most of the other neighbors. There were unfortunately 9 neighbors that we could not get in touch with after repeated attempts by going door to door, sending emails and phone calls. They did not attend or participate in any of the meetings that were with Columbia Properties. So I'm not here to represent those families. As a resident of this neighborhood, all I ask is that in approving the zoning, you make them accountable to these stipulations. We don't want to be forgotten about later on if it is approved. Overall, I do think that Parkside would be a good addition to the West Cobb community, and I've no doubt that it'll be a beautiful shopping area. I appreciate Columbia's efforts in their willingness to reach out to all of our neighbors, and again, come up with a good compromise. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Give us your name.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Tickner. I live at 755 Chanson Drive in Essex Park Subdivision. I am the president of the Homeowners Association, and we are about 1 mile. We're walking distance to the corner of Castile Road and Dallas Highway. I can't tell you how excited I am to have a high-quality development anchored by Sprouts nearby. It will be amazingly convenient to have shopping and dining within walking distance of my home. Currently, whenever my friends and I play tennis over in East Cobb, we all end up driving separately with our coolers because we're going to stop at Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, or Fresh Market before we make the long trek back home. There's no reason not to have an organic grocer and additional restaurants and shopping options in West Cobb. Thousands of homes have been built in the last 10 years, but very few shopping centers. If all we do is keep developing more neighborhoods, it isn't going to improve. Columbia Properties has put a lot of thought into the design, the architecture, and the landscaping of the center so that it will be very high quality. I am a real estate agent here in West Cobb, and I do feel very certain that this will help us sustain and increase our property values. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Land, and I live at 3755 Ramble Lane. This has been my residence for 30 years. My house is the closest house to the Parkside development on the east side of Castile Road. My home has the backside view of not only the development, but also the organic grocery store. So needless to say, I've had many reservations and concerns about the effect that this will have on my home and the value and the living of my family. I've had several meetings with Columbia in which the architecture and the specifics of the shopping center layout were explained and shown to me. I've expressed my concerns for noise and restrictions needed. I've expressed my visual concerns and restrictions needed. And all of these were expressed because of the location of my house in relation to the shopping center and the height of the land. Columbia explained how the project will be located above Castile. They explained the terrace wall, landscaped with cypress and magnolias, which will look great, but they will also act as a buffer. They've also said that we would have a 10-foot privacy fence at the top with more buffers. And these are all important to me because of the noise and the visual. So after I saw the plans and I had my input, I began to realize that this development is going to be done very nicely. And I think it's something that's acceptable to me and something that I can enjoy. I think I can sincerely say that the developer, Columbia, has worked with the homeowners in the area. They've listened to our concerns and needs. They've addressed them, and they've given acceptable solutions. I know something is going to be developed in this. It has a right to be, and I would much rather see this with a beautiful landscaped upscale development, restaurants, nice organic grocery, than tons of condos or apartments that would wipe out the trees and the green space. So I'm here to support Parkside and ask that you please approve this.
Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker, please. The rest of you can come on up. You don't need to hang back. Let's save a little time. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Denise Hines, and I live at 5503 Clipper Bay Drive, which is an Echo Mill, a large subdivision in West Cobb. And I've lived in West Cobb over 20 years. I am also the owner of All-in-One Community Management. We manage over 10,000 homes in West Cobb. I get the pleasure of speaking with a lot of people in West Cobb every day, and based on my conversations, about approximately 90% of the people I have spoken to are in support of this development. That being said, I understand and respect the opposition. In my opinion, Parkside West Cobb would be great for West Cobb for a number of reasons. First of all, we need a larger tax base in West Cobb. There have been thousands of homes zoned in the last 10 years, but very little commercial property. Commercial property pays a much larger percentage of taxes than residential property. There have been a lot of senior living developments zoned recently, and most people don't realize that these senior residents are exempt from paying taxes for the schools. Per Columbia Properties, the property on which Parkside currently resides contributes $15,000 annually in property taxes in Cobb County. When complete, Parkside will contribute approximately $2 million every year to Cobb County in property taxes and sales taxes. Approximately half of those taxes will go to the schools. Our schools are in trouble and need additional funds. We have lost hundreds of teachers due to budget cuts, and all of my 3 children have been students in West Cobb. They're all in college now. We also need an organic grocery option out here. It doesn't make sense to drive to East Cobb every week. People complain about traffic, but driving out of West Cobb and into East Cobb 15 miles away doesn't solve anything. If you could shop where you live, it'd be great, decrease traffic throughout Cobb County in a whole. We also need more restaurants and shopping areas. This development will create over 300 jobs, and a lot of these jobs will go to the high school students and college students, and that's a good thing. I understand the opposition's primary point about the future land use plan, but that plan was written a long time ago and has been really modified. When this plan was developed, the schools were not in trouble. Rezoning this piece of property will not set any precedent other than conceding that this individual piece of property and this individual development is good for Cobb County. It is clear to me that Parkside West Cobb is in the best interest of Cobb County, so please vote in favor of the development. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Jillian Moore. I'm a resident of the Castile Park subdivision. I've lived there, my husband and I have lived there for about 5 years. Our home is, I would say, about 500 to 700 feet away from Dallas Highway. We are not necessarily for the Parkside project. We're not against it either. Our main concern is the amount of traffic and increased traffic that will be coming down Dallas Highway to go to the shopping center. And my request is regarding a possible noise barrier wall to be erected to block some of that noise, that increased noise, especially since there's, in the planning, is an additional traffic light. So that means that cars, especially motorcycles, large vehicles, tractor trailers, are going to be slowing down and idling closer to the Castile Park subdivision, which increases the amount of noise that comes into the subdivision. So my request is that you take that into consideration as well. I don't know exactly what the process is to go about requesting that the county, or I don't know if that has to go through the state, but I definitely wanted to vocalize my concerns regarding the amount of traffic that would increase due to a new large shopping center being added to Dallas Highway. Thank you, and you have a nice day.
Thank you, Julianne. We're going to close this particular portion. We have gone over by better than 19 minutes. I told Parks we wouldn't allow that much time, but we all had some very interesting things to hear. Now we're going to hear from the opposition, and we'll add that additional time to them if they need it. So let's hear from the opposition at this time, please.
Just going to let Kelly get some. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Melissa O'Brien, and I represent a group of citizens called West Cobb Advocate. We are opposed to Z42. I would like to address the public relations campaign related to the proposed rezoning, as I think it's relevant to your decision-making process. While it's great that each group can represent their side of the story via social media outlets like Facebook and petitions, what isn't great is when one side is incomplete. On its surface, the Columbia Properties proposal can sound quite nice to visitors of their Parkside at West Cobb Facebook page. It sounded quite nice to me at first, too. Yet their site deletes comments that challenge their development. I liked their page, too, just so I could read what they were saying, but they deleted me and my comments. And oftentimes they present a muddy picture of half-truths, such as the cell phone tower is on commercial property. Or statements like, if the Christmas tree shop corners becomes an RSL, it'll be all townhomes or condos or something like that. And the Parkside Facebook page has done a good job of being evasive as to what stores will actually be in their development. They allow the Facebook population to speculate about the stores which Columbia Properties has no commitment, while their representatives visit HOAs in West Cobb with free perk samples from Sprouts. They promise high-end development next to what is really just another grocery store that ranks 7th behind Publix, which is number 2, and Costco, which is number 5, according to Consumer Reports. They try to convince the Castile Park residents about how high-end Parkside shops will increase their property values, when actually they can't promise high-end, and you know that as a planning commission. They say people will have the ability to walk to these stores, and yet this scenario doesn't even exist at the avenues, and they have had accessible sidewalks for years. Let's look at the facts and the history to really provide us with a snapshot of what we can expect. I researched Sprouts anchored locations across Georgia and in 5 other states. Here are just a few of the types of stores I found adjacent to their properties: ham stores, tanning salons, nail salons, mattress stores, animal hospitals, pet stores, discounts, hair salons, fast food restaurants, burger joints. If my husband took me to a high-end restaurant in one of these places, we'd have a problem. Are these really the stores the Facebook page is leading its readers to believe will come? They also tell the public that the only way Sprouts will enter our market is to be in a development this size and scope. In fact, there are many freestanding Sprouts across the country. one right here in Georgia in Peachtree Corner. I am sure that they could find one of the many available commercial properties that do exist on Dallas Highway or on Macklin and Barrett that are already zoned commercial. Even more, Columbia Properties lists a history of their developments on its website. None of their properties has attracted a Pottery Barn, a Williams-Sonoma type store, the businesses that these very people sitting in this room are clamoring for. If they can't attract these type of businesses, if they cannot deliver on their other Atlanta-based projects like their Villages at Windermere, which has double the average household income of $200,000 to our $100,000 here in West Cobb, what assurances can we have that the business relationships that they have that they can deliver those here in West Cobb? The bottom line is zoning should not come down to whose PR campaign is the best. It doesn't matter how many food samples, T-shirts, or vague promises you can make in order to get people to like your Facebook page and to show up en masse to a planning commission hearing. It comes down to the facts. This developer is asking you to make an enormous leap from residential property to commercial. Those who live adjacent to this property put their faith in you to ensure their rights as homeowners. In fact, we all do. Please do not set a precedent in West Cobb where other zoning attorneys would be able to cite this as an example to change residential to commercial. It's not about no growth in West Cobb. It's about responsible growth that respects the rights of all homeowners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Gambrill, and I have been asked to read this on behalf of Robert Prater, who lives at 102 Castile Park Court, directly adjacent to the residential land that is being rezoned. He is unable to attend this meeting due to a conflict as he serves in the U.S. military. Quote, right now my backyard and the property I look out on is full of trees where my wife and kids and I enjoy our backyard all year long. We purchased this property in 2001, knowing that it was 10 plus acres from Dallas Highway and that the only chance of anything changing behind us would be that there may be single family homes someday. We put our trust in the comprehensive land use plan of Cobb County, and we purchased our largest investment, counting on the fact that you, our elected leaders, would uphold this plan and is developed to protect homeowners like me. We have known for a long time that the owner of this property has been trying to sell the land. We do not deny him the right to develop it as it is zoned and it is stated in the land use plan. But when considering rezoning, why are his rights more important than mine? Why is the value of his land somehow superseded both the monetary and aesthetic value of my home? This issue has divided my neighborhood. The attorney for the developer owns property here, yet he does not reside in Castile Park anymore. The developers have told homeowners in Castile Park that they will enhance the front entrance of our subdivision if they buy into the concept of the proposal. They've also told them that, quote, high-end shops will increase their property value. I would dispute this fact on many levels, given there is no guarantee as to what shops the developers may bring in, nor if anything close to our homes would increase our values. From my standpoint, if you approve this, I will have commercial property some 45 feet from my house. How would this ever increase the value of my home to have a detention pond where there was once trees, adding trucks 7 days a week, dumpsters, parking lot lights, and everything else that comes with the close proximity of commercial? In fact, since the avenues went in, I have seen my property value go down and other neighbors across Castile Road. According to the plan that we have seen, if the proposed project allows any water runoff, it would flow onto my property, causing me issues with water against my house and compounding an existing water issue for my neighbors below me. The county is already aware of this issue and must take appropriate actions to make sure that we, as the existing homeowners, are protected. There is a difference between doing what the community says it wants and what is right. You must look at the entire picture with regards to this property and look at how it will affect all families involved. This includes looking at how one property owner is affected versus the desires of the community to have a grocery store and retail. It is the county government's job to ensure it upholds the rights of all of its citizens, those who put their faith in you when it comes to zoning and to the comprehensive land use plan to ensure these rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Do we have another speaker? Come on up, please.
Good morning. My name is Helen Gorham. I am a member of Plan, and I reside 1/2 mile from the proposed development. I will be commenting on the applicant's zoning impact statement found in your zoning packet. This statement is a prime example of why the comprehensive land use plan, county zoning ordinances, and historic perspective are needed to counter faulty logic. Section A of the applicant's impact statement deals with the suitability of the addition of this shopping center, or as they have termed it, the neighborhood retail commercial center. Even if this shopping center qualified as an NRC, which it doesn't due to its square footage, Section 135-213.4 of the code states that an NRC within a neighborhood activity center, which the Avenues is, should be located within the neighborhood activity center and not on the edge as proposed, allowing for a transition in intensity. Again, if this is to be a neighborhood retail center, it needs to be within the NAC and not by itself, self-standing across Castile Road. The applicant also states that this location is suitable for their shopping center based on the existing signalized intersection of Dallas Highway and Castile Road. I refer you to page 33 of the community agenda of the comprehensive plan that states that a development of this size, which would become a CAC, a community activity center, when combined with the existing avenues, would require the intersection of a freeway interchange and arterial, or the intersection of two arterials. Neither one of these scenarios exist at this location. What is present is an arterial, Dallas Highway, and which intersects with two major collectors, Castile Road and Old Hamilton. They are two-lane country roads. There doesn't exist adequate north-south roadway infrastructure for this shopping center. And you know that it's going to draw all the way from Mackland and beyond, and up from up north, all the way from Ackworth and Kennesaw. So we do not have the infrastructure present. That was the prime reason why the Mall of West Cobb, or better known as the Whisper of the River, on the Bullard property was denied. Roadway infrastructure is lacking. This corner would have been developed out commercially if the infrastructure was present. Section C of this impact statement comments about the lack of a reasonable economic use of this property. History proves this to be wrong. During the past 12 years, a proposal for a funeral home, which ended up going on Macklin Road, by the way, and a court-ordered, mediated residential senior living was rejected by the property owners. Either one of these proposals would have been appropriate and would have preserved the character of the area, would not have burdened the existing roadway infrastructure, and would have protected adjacent neighborhoods. Any perceived lack of economic use is apparently self-imposed by the property owners. Section D. Finally, and most importantly, the applicant contends that if this shopping center were to be developed with a buffer adjacent to the existing subdivision to the west, that this would prevent the spread of the commercial node along Dallas Highway. Geographically, there may be a hint of truth to that. However, and most importantly, once the land use plan is tossed aside and a residential property is allowed to go commercial, the precedent will have been set for every other property along Dallas Highway. This is why such great care has been taken on pages 50 and 51 of the text of the community agenda of the comprehensive land use plan, which I provided for you this morning in case you haven't gotten to those sections. Dallas Highway is not to be confused with Highway 41, or Johnson Ferry, or even the western portion of Whitlock Avenue. It is similar in design and function to Roswell Road, with commercial nodes at appropriate intersections and residential properties everywhere in between. Please consider the facts, the land use plan, zoning ordinances, and history, and not faulty logic. Deny Z42. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Harlan Krim. I'm at 269 Castile Road, and my wife is here, Joanne, and we weren't prepared to make a formal statement today, Mr. Chairman, so I'll be a real brief and tell you that Kelly Gambrell, much of what she read in that statement affects our property right to the point. I would have a great view of the southerly detention pond from my property, and the backs of the buildings, the rise, the level of our property, it would we would overlook the backs of the buildings, the dumpsters, the loading docks, the semis, and all of that kind of thing that might be in there. I'm not sure there's enough rise in buffers that might look good to help us on that. And we invested 20 years ago in that property and built a home on it, and and purchased that property from the earlier generation of this property owners now, the next generation removed. And so with the knowledge at the time, the thought, the expectation at the time, that property would always be a residential, and it's a low-density residential. So low density to this type of project, huge leap for us. And we do think it will have a huge negative effect on us. It runs 1,500 feet, 2/10 of a mile down Castile Road, completely changing the complexion and the view and the look and everything about the feeling of the residential. It removes all of that entry into that residential area and changes it into a commercial corridor. And so we have great concern about that. My friend Garvis has laid out a good proposal about that. We just think it's in the wrong place. This is a destination. The people looking for the Whole Food store, it's a destination store. You drive to that, not 15 miles, I'm not saying 15 miles, put it someplace else already zoned in West Cobb for that. And so we might even go there ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. Do we have another speaker?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jeff Thomas. I'm probably more affected by any zoning or any construction than anyone in this room. I live at the lowest point of Castile Road. My house is on a road with 700 feet of frontage, and I have a retention pond. All water from everywhere you see on this development will somehow get to my property. Mr. Sams, Garvis Sams, actually represented me against the county on my flooding problem. Now, I've fought with the county over 20 years on flooding problems on my property. And it's nice to have a sprout with organic foods and stuff like that, but only way you know it's organic if you grow it yourself. The fact is, you get stuff from all over the world and you have no idea where it comes from or what it's grown in. When I moved into my house was just sitting outside the 100-year floodplain. And 5 subdivisions, which are all upstream, Castile Park, Essex Park, they drain into me. My basement sits in a 10-year floodplain. 10-year. You know what that means? Yeah. 2 weeks ago, my backyard was flooded, 2 feet of water. I've seen Castile Road topped by 6 to 8 inches of water. And every day, You got kids coming in and out of that school. Castile Road's blocked because the parents are taking their kids to school. It's backed all the way up past my house, which is 700 feet away. There's more issues to deal with here than just what it looks like, how it affects you from looking out your window. I deal with, for 20 years, I dealt with getting up in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, seeing if it was raining hard. I've taken off work from the fire department to see if my property going to flood. It's very personal to me. My family's been in the basement getting stuff off the floor so the water wouldn't get to it. I've dealt with commissioners, Helen Gorham's been one of them, on my water problem. And since I had the water problem, they continued to develop property upstream. Every one of these properties you hear about, Castile Park, Essex Park, they've increased the water flow on my property. I am now used as a retention pond. My house, my entire property is in the 100-year floodplain now. My basement's 10-year floodplain. I can't accept any more water. I don't care about the development. I don't care about how pretty the shops are. It affects me directly. My family, everything I have. So, you know, it'd be nice to have a nice little store, but I can't take no more water. None. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Jeff. We'll have time for one more speaker.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Susan Heike. I am a resident of Sweet Pine Creek subdivision. While the applicant states that Z42 will not cause rapid development, we respectfully disagree. Our HOA opposes Z42 because of the precedent it will set for building commercial property next to residential property. This is a direct threat to us because there is property bordering Sweet Pine Creek that runs down south to Dallas Highway. It is for sale and it's being advertised as potential commercial property. And this is not the only property in West Cobb that is next to residential property and is being advertised as potential commercial property. Z42 is less than a mile from us, and we urge that you look at the big picture and that you support the land use plan and consider wise development. We urge you to vote no on Z42.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Kelly, we need to close. We're way over. We're way over.
I handed in the
Okay,
wrong-
that's fine.
I handed
That's
it wrong.
fine. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm looking at the clock. Okay, so we do have some extra time. Do we have another speaker? The clock I'm looking at didn't show that, so I've been corrected. Okay, Kelly, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Gamble, and I'm president of People Looking After Neighborhoods. Cobb County has adhered to the nodal concept of development, which places the most intense commercial at the center of the node and transitions to lower intensity use to allow for proper step down next to residential. This step down is currently in place at the avenues, which transitions to banks and the future low-rise office. 290 signatures were collected opposing Z42. In addition, 250 signers answered no to the question of expanding commercial along Dallas Highway. 43 said they were willing to travel 5 miles from this location for specialty stores, 86 10 miles, and 109 15. The county has 5 undeveloped NACs within a 5-mile radius of the residential parcel that this proposal could be built on today with no rezoning. The LRO is only on this parcel simply because it was detached when the existing node on the east side of Castile when the county shifted the road for alignment purposes with Old Hamilton Road. The rezoning proposal presented here today mocks the relevance of the county's land use plan and ordinances. We respectfully request that the county continue to uphold its own good record of maintaining the established commercial node boundaries and deny this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Anyone else? Okay, not seeing and hearing any, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of this, and it is back to this group. The lucky man is Skip, so we'll turn it over to him to lead our discussion.
I want to thank all of you for making one of my first days in this job so exciting. Thank you. We knew that when Bob Weatherford was elected that there would be challenges to decisions of the past, and this is clearly one of those. What I'd like to do is start going through some of the issues, and I'm going to ask for some people to come up from the county staff to just answer questions on several things before we get to the meat of this. The first thing I'd like to do is ask Dave Braden to come up and talk about stormwater management and exactly how we can expect any development on this property, assuming it is developed some way, how we can expect that to impact some of the downstream homeowners. And in particular, I'm concerned about people like Jeffrey Thomas, who just spoke a moment ago about his house being in the floodplain. Right. I'm concerned about Lake Wilderness downstream that experienced some pretty serious problems with silting when the Avenues was built, and I guess the dam at I understand the dam at Old Trace Lake broke to cause some of that silting. So I want to get on the record exactly what we would propose for really any development on this property to mitigate any of those kind of downstream stormwater management concerns.
Sure. Again, David Braden with the Stormwater Management Division. First, I want to say that I sympathize with Mr. Thomas. We have many properties in the county that are located in the floodplains, and obviously in an urban county like Cobb, any development within the county, even with stormwater management measures that we do put in place, are going to impact homeowners that are adjacent to the floodplain. I believe in Mr. Thomas's case, he lives farther down Castile. It's actually in a different basin than this basin. This basin drains directly across Castile through Hickory Farm and I believe Hickory Bend into Old Trace, then into Lake Wilderness. But that's not to minimize his issues, but he is in a different basin. But and then back to the issue at hand, properties currently developed R20, even if it's developed at its current zoning with residential, it's going to increase volume of runoff downstream. So, and we are concerned about that because of the Old Trace is the first lake downstream, then Lake Wilderness. And Lake Wilderness has specific issues because it has very little freeboard and not a lot of stormwater storage in that lake and not a very much spillway capacity. So those are two things that we're seriously concerned about. What I've proposed, if this development goes through, is that, and you noted in my comments, that we will require additional water quality and detention for this development to try and mitigate increase in runoff volume downstream. In addition to that, we would also require downstream analysis in both of those lakes to ensure that we don't increase either flood elevations or peak discharge to those ponds.
Yeah, those requirements would be, they're already in your comments, right?
They are. That's correct.
Right. So they're covered already in the staff analysis. Okay.
Yeah. So in other words, the additional detention that I have required for this development, if it does go through in my comments, based on that downstream analysis, if it shows that they are having, even with that, they're having additional impact, then there would be additional stormwater management required on this site itself. So that would supersede my comments. Just wanted to make that clear. Is that it? Any other questions?
Yes. Does the commission have any questions of Dave Braden? No.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Dave. Okay, next I'd like to call Jane Strickland, just to talk about traffic. And in particular, we haven't talked about it much yet, other than we all obviously know there's going to be an increase in traffic in that intersection in that area. Part of the proposal is to install a traffic light just to the west of the intersection of Castile and Dallas Highway. One of the questions I have, well, I'd like to have you talk about the traffic situation in general, the requirements for a stoplight at that intersection, the requirements for a median break, which is being requested, And what are the regulations, if you will, or the standards that have to do with the distance of a new stoplight from an existing stoplight? Are we within that distance, or are we okay, or how do we stand?
Yes, hi, I'm Jane Strickland with Cobb County DOT. A&R Engineering prepared a traffic study, signal warrant analysis, and a median break analysis to submit to Georgia DOT because Dallas Highway is a state route. We've reviewed them, and we're in concurrence with the studies, and we are okay if the signal meets warrants to have a signal and a median break at this location with this development. It is the minimum distance that's needed. I mean, it's over the minimum distance, but it does meet that criteria for a median break and a signal.
Okay. Could you explain a little bit about the increase in traffic that people are going to see? They're going to be something, according to the analysis that I saw, something on the order of, I don't have it in front of me, I should, 60-some. It's on the order of 10 to 20 times the additional traffic would be offered into that intersection compared to a residential R20 neighborhood if that entire property were developed as R20 subdivision single-family homes. So it's on the order of 10 to 20 times that. And I'm just wondering, what is the relative impact going to be on the traffic that is currently going up and down Dallas Highway at the moment? From current traffic studies that are current.
I mean, the idea would be this traffic would be tried to funnel towards Dallas Highway and not towards Castile Road, because the intersection with Castile Road and Dallas Highway is already fairly congested. So that would be the impact is we would try and coordinate the signals with Castile Road and the shopping center so that we don't.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm getting at is there's a certain amount of traffic that's out there on Dallas Highway right now going through that intersection with Castile Road and so forth. Is this going to increase? Is it going to double it? No, it's not. Is it going to increase it by 3 to 4 to 5%, something like that? And I think it's more in the range of that if I read the traffic studies correctly. And I guess I'm asking if you say you confer or agree with the traffic studies as they've been done. So I assume from that the increase in traffic that's implied by these traffic studies is going to be acceptable and not going to cause any other necessary changes along that road. Is that where you would probably say we are? And I guess in fairness to you, Jane, I didn't ask you these questions beforehand.
No, it's a little harder question, and I'm kind of coming into this.
I'm just wondering if the
someone else
applicant
making
has
the
their traffic
recommendations,
engineer
so.
here. They volunteered that a minute ago, and is that you, sir? Yes. Maybe you could come and answer that for us on the record.
Good morning. My name is Abdul. I'm with A&R Engineering, traffic engineer who conducted the study. I'll be happy to answer your question. Specifically with respect to the traffic generated by this project, you were correct in your statement that the amount of traffic generated by this project, if all the recommendations of the study are implemented, will not have significant negative impact at the operations of the intersection of Dallas Highway and Castile Road. In the traffic study, there is a analysis result that shows that with the median opening and the traffic signal, the level of service of this intersection will continue to remain the same. In talking to, I met with Georgia DOT yesterday, also discussed the proposed median opening and traffic signal, and we're talking about actually improving the current issues at this intersection by possibly making some improvements to the intersection to address current traffic congestion. So we might actually be able to leave this intersection a little better than its current state in terms of operations if we do those improvements.
Okay, probably a lot of people in the audience don't really understand much about when you say levels of service. You've got A through E or F, something like that. A is good, F is obviously bad, and it has to do with the expected delay that a typical car might experience, and you know, is that 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds, whatever, and depending on that amount of delay, there's a letter grade that's given to it. And so when you say that the traffic level of service would remain the same or might be improved, right now it's around what, level C or D, somewhere in that range.
It's a D.
It's a D. And so it would remain a D or possibly go to a C if the light, if the second light, if the new light is put in just downstream of the current light. Is that right?
That is correct.
But
it will continue to be a D with the level of service of D literally means that the average delay for an average vehicle passing through the intersection will be in the range from 35 seconds to 55 seconds.
Okay, and if that new light is not put in for some reason, then I guess the Georgia DOT needs to approve that. And it's not clear to me where we stand in that approval process, but I don't believe we have that the approval is there yet. Is that correct?
Correct. They're in the process of reviewing. We just met with them.
If that light does, I keep calling it the second light, if that next light does not go in just downstream of the current light at Castile Road, then the level of service changes pretty dramatically. Is that correct?
You're correct.
It becomes, instead of a D, it becomes what, an E or an F?
It'll be an F. Primarily because if there is no signalized left turn access out of the proposed main entrance at the proposed median opening, then significant number of those left turners will have to turn left on Castile Road and then turn left at the signal on Dallas Highway. That will increase delay.
Yeah, okay. Those are my questions. Anybody on the commission have other questions?
Abdul, did we do a traffic count on Dallas Highway for this section?
Yes, sir.
And what, can you give us briefly a summary? How many cars, peak times, morning and afternoon?
Sure.
And then what's anticipated if this development goes in?
We conducted traffic counts from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. at the intersections we studied, including Dallas Highway and Castile Road. And the way we do counts is we manually count every vehicle that turns left, goes through, or turns right on each of the 4 approaches to the intersection. And then out of those 2-hour window from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and between 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., we take the worst 1 hour, and then we evaluate the worst 1 hour, which is 4 consecutive 15-minute intervals. Could be from 7:30 to 8:30, could be from 4:45 to 5:45. Whatever that 1 hour is, we evaluate both the AM and PM peak, and that is what we report the level of service to. So we've got those numbers, and I can read them to you. It's in Figure 2, page 9 of the traffic study. There'll be a bunch of numbers. And then we project traffic from our project, and we add them to these numbers, and then the total future traffic numbers that will be doing all these left turns, throughs, rights, are put into a software we call Synchro, and according to the procedures nationally adopted in the Highway Capacity Manual, we come up with this level of service based on actual number of lanes, based on actual signal phasing, based on actual signal timing. So it's all a lot of data that goes into this in this evaluation. And so there are a lot of numbers if you want me to read out to you, is what I'm saying, in the peak hours.
I was hoping for a quick
direction.
summary. I may not be able to get that, but
maybe the best thing to do for me is to tell you some information from the trip generation table, which is in table 5 on page 10 of the study. That'll give you some order of magnitude of what kind of traffic this project will generate. For example, in the morning peak hour, again I'm talking about the worst 1 hour, you will have 133 vehicles entering this project and 82 vehicles exiting this project. These are new trips. Again, in the PM peak hour, we estimated 265 vehicles will enter the project, and 299 vehicles, almost 300, will exit the project in 1 hour. These are new trips. Given the number of access points, 3 access points, again, we take this, for example, the 300 cars, which is the highest number, exiting this project in the PM peak hour will anticipate to be distributed to 3 different driveways, 2 on Dallas Highway, 1 on Castile Road. So that could be 100 cars on each of these two driveways exiting. And out of those 100 cars, 50 could be turning left, 50 could be turning right. So you're looking at 50 vehicles from one of the three driveways making either left or right. So you're looking at one vehicle an hour, just broad numbers to give you order of magnitude. Those are our traffic numbers, and these numbers are based on hundreds and hundreds of studies done at similar shopping centers around the country. Hope that answered your question.
Okay, thank you.
Let me put a little comment out there and see if you agree with this. This represents my understanding of the impact of the traffic and the light and so forth. The total property is 146,000 square feet of retail space in its initial phase, with four out parcels that would be developed that would bring it up to roughly 166,000 square feet of retail space when completed. And so your traffic estimates were based on those numbers, right?
That is correct.
And you got the numbers from the traffic generation manual, and so they're pretty well established numbers that you've used.
That is correct.
But I think in the stipulations letter, it says that even though those are estimates and all the analysis is based on those estimates, once this is constructed, or as part of the construction process, there would be more detailed analyses that would go on to verify that, and they would continue to go on to refine it. My understanding is that the traffic light that would be proposed, and I'm going to say it's roughly a quarter mile down the road from the current intersection, is necessary for the current size for the size that's being proposed for this shopping center. I have to confess that in 2008, when Columbia Properties originally proposed something on this property, it was a much smaller, roughly 90,000 square foot footprint of retail space, with something like 6 acres of woodland undisturbed back as a buffer. And I kind of liked that initially, because I thought that, that's a step in the right direction with respect to having buffers. It's a step in the right direction of not increasing traffic so radically, or I don't want to say radically, but as much as a larger development would. It's my understanding that this second light needs to be, the size of the proposal is at the point, is kind of at the break point where if you get smaller than the proposed retail space, you're not going to need that light as easily. If you get larger, it's clearly going to be needed. And so my question is, if this development goes in, and for some reason it doesn't get fully developed, and the light has been approved, but now the traffic is not there to justify and warrant it, what happens then? Does that light go away? Does it stay? What happens to that light, and then therefore what happens to the traffic as it gets rediverted in different ways through that entire intersection?
Sure. There is a regulation that Georgia Department of Transportation has put in place, especially after recession years, where developments kind of stopped halfway and things happen, that any signals that Georgia DOT approves comes with a condition these days that first the signal has to be installed only if it's warranted, meaning certain amount of traffic has to be there. That's state law. And once it's demonstrated that it's projected to have adequate traffic to meet those state requirements, they approve a signal with a condition that 12 months after the traffic signal is installed, a study of actual counts be done to demonstrate that the projections, that the actual counts do meet warrants again. And there's a stipulation that if they don't, that the traffic signal should be removed at the developer's expense. So there's a huge risk and a liability to attempt to install signals when they're either not warranted, they wouldn't approve, but if they're warranted based on a criteria that is barely above the threshold, you run the risk that it really may have to be removed. And to answer your second part of your question, if that were to happen, for example, by reducing the density of this proposed project, and we barely meet it, and we install the signal, and then 12 months later, you don't have the counts, that signal will be removed, and that'll be bad news for traffic overall on Castile Road, because the only way then people can turn left is to come on the driveway on Castile Road, and then that'll be a difficult turn. Queues will back up on Castile Road with the additional load from this project, and then the intersection of Castile Road and Dallas Highway itself will suffer, as we discussed earlier.
Okay, so the traffic light, the future of that traffic light, assuming this is approved, depends on the success of the shopping center. If it's not successful, if there's a recession and things don't get built out, or they just not successful in getting their shops, the floor space filled up, then, and the traffic's not there, then that could create a problem downstream. Okay. Those are all my questions for traffic. Does anybody have?
Thank you, Abdul.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I may have one question, and it may be more appropriate for Jane.
We'll put Jane on the spot again.
Yeah, thinking as he was talking about traffic coming out onto Castile Road out of this project, whether DOT would allow full access there or make it a right out only onto Castile so that we don't have traffic generating more traffic at the intersection of Dallas and Castile.
We were going to allow the full access because there's already a full access. They're already showing a left turn lane, and we were okay with that.
Okay.
So that the vehicles coming from Castile Road wouldn't have to get on Dallas Highway and then turn. That they
Well,
would be able to enter from Castile.
Yeah, I was thinking full access in, right out only maybe, so that we're not generating a problem coming out of the parking lot. And I don't know what, DOT standards are for those kind of things and
No.
thoughts and.
I wouldn't be opposed to that because it's my understanding that GDOT wants most of the development traffic to go to the signal at the proposed signal.
Okay.
And that would relieve any traffic from Castile Road. I guess it would just be the folks that are trying to go Castile Road and go across Dallas Highway. It would cause them to have to get onto Dallas Highway.
That's true. Hadn't thought of that. Okay, thanks.
But we can study that if you'd like.
I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense, frankly. I'm sitting here looking at this. I think full access at the Castile Road exit puts people down to a traffic light at Dallas Highway. You also have the traffic light that's proposed for the full access in the front of the subdivision. You're dividing the traffic, helping it to flow. If you close off one of those, you've impeded your flow. So I would ask you to think about that.
Okay,
Okay.
definitely.
Thank you, Jane. Mr. Sims, Garvis, I'm going to ask you to come back up, please, and maybe bring Andy Campbell with you, wherever you are. There you are. You made a pretty strong case that as we get into the real zoning issue, which has to do with the future land use map and current zoning and how to unravel all of that, you made a pretty strong case that conditions have changed, that we have a very low vacancy rate of 2.1% by your calculations along that entire corridor all the way out to Paulding County. I think Columbia Properties has information about what the growth rate has been in the relevant area within several miles of Dallas Highway and how that compares with the retail space that is available and has become available over the years. So I think that there's a pretty strong case that says conditions have changed and therefore it may be appropriate to re-examine the future land use map and the zoning on this property. But I still want to come back to an issue that I've talked to Parks Huff and you also about and to Andy and his partner Dan, which is why do we need to, if we're going to have additional retail space, this is maybe a logical place from the point of view of a lot of people to have it. as you drive down Dallas Highway. But why do we need to have 166,000 square feet? Why can't we get something that's more akin to the 2008 proposal? And I know that, that Andy has answered that question for me. I'd like the audience to hear that and to just understand more detail about that.
There are a number of reasons, Commissioner, that enter into that. One of those has to do with the anchor that we've selected, which is Sprouts, or more realistically had selected us. This is only the second anchor out of the ground situation that Sprouts has. Sprouts has continued to evolve as they've entered into the Atlanta market.
Let me interrupt you just real quick on that, though, because I know in reading their annual report that they have standalone stores as well as stores in large shopping centers. So it's not necessarily a requirement of theirs to have a large shopping center in which they're going to be a primary anchor. It's just, it's desirable for them, and I understand the plan that you propose is one that they've approved, but it's not necessarily one that is the only one that they would approve. And so that's kind of, I just want to put that on the record.
Well, and basically it is the only one they approved. Meaning Columbia's been working on this for over 18 months, not to mention from 2008 on, but more specifically with Sprouts and other organic grocers of the past 18 months. And as I said, Sprouts' philosophy has evolved to the point where they need to be supported by ancillary dry goods stores, the type of stores that they like to be associated with. And once that happens, those dry goods stores, such as Stein Mart, which we've talked about, they also need to have associated dry goods that go with them. But I think more from a practical perspective in terms of the business realities of this, I think probably Andy Campbell here with Columbia would be better positioned to respond to that. But that's my overview.
Sure. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Andy Campbell. I'm a partner with Columbia Properties, the developer working on this project. That's a very good question, Skip, as it relates to can the project be smaller with Sprouts as the anchor and succeed. And looking at Sprouts annual report, there are places where they have standalone locations. And actually some of the locations in Atlanta are standalone or just have a small amount of shops, but those locations are in town Atlanta locations, whether it be Midtown, Buckhead, where there's extreme population density in a very small area. West Cobb has very great income demographics, but from a density perspective, it's just not quite as dense as you have in the in-town markets and in the markets out in the West, which is where they originated. So we specifically approached them about this project because we really liked their concept, and they looked at this project and concluded, based on all their demographics, they run a lot of analyses, that they need other retail alongside them to get the draw that they need to succeed. And fortunately, we've been developing shopping centers for 35 years in Atlanta. I've only been doing it for 11. I'm only 40 years old. But fortunately, there is more interest in this shopping center and in this location than any of the other developments we've ever done. At this point in the process, it is very rare at this point in the process when you're going through zoning to have the level of interest from retailers that we have. So not only does Sprouts need these additional retailers to succeed and to approve the site, which they did, the site was approved contingent upon these other retailers alongside them, but the retailers are there and want to be in West Cobb and serve this community.
Okay. Christy?
Just a question for Andy. There are other areas in West Cobb that are already designated as commercial nodes and not built. Did you look at those, and why didn't those work for your client?
Yeah, that's a good question. We did. We analyzed every node within West Cobb because, like we'd mentioned, we had looked at this project from 2007 on and continuous so for the last 8 years. The retailers know what they need to succeed. One of those things that they need to succeed is population density, which if you go further out to the Cobb-Paulding border, you don't have enough of that. And they need a certain amount of cars on the road in front of their site. So Dallas Highway and closer towards Marietta versus further out in the nodes that some other folks point out might be a fit wouldn't work. So we specifically looked at all those other spots and have talked with them about all those other spots. And this is the one spot where they want to be. And they also want to, and something that we thought was a neat concept was to continue on with the theme and the architecture developed by the Avenue. Sprouts hopes to attract a high-income demographic, and so being right next to the Avenue is a really good fit for them and allows shoppers in West Cobb to go to one place to do all their kind of high-end shopping.
Other questions? Let me ask one. You did a good presentation, as Skip mentioned, concerning the vacancy rate among the other stores at Dallas Highway. We assume, and we all think we know, that the residential growth has been tremendous out Dallas Highway as well. Do you have any figures on that?
Yes, sir,
Say
we
for the
do.
last decade or something, what the growth has been in
During
this
the
area?
last 13 years, there's been 34% growth rate in this particular sub-area where this property is located.
So
There's
the
been-
assumption would be then that there is a need for further retail and shops like you're proposing because of the growth of the residential.
Because of the growth and the policy of the vacancy rates that are out there.
Okay.
For those reasons, and also because mass has been created with grocery stores such as this, and this is going to sound like an arbitrary figure that's picked out of air, but it's really not. It takes 2,000 homes really to create a set of circumstances where one of these stores can be supported. And they typically look within a 3-mile range. And if you've got a 34% increase in population, that equates to approximately 24,000 square feet of retail, more than enough to support this in terms of the masses there for this particular Sprouts. The Sprouts, and then of course the Kroger that's already in the area.
And one other point, I mean, just as you can imagine with the advent of technology and everything that's available relative to demographics, all of these retailers run these demographics on a daily basis and have people who specifically look at, I mean, they know when someone moves into a home versus a home is just built. All this data is available to them. And they have all studied this market, and this is why we have so much demand and more demand than we've ever had in 35 years for retailers to be out in this market, specifically at this location.
Skip.
Okay, I think that'll be it for a moment. Probably will call you back up again in a second, but I want to continue to sort of push away at this, at the central zoning issue on this. And Jane, I'm going to ask you to come up again. And this time, I'm going to ask you to talk about process. And while you're doing that, I'm going to ask John a question about the future land use map and zoning. One of the arguments the applicant makes is that we recognize we need to have, and we want to have in the future land use, in the comprehensive plan, we want to have step-down zoning for these major nodes, these major activity centers. In the past, when the Avenue went in, it was approved and positioned as a neighborhood activity center and a neighborhood retail shopping center. I guess my question is, have conditions changed where maybe that more appropriately should be a community activity center and a community retail center? That's my question to you.
As far as the avenues being in a community activity center instead of a neighborhood
Yes.
activity center, that's a policy that the Board of Commissioners would need to review and consider at their next comprehensive plan
Okay,
meeting.
let me ask a question a different way. The conditions are there where it'd be, somebody could make a case that would be a good move, a good change to put in place. Is that correct? I mean, would you agree with that?
That argument can be advanced, but once again, the board sets the policy
I
for the future
understand.
land use map. And even though there's something on the ground that may not look like what it's supposed to be, the future land use is NAC on that property.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I have a question, John. What is our typical square footage that we see in a NAC?
NACs are,
140.
it ranges, Commissioner Williams. For a grocery store, it's 35,000. For a small retail space, it's 7,500. For like a drugstore, it's probably 15 to 20,000 square feet.
So the overall square footage of the avenues, and then you go across the street to the Kroger and the Belt, probably exceeds what a NAC would be.
It might.
Yeah, so it would be already into the category, but we're calling it an ACK, even with just those two developments, right?
They do have a lot of square footage, but the future land use is neighborhood activity center at this point in time.
Is this sort of like one of those things like in Vinings where we should probably be an R30, but it's really developed R20? Is that sort of like one of those
I'm not
things?
sure what you're talking about, Ms. Williams.
Sure, Christie.
Just the conversation about community activity center versus neighborhood activity center. I think the other thing you can look at is the definitions, not just the square footage, but the language in the comp plan about those areas and the area served. I think neighborhood is kind of, it's a grocery store, a drugstore, things that serve a smaller immediate area.
Right.
Community activity centers serve a larger area, and it can apply to specialty shops, really. I think the avenues, even if all the shops were under the square footage for community activity center, it's serving a larger community. It's not serving just a neighborhood because of the specialty nature of the stores. And I think that could be true with the plan that we're looking at. Even if the square footages were smaller, people are going to drive from a larger distance away or further distance away to shop at these places that aren't currently available in their neighborhood. And I will say there's a store at Due West that I drive all the way from East Cobb to shop at, which is kind of the opposite of what everybody on this petition has been saying. But when it's a specialty store, it can draw, even if it's small, it can draw from a larger community.
Thank you, Christie. Anyone else?
So, well, I want to continue with that. So, and that's part of the point that I was going to try to make, is that the spirit of the neighborhood activity center future land use designation is it's going to be retail space that serves the local neighborhood. A community activity center, which is the next step up, serves a number of neighborhoods. And that's clearly, in my mind, at least, how I would view the avenues. And I think that's an argument that the applicant makes. So if we just put that there and just leave that there for a moment, I want to go to the next step. The applicant has asked for a neighborhood retail center rather than a community retail center. Even though there's a question, could this be, this is large enough that it could, in some people's minds, justify being designated as a community retail center. All I want to do is establish the point that the avenues probably is more properly today a community retail center, and therefore, whether this is a neighborhood retail center or a community retail center, it's not going to represent a step up. It's going to represent a step of the same or a step down, depending on how we want to view the neighborhood or community status of that new this property. So if it looks like it might be a community retail center and therefore a community activity center in the future land use map, as Helen Gorham points out, you require a different highway infrastructure to support that. You have to have the intersection of two major roads. And right now we only have one. We have Dallas Highway with a collector intersecting it in the form of Castile Road. So my question is, it's related to the zoning and the requirements, but it's also related to the practicalities of what's going to happen with the traffic, and then what do we do to respond to that? Are we setting, and this is my question to you, Jane, are we setting up a situation where we don't really have the requirements for the infrastructure in place for the traffic fully to satisfy the requirements of the future land use map requirements, or what's going to happen? We're going to have more traffic that shows up there. What's going to happen to Castile Road? Is that eventually going to become an arterial road? If it does, how do we respond to that from a DOT point of view? What's going to happen to Castile Road? Is it going to become an arterial road, and therefore we can say in hindsight, we satisfied the requirements of a neighborhood activity center from a traffic point of view? And you probably can't answer that, but I'm interested in your perspective.
Looking at Castile Road and what feeds to Castile Road, I don't think it's going to become an arterial. Just looking at the neighborhoods and just kind of the nature of the road and the lane assignments, I don't expect it to become an arterial.
Okay, so with the additional traffic that this shopping center would offer into that entire intersection, with the change, with the stipulations that you're asking for, you feel pretty confident that that's going to solve the problem, and we're going to be just fine, and it'll continue to be not a major arterial. It won't become an arterial road. It'll stay as a collector.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm struggling with how to deal with this, and I think I got my answer.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any more questions about that?
Just I guess a thought. I think we're trying to look in the future and predict exactly what's going to happen if we do this or that or nothing happens. And we can't freeze the land use map in time. Even if nothing was rezoned, if West Cobb builds out the way it's currently zoned, there are going to be pressures and changes that will create the need for more infrastructure, roads, schools, parks, fire stations, what have you. And that's just not realistic. And I feel like that's what we're trying to say is we can't allow this because it would be a burden, yet more residential growth, even without rezoning, is going to happen. And that growth over the last several years, even with the recession, now that things have started up again, the residential pressure is what's creating, I think, these requests. And, there will be needs for expansion of transportation facilities, I'm sure. I don't know what or when, but we can't freeze everything in time and shut the door and say, okay, we're done and nobody else can be here. And I feel like that's what we're struggling with that, and I understand it, but.
Well, the land use map is analyzed every year, at least once a year, sometimes more often, and it's changed. It changes based on circumstances and what changes have come to a community. We can expect to see that happen again this coming January when we sit down and review it and we pass it on to the Board of Commissioners. But as John said, that's a function of the BOC. It's not a function of us. But the land use plan that we have to look at, as Helen pointed out to us, is a guideline. It's not cast in concrete. It can change over time, so we have to keep that in mind. Any other comments? Let's move it along.
Yeah, I have one last point that I want to make, and that's a point that has to do with the high-end nature of the retail that would go into this shopping center. The applicant has told me, and maybe Garvis, you could come and confirm this again, has told me that it's their intention to, and all the evidence is there, it's their intention, the applicant's intention, to build out this shopping center in a way that it truly is upscale in all kind of similar ways to the avenues and maybe not some other shopping centers that are around, but it would be equivalent. It's intended to be equivalent to the avenues in terms of quality and the kinds of tenants that it would attract. And further, it's the intention of the developer to charge a premium for that. And I don't want to go into numbers, but a premium on their rental rates that would attract only the higher end kind of merchants who could afford to pay those rental rates and enjoy the benefits of being in that kind of a shopping center. Is that correct?
That's correct on several different levels. First of all, with the vacancy rate being changed by virtue of having additional square footage, then the artificially created rents are obviated. That goes away. But we'll be able to command commensurate rents as does the Avenue at West Cobb. But I want to take it one step further. I know you all understand because we spoke with you yesterday. We wanted you to have assurances that the types of shops, that the types of restaurants, that the types of the junior anchors would be on line with what we have talked about in terms of the organic grocery, and which is a Sprouts and the Stein Mart and the thing. And we shared that with you. And for confidentiality and proprietary reasons, you know that we're obligated contractually not to disclose that. And I think my client's going to give me that hook in just a minute here if I don't hush. But the point is, I mean, we could share it with you because it was confidential information, and we'll share that with the Board of Commissioners where you'll have that level of comfort to know that this will be the type of high-end development that, and I don't want to compare West Cobb to East Cobb, but that people are going to take advantage of in East Cobb. Andy, don't hurt me.
Sure. No, that's correct. I just wanted to provide a little more color for you, just because obviously this is what we do, is build retail shopping centers. So there's a lot of technicalities as it relates to that. I'll give you a glimpse into, just so you understand the perspective. This shopping center, the way we've designed it, which we've designed it architectural element by architectural element, and you have that, we have that 1-minute rendering, shows exactly what it's going to look like. All of the construction materials that are used in the architecture and design and everything is about 30% from a construction standpoint higher than our typical shopping center. Because the cost to develop is higher, we have to generate greater rents, and those greater rents can only be generated by tenants who target higher income demographics. Versus the lower income folks have much tighter margins. So that in and of itself leads us to the higher end tenants, and since we have such great demand for the shopping center, we will have the luxury of being able to select from those tenants amongst others.
Okay. Good, that's all I have for you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to bring it down to the bottom line then. Today, I think we have 3 choices available to us. We could vote to deny this, and I think if we do that, that's not addressing the need for additional retail space. And clearly, I mean, I don't know how many emails I've received. I've probably received at least as many as anybody else sitting up here on this Z42. I've tried to respond to everyone that I could. I have to confess, in the last 24 hours, there were several hundred that I haven't responded to, and I probably won't because I'm getting exhausted from doing that. But there's so much support, and there's a lot of opposition. And I would guess that of all the emails that I've seen, it's not too far away from the proportion we saw today in the head count. 130 some are here in support of this, and 30 or 40, whatever it was, are here in opposition to it. I would say that the emails that I've seen are close to that, somewhere between that and 40, 60, something like that. So there's no question there's a very strong undercurrent in our community that says we need to have additional high-end retail available to us that's convenient and in a logical place. So if we deny this, we're not responding to that need. If, on the other hand, we continue this because there is so much discussion and maybe there could be more discussion, I'm not sure that's productive either. I'm not sure what else is going to come out if we continue this. There may be fewer people who would be opposed to it, but I'm not sure that would really change an awful lot. I think the people who are opposed are wanting to keep the future land use map unchanged. And I'm convinced that conditions have changed, and it's time to change the future land use map. And if this were to move forward, then that would probably logically happen next January when we go through that process. So that leaves us to the third option, which is to approve this. And that's what I'm kind of leaning toward at the moment. And I'd like to open this up for discussion among the commission.
You want to go first, Judy?
Yeah, I'll go first. This tract of land is not going to go away. It's been coming before the Board of Commissioners and Planning Commission for many years. We've tried to put in residential there, we've tried to put in condos there, we've tried to put in senior living there. So we've tried all different kind of residential trying to get someone there, and we haven't succeeded. As the years have gone on, the population has increased, and I think when you look at the overall plan, this is one of the first times that I remember that we've had this many people supporting a plan out here to increase the node. Normally, we don't get this kind of support. So, in looking at what this would bring to the neighborhood, it might be that it's time to increase this node and maybe get rid of some other nodes that's further on down the road. But I think it's the right plan, the right developer, and the right time to look at this and consider it.
Thank you, Judy. I'll go next. I've been making notes furiously, writing furiously as we have heard all of the comments today, and we really do appreciate all of the input, even though we've had lots of emails. I can assure you we read every one. We really do. We can't always respond when you get as many as we had on this case, but we appreciate it. But for me, from the very beginning, it boiled down to just maybe a half dozen, 6 or 7 key issues, one being quality. We want this, if it is developed, and however it's developed, we want this to be a quality development. High-end tenants, I'm convinced that we do have a list that they can pick from that are high-end tenants, good landscaping, appearance, construction. I think we're going to see something that looks at least as good as the avenues, if not better. That's sort of the standard. Intensity, is this too intense for the site? I started out thinking that it was. I've sort of changed my mind on that. I really don't think it's too intense. I was concerned about the out parcels. On the plan that we first received and the second plan that we received, the out parcels are shown as blank. We really didn't know what was going there. So when we questioned that, we were given a list, which, as Garvis said, he really can't share the names with you yet because they don't have contracts that are signed. But there are letters of intention that have been given to them from some very high-end names. I think you would be pleased if you could see that. So I'm not as concerned about that as I was. Traffic is a big issue. I think we beat that point to death. Yes, traffic will increase, but I think the things that will be done, including traffic lights and median breaks and all the rest, will not impact it so negatively that we'll all be saying, oh, why did we approve this? Look at the increased traffic. I think we can actually handle it okay. Is there a need? We talked a lot about that. I think there is a need. I think everything has changed out Dallas Highway and continues to evolve with lots more residential coming in. We saw a 2%, by their count, a 2% vacancy rate in the retail commercial developments that are out there now, which means there is a need for more of this. Then we talked about the future land use map and the zoning issues, which Skip covered fully. Stormwater, yeah, we'll have to address that, but I'm convinced that Dave Braden and his engineering staff will be sure that this does not create a situation for stormwater runoff that's worse than what we have. In fact, I anticipate it will be much improved over what we currently have from this vacant site. So I'm inclined to support this, and we'll see how it goes. Christy, any further comments?
Try not to repeat what other people have said, but the only thing I guess I can add is I think the county has done a really great job in West Cobb, and I think the citizens who've been involved out there for the last 20 years have done a great job of keeping the county accountable for quality growth. We've implemented a lot of things there that we weren't able to in other parts of the county as residential and commercial pressures maybe in the 80s were greater, but in the late 90s and in the 2000s now, I think West Cobb is the real beneficiary of the quality standards and things that we've put in place. And I've spent a good bit of time out there in the last year in particular, and just knowing some of the neighborhoods and the communities and the school reputation, I have no reason to think that what the applicant is presenting to us as the type of development this is going to be isn't going to be or would be anything other than the high-end area that they're proposing. Certain retailers that you see when you go to other suburban communities, there's a certain mix that you always see located near each other, and if you can imagine like Merchants Walk or even further out, the Swanee area is much more suburban, yet surrounded by rural. North Fulton, that's kind of what this reminds me of. So I can't imagine not having this opportunity for the people who live there. And then if you say, okay, if not this location, where is a better location for this? I really can't think of one. Dallas Highway is a state route. So I think it's going to be a positive thing, and growing pains are difficult. And we haven't taken this lightly, but I support the application.
Okay, I'll try and be relatively brief with these comments, but one of the things that struck me as unusual on this site was the fact that a transition was done at an intersection from a neighborhood activity center into low-density residential. You know, it's more typical to have that where an entire intersection's in one area, for instance, the neighborhood activity center, and then the transition somewhere along the middle of the road, so that you kind of cluster the stuff and go down in intensity away from a intersection. So, you know, while I look at the land use plan, I think there's a little anomaly to how it's set up. So from that perspective, I think I can deal with the fact that we aren't following the land use plan if we approve this. And I do think there's definitely a need for more retail in that area. It's a natural fit to go with the avenues, and I think it will be a healthy retail center, which all of us always like to think about, and it will serve a real need that's out in the community. So for that reason, even though I've given a lot of the opposition, and there's, you know, obviously concerns about, you know, the neighboring residential and those things, I think I'd be more inclined to support this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Galt. Skip, let's wrap this up.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion. I recommend that we approve this application subject to the letter of stipulations dated April 29, 2015, received by the zoning department with the following modifications and additions. The first being all staff comments and recommendations. In the letter, paragraph 4, add where it talks about the architectural style and composition of the buildings, that comma, and will conform with the Dallas Highway Corridor Design Guidelines. For those of you who don't know, there's a set of guidelines out there that we want to conform our new construction to. In paragraph 9, which has to do with the development, the hours that the site is available for development, add in that it's right now it says Monday through Friday, 7 to 6 p.m. It's not no construction on Sunday, and I want to add in or on bank holidays. Paragraph 12. It talks about Parkside will include a multi-use trail along its Dallas Highway frontage. I would like to add in that is to replace currently installed multi-use trail in front of the avenues, to replace it to the Dallas Highway Sidewalks Improvement Project, which gives very specific guidelines on what should be done there. And then further in that paragraph, I want to add in to solve an issue that was raised by somebody today, that the developer will ensure sidewalk access at each traffic entrance and exit, so that there's a sidewalk going into the shopping center, into the parking area, unlike what we have in part of the avenues. In paragraph 17, stipulation number 17, I want to modify the sentence to read, trash pickup will be limited to the hours of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Friday, excluding bank holidays, and delivery hours should be limited to the hours of 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Friday, excluding bank holidays, with delivery trucks not idling on site. And then finally, I'd like to add in a new paragraph, stipulation number 20, that the developer will include that this letter of stipulations includes a requirement that the developer will exclude the stores that were read into the record verbally by Mr. Garvis Sams. That's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion with a few changes. Do we have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
We have a second from Galt. Discussion?
My discussion is about the bank holidays, because they're kind of hard to define, and also a lot of businesses don't work off of them. You know, so I think it kind of gives me concern that the people will even inadvertently be violating them, so.
Talking about construction only, though, not any other time.
I heard trash pickup too.
And what
Well-
about like President's Day? You know, there's certain holidays that the banks are closed, but they're not really,
Now, my intent there is to try to protect those residents who are nearby as much as I can, and I don't want that to be a sticking point, but I'd like to have some language in there that when there's a holiday of some sort, that people aren't listening to lots of noise coming out of the shopping center.
like the 4th of July, Memorial Day, times when people are probably at home
Major,
doing things outdoors.
how do we
with their
define that?
family.
Major holidays?
Maybe we can
We don't
refine
usually.
that, or maybe Garvis can think on that over the next couple of weeks.
We typically say no work on Sunday without prior approval by the district commissioner. That takes care of the Sunday issue, but this bank holiday thing, we've never done that.
All right, then
It's
what
too
I
hard
would
to
do is
define.
I would delete the phrase bank holiday, but I would ask Mr. Sams to work on an acceptable wording for that in preparation for moving this forward to the BOC. Where's Mr. Sams? Right there. Is that going to work for you? Yes, sir. Okay.
Labor Day.
Right, just a list, Garvis, of the major holidays might be Memorial Day, Labor Day, it's Independence Day, et cetera. Okay.
I didn't see that. I don't know if that's part of it.
Never mind. Okay, any other discussion or recommended changes to the motion? We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor of the motion? Okay, folks, we've taken nearly 2 hours. That's a lot longer than anybody anticipated. We appreciate your patience. We're going to take a 5, maybe a 10-minute break. We'll come back and try to handle another case or two before the lunch break. So we'll come back in 10 minutes. Okay, folks, we're back. Welcome to everybody. Thanks for your patience. The case we're going to hear next, we're going to move up a little bit, Z17. That may even be the next case anyway in the cycle. So Z17 will be the next case. Right behind that, we're going to move up LUP, one of our land use permits, number 10. We'll do that one following it. At that point, we'll probably be ready for a lunch break. So we'll go ahead and start with Z17. John, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Rezoning case Z17, E-Rock Development LLC. Request rezoning from R30 to R15 for the purpose of a single-family residential subdivision in land lot 28 of the First District. The property is located on the northwesterly side of Childers Road, south of Monet Drive. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z17? Let the record show there are 4 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Mr. Moore, whenever you're ready.
Sure, thank you. For the record, my name is Kevin Moore. I'm here on behalf of the owner and applicant in this rezoning application. This concerns just over 4 acres, it's really 4.1 acres of property located on and off of Childers Road in East Cobb County. The property is currently zoned R30, and the application seeks rezoning to the R15 category for a total of and a maximum of 8 single-family residential lots all meeting the R15 standards in terms of lot size and setbacks. This surrounding area, you see the site plan that's before you on the screen. Fortunately, north is up on this site plan, so it'll be easy to direct you. But adjacent to this property along its entire northerly boundary is the Tiffany Place subdivision. That subdivision is zoned R15. Directly to the east and across Childers Road subdivision also zoned R15. Directly to the west is a subdivision. You see it along that westerly boundary is a subdivision zoned R20. And if you take a broader look in terms of the area along here, what you will find along Childers Road in this area is primarily R15 zone developed subdivisions. There are some R20, but primarily it's R15. And then when you find R30 property like this, what you'll see is it's been there for a long time, and it's usually completely, it's the island in this particular area. This has long been an area for quality residential development that's been done primarily, like I said, in the majority of which under the R15 category. So I think certainly from a zoning or land use perspective, what is being proposed, and it is noted by staff in their report, that R15 for this property is appropriate. As staff has noted, even the proposed density here is less than what you would normally get in an R15. R15 typically will yield an average of 2.1 units per acre. What is being proposed here is 1.9 units per acre with its only eight homes. The surrounding subdivisions are developed out at 1.9, 2.06, and 1.66 units per acre. So those are just the ones immediately adjacent to it. So you take a broader look, those are the densities that you are finding in this area. So from a density standpoint, from a zoning and land use standpoint, certainly the proposed category fits. It's consistent, and it's consistent with the land use patterns, the land use development, and prior zoning decisions by the Board of Commissioners. What we've also done is we've have a stipulation letter that's dated April 30th, in which we took into account a list of stipulations or conditions that were proposed by some adjacent residents that we were working with and the developer worked with and met on site to develop those to address certain particular issues of concern that they had. And we incorporated those as those were communicated to us into the April 30th letter. And I want to address a couple of those things right now because I think they highlight really what was important from their standpoint that we were incorporating into our plan, as well as go over the plan itself. Turning to the site plan again, this is Childers Road, the new proposed road and cul-de-sac, and you see the orientation of the 8 lots coming around that cul-de-sac. One of the major points that we discussed with adjoining neighbors that live in this R20 section here, just to the rear of what we've labeled as lots 6 and 7. As it exists now, there is a runoff or a drainage problem that exists currently on their property. There is if you continue going west, they live off a street called Windsong Court, and it has some existing drainage facilities in it. The problem is that as it relates to now, as it's been related to us, and as we've observed, the drainage or the runoff is not getting to the appropriate facilities. What you'll note in our stipulation letter specifically is dealing with the rear of these 2 lots and making sure that there's connection and piping that will allow for their runoff problem to be solved, and making sure that it's connected properly and all of the correct runoff is accounted for as it goes to Windsong Court. In addition, what you'll note is that we're taking the frontage of the lots, and we've dictated that in the stipulation letter, made sure that's being captured, and stormwater runoff into our cul-de-sac and then onto our detention facility, which is located here again, so that runoff is not going, new runoff is not going on to adjoining properties, but rather we're making sure by condition and by plan to get it to the appropriate detention facility as it flows this way, but also the water that flows now into this adjoining area, making sure that the appropriate drainage channel is established by piping, as well as taking care of an existing problem that has been brought to our attention there. We have also, within this stipulation letter, provided for enhanced natural buffers along the rears of these lots, where we will be planting additional trees if necessary once that occurs, as well as containing a condition and stipulation that existing trees within that area to the rear of these lots comprised of up to 30 feet or 30 feet is left in a natural state in terms of keeping additional trees, not an undisturbed buffer, mind you, because it needs to be cleaned out of dead and dying trees, but one that can establish and leave existing mature trees that provide excellent buffer as well as great backyards for both. Those types of stipulations are included within our stipulation letter. The rest and remainder of the stipulation letter addresses all of the issues that have been brought to our attention as it relates to compliance with and agreement with Cobb County Stormwater Division comments and recommendations, as well as all other staff comments and recommendations. Again, the proposal here is one that creates and proposes a total of 8 R15 size lots. Most of these lots, all of the lots are in excess of 15,000, and quite a number of them far in excess of 15,000 square feet. We are not requesting variances in order to squeeze these lots in here, either on lot size or on setback. What we're simply attempting to do is develop this consistent with the development of existing subdivisions in the area, including those that are adjoining. As I said, the April 30th stipulation letter contains very specific stipulations that were provided to us, discussed with, and proposed to us from adjoining neighbors, and we've included each of those as part of that letter and goes into great detail. I don't want to read those out to you, it gets kind of boring, but when you review that letter, you will note that some of the stipulations as it relates to the buffers and drainage are rather specific. They're lot specific to the site plan and directional specific as well, and I wanted you to know where that came from, and that came from direct conversations with those adjoining neighbors. With that, we're here to answer any questions that you may have. We think that the proposal to R15, not only has it been recommended strongly by your staff who has reviewed this application on every departmental level, it is consistent with the area, and with this stipulation letter we think has addressed the issues at least that have been brought to our attention with any adjoining properties. We're here to answer any questions, and we respectfully request your recommendation of approval to the Board of Commissioners subject to this April 30th, 2015 letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Let's hear from the opposition now, please. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, yeah, sat through 2 hours. I hope you give us the same.
Well, you should give that to the clerk, but that's okay. We'll pass it down.
Did you give that to Ms. Brown?
Just give us your name and go right ahead.
Okay, my name is David Rumrill. I am a 33-year resident of Chimney Lake Subdivision. I represent Chimney Lake Subdivision in the whole. Is concerned about some water quality on their lake from development of this tract. And I represent the homeowners, as Mr. Moore said, that are immediately to the west on Chimney Lake's property. And I am the author of a letter to Mr. Jonathan Edwards, the proposed developer, and Mr. Moore, of which I will say he's incorporated a great deal of the things in my letter in his stipulations. I do want to bring some things forward to you. What you've got seeing on the screen now is the same site plan that Mr. Moore showed you, except showing you where severe drainage problems exist. If you can see the red arrows, those are the way the property drains. To the north along the rear of the properties, and then all collects and goes to the west into Chimney Lakes. And then along the northern boundary, there's a severe elevation change that goes and floods the backyards of Tiffany Place homeowners, whom you will also hear. I've got a few pictures. Well, hang on. As we said, from the Planning Commission's analysis, they've recognized this, that the rear third of those specific lots drains into the Chimney Lake subdivision. That the current channel conveyance through this lot does not have adequate capacity, and I believe that, that has got to do with Tiffany Place. And the majority of lots 6, 7, 8 will naturally bypass the detention pond. So when we first saw these, we had great concern. Oh, that didn't, what's to come up there? There we go. That one. This is just, I'm gonna go through about 4 to show you some severe erosion that's at that most place where it drains into Chimney Lake. So you can flip through a couple of the, keep going. You can see the erosion there. That's around the corner. That's on Mr. Mark Reineke's property, who is on Winsong Court. He was unable to be here today, but he's got a tremendous problem. You can see in the backyard, his backyard, and this is the back of lot 6 and 7. Go backwards for those. What look like wires and strings are tree roots. So that's how much erosion there's been taking place there. Next. Potholes back in there from purely just from erosion. And so, not yet. And so what we're saying is, and what the Planning Commission's analysis said, was that the runoff from the back of those lots, 6, 7, and 8, will naturally bypass the detention pond and actually exacerbate this problem. So what we have submitted, and Mr. Moore's read, is some stipulations that they've agreed to, and Mr. Reineke, whose property it would have to go on, he's agreed to construction and some right-of-way that would have to be dealt with the county to actually provide piping to get that out of those yards and under to a culvert that goes under Winsong. So we appreciate those drainage problems being addressed. Secondly, though, also existing on the property is that this property's been used for 40-plus years by the Childers family and their relatives for running a grading business, a concrete business, a heavy construction business. We are assuming that all of that was grandfathered in because it was long before places like Tiffany Place and Chimney Lakes was built. But in that use, there is a mechanic shed on site. There was heavy machinery operated on site for many, many years. There's a lot of trash, industrial construction trash on the property. And it is my understanding from talking to the developer that there are 2 USTs on this property. He has said a phase 1 has been conducted. I've asked him several times for a copy of that phase 1, and the response on that particular request has been silent. If you could go through the next couple, just shows you some of the things that are on this property. Remember, it's only 4 acres. Keep going. That's a pipe from the UST. So,
what is a UST?
I'm sorry, underground storage tank.
Okay.
And Mr. Edwards has indicated that he has knowledge that there are 2 of those on that property. They would have been tanks that would probably been used either for fuel storage, oil storage, or used oil storage in the maintenance of heavy construction equipment and machinery. So they exist on the property. So in combination with the flooding concerns and the environmental concerns, the analysis of the Planning Commission said take care of all of these downstream conditions except for this lake study. Well, the lower lake in Chimney Lakes is less than 200 yards from that severe drainage that I showed you. And it's a straight shot in a culvert under Winsong. We're very concerned about the lake quality, both from a sedimentation standpoint during and after construction, and from a potential environmental impact, because we don't know what's on this property. Okay. That's the culvert on the eastern side of Winsong Court that's supposed to collect all this. As you can see, it's not very well maintained. It is on a homeowner's property. It's a county culvert. I don't know who's supposed to maintain it, but I don't know if you can hardly make out the picture of that culvert. That's supposed to collect all that water. Well, you saw the erosion. You saw the amount of water that comes. And then this blocks it all, and Mr. Reineke's house is flooded several times. because of a block. Now, this is where the developer's proposing to connect a pipe to a county culvert. This is the other side of Winsong Court looking down towards the lake in Chimney Lakes. There's the culvert pipe continues under that portion of the ground and exits there. And you can see it's nice and clear on this side. And so that gives you an idea of the size of it. Mr. Braden, I don't know whether that culvert is sized good enough to take everything we're talking about or not. Continues down a stream on into Chimney Lakes. So that's why we're very concerned about the lake quality. Next. Jumping to the next thing is development in the surrounding area. You will all recognize the corner of Childers and Shallowford Road. That's been before you several times here in the past 6 months. This development is less than a quarter of a mile from that. And what I've got on this map is to show you other developments. The RA5 for over 80 townhomes that you approved back in February. I believe it was February, maybe it was April, or maybe it was March. No, that was last year. An R15 development to down Shallowford Road to the right. You can see towards the east. That is currently being developed into 10 or 12 lots under construction. Tiffany Place, just north of the mark where I have site that's got the balloon, that was a single home on Childers Road that has now been demolished, and the same developer that's building Tiffany Place is putting in 3 homes at that point. And the little corner on down that I don't have balloon, R20, on the other side of the R30 site, has got 2 homes going in there. Not sold, under construction. Everything I've showed you is under construction. So there are more than 100 single-family residents approved or under construction or approved, and we expect to go in there, that are impacting the traffic on Childers and Shallowford. At the commission meeting where this RA5 was approved, Commissioner Lee made a promise that between the developer of RA5 and the county, they would improve that intersection sooner rather than later because they didn't want to be the tail following the dog. You can hold the developer to his commitment. I'm not sure you can hold the county to that commitment because he didn't say where the funds were coming from. So we're terribly concerned about continued infill development in this area until the infrastructure gets in place. That brings me to the next item. Whoops, that's not next. Nope, go up. Nope, go down. Oh, I'll just tell you. Oh, that's why these are here. This is the construction, adjacent construction. Keep going. Keep going. That's, back up. Back up, 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 back up. There.
You need to,
That's
David,
the
you need to
two-town
wrap
homes.
it up if you can. You have other speakers and you've used the entire 10 minutes, so.
Already?
Wrap
Okay.
it up as quick as you can.
Thank you. All right. Anyway, the analysis said that there would be, in the recommendations, no impact to schools and traffic. I beg to differ. Inside the analysis, on one page of the analysis, it says, and I read, approval of this petition could adversely, bolded and underlined, affect the enrollment at Tritt Elementary School, Hightower Trail Middle School, and Pope High School, all of which are over capacity at this time. So I don't know how the staff can say there's no impact on the schools. Keep on rolling real quick. That's just the traffic at Shallowford and Childers, which you're familiar. There's what I was trying to get to. Go on. We'll wrap it up.
We have all of that,
Right.
except your pictures, of course.
Yes, keep going. These are the homes. Now, this is what we're proposing, that we appreciate the developer and Mr. Moore in incorporating all of my comments about the drainage. I've just brought to you other issues, including density, because this jumps from an R15 to R30. So what I've put on here is more detail about the conditions that he has agreed to. We need some additional conditions up on the north side at Tiffany Place to make sure the drainage goes to the detention pond. If you will indulge us, Tiffany Place will have at least a short comment. And I'm proposing that to allow the property transition in density to the south, that lot directly to the south is R30. The next two lots to the south are R30. Chimney Lakes to the west is R20. Tiffany Place, of course, is R15. So I'm proposing to allow a reasonable transition because this is a screwy site to begin with. Just the size and shape of it, it's really screwy. Is that lots 6, 7, and 8 be replaced by just two lots, 6 and 7, which would do a reduction in the density as you hit the other two R20 and R30 zoned areas. Thank you for indulging me in my time. Tiffany Place homeowners have a very short word they'd like to say.
Thank you, David. Do we have other speakers that have something we haven't heard?
Yeah, they
Okay,
wanted to speak
come on.
specifically on
Okay,
the
come on
Tiffany
up.
Place.
There are two of us, but I think we can do it about 4 minutes.
Come on up and do it as quick as you can. Thank you.
Certainly.
Good morning. My name is Mike Weeks. I'm the Vice President of the Tiffany Place Homeowners Association. We agree with all the points raised by David, and just wanted to bring out a couple of points we feel like are particular to us. We're really concerned about increased water runoff on the north side of the development, leading to an even bigger issue than we currently have, and we have quite an issue already. In reviewing the plat and walking the property, for instance, we're not sure that the proposed detention pond is in the lowest part of that property. So we're not really convinced that the runoff, the planned runoff, will actually all make it to the detention plant, for instance. We also believe that the capacity of our existing sewer, which will take on all of that water, is a risk, and have not been involved in conversations to convince us that it's not. Thirdly, we'd like to understand the specific landscaping plans for the detention plan, or the detention pond. Specifically what would be planted, what height, and what kind of vantage point we'll have from our area. Fourthly, the proposed density will, by its nature, increase the amount of encroachment, not in a legal sense, of course, but encroachment upon our area, in our subdivision. In that, we would like to request that, similar to what has been proposed or agreed to for lots 7 and 8, that we have more buffer and a screen of Leyland cypresses put in. If the developer doesn't do that, we'll have to do that on our nickel. We have not met with the developer. We were given a 1-hour slot to meet with the developer. When we said that was not doable for us, we were never given another opportunity to talk. Therefore, none of our concerns are addressed in the document that's been presented. We would appreciate the opportunity to work with the developer and see if we can come up with a mutually agreeable solution. And in the meantime, we'd like the board to hear from one of our homeowners who has been particularly impacted by the water runoff that already exists. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Come on up and give us your name.
Good morning. My name is Gladys Espinel. And since we purchased our house in 4516 Monet Drive, we have had to address 2 water problems in our property. First, high water table, causing groundwater to seep into our basement. And second, excessive runoff water coming mainly from the neighboring property of the north side of our lot. We have spent in excess of $30,000 trying to mitigate these water-related issues, including installation of some water pump system and rework while finishing our basement, as water problems were detected after framing and drywall had been completed. We have serious concern the proposed development will likely worsen this situation due to the following factors. First, proposed alteration of the property topography, resulting in incremental water flowing into our lot. Second, removal of natural erosion barriers, as the lot behind our property is currently full of trees, which will be likely removed. And third, the diversion of stormwater toward our property, including directing water spouts from newly created homes into our lot. I'm showing the video of one of that was last year, just a heavy storm, and that's all the water that is coming from the north side of my property. You see all the water that's running.
How far down, Monet, is your house? Are you the fourth or fifth home on the
Yes.
street?
Do you have, if I can see that?
Four, okay.
The video's done. If you could put the site plan back up.
Yeah.
Or there.
No,
there
the
you
other,
go. Well, that'll work.
yeah, the other one that you have.
I just wonder where she was.
The one that
We just want to know which lot is yours. So starting at Childers Road and turning left on Monet, which lot is yours?
I'm between the fifth lot that.
You're on the left side, the fourth or fifth lot on the
I'm
left?
The fourth and fifth lot. I'm between the fourth and fifth.
I got you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to close the public portion of the testimony now, and it's back to this board. Ms. Trombetti will handle our discussion. Christie?
Okay, thank you. It's nice to finally have a chance to hear the case. This has been on our agenda for a while, and there were some issues that needed to be worked out before we could actually hear it. So it's good to not only have comments and email communication with neighbors, but also to have a chance to hear a complete presentation from the applicant, as well as the presentations from the community. And the videos and the photographs are really helpful. I think stormwater is probably the biggest concern we'll have here, whether it's built at R30 or R15 or R20. So I do at some point want to ask Mr. Braden to talk about that a little bit for us. The other thing I wanted to mention that I'm surprised wasn't brought up is the fact that the proposed entrance road is practically adjacent to the neighbor's driveway. And my understanding from DOT is that that's not a preferable condition, of course, and I don't think have any way of preventing the Shababis, I think is their last name, from using their driveway as it is today. So that's an issue that I feel like we need some clarity on before we move forward with a decision on this plan, because they have a driveway. I don't think that we can force them to close that or not use it, and then we've got this proposed roadway right next to it. So I think that's an issue. The other thing that I wanted to mention, and I'm going to suggest that we need some time to investigate this, is this idea of underground storage tanks. Today was the first that I had heard anything about that on this property, and I don't know if that falls into the stormwaters arena, and maybe Dave can address that, but that's a big question that I have. And then kind of backing up away from the site plan details and looking at just the zoning in general, it's true, and it's apparent on our overhead now, that there's a lot of R15 in the area, just like a lot of East Cobb. There's almost as much R15 as there is R20. These are neighborhoods that I guess had the luxury of more property, so that they could be planned and streets laid out with kind of standard lots, plenty of room to manage stormwater, you would hope, and, you know, even include some amenities like across the street in Coventry Green. This R15 plan doesn't look like those. It's a much smaller piece of property that we have to work with. The layout of the street and the lots is not as attractive, and to me, it looks more intense because it looks like we're kind of crowding things in. It's an irregular shaped piece of property. It is kind of a transition between it is a transition between R15, R20, and then R30 that completes Childers from that point down to Shallowford Road. So I'm leaning toward holding this for some more work, but I just wanted to go ahead and put it out there that I'm not sold that R15 is really the only category that we could be looking at here. I think comparing densities and being fair to the property owner is important, but at the same time, I don't think that means that we have to cram every last lot that we can possibly get on any given piece of property. It is kind of an infill piece. There are others on Shallowford, there are others on Childers, there are others on many streets throughout East Cobb, and if we start zoning to the highest possible use on all of those, I think we're going to disrupt the quality and feel of our communities. So that's something that I've been concerned about with this case. I guess quickly, maybe if Jane Strickland could come up and just confirm what I believe we clarified earlier about the driveways and how during plan review, again, whether it's R15 or any other zoning category, how would this be handled at plan review when you've got driveways and then a new road proposed?
According to our development standards, spacing from the street intersection for residential driveways should be 50 feet.
50.
And ideally, it'd be nice if that driveway could be tied on to this development road, but we can't force that.
Okay.
But we would like to see separation between the driveway and the roadway.
Okay, so 50 feet. And then what, I don't know if we've confirmed site distance at this point. I think they have for this location. If it's moved north 50 feet, do you have a sense for whether or not that would create site distance issues at this point, or?
I don't.
We'd have to.
Perhaps there are engineers here and they might be able to.
Okay. Okay, and that might be, like I said, I think I'd really like to hold this, but that's going to be one of the questions. Okay, thank you.
We'll be happy to look at it, though.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And then, again, just to clarify the issues on stormwater, if Mr. Braden would come up and talk to us a little bit about existing conditions, and especially for Tiffany Place, what can we do with the development of this property?
Yes, again, Dave Braden with the Stormwater Management Division. When I made my site visits for this development, I was made aware of most all of the issues that you've seen. Talking to the homeowners, Mr. Haneke, Mr. Renneker, and Gladys, as well as another one of her neighbors that also has issues in her backyard, which is where the detention pond will be discharging to. So kind of was a little bit excited about maybe having an opportunity to solve some of those problems where we would not be able to do that with just this parcel sitting here undeveloped. So, and I think we've been able to do that. Let me jump back to this underground storage tank before I forget it. That was an issue that I was made aware of after staff comments were already submitted. But there is a procedure with Georgia EPD for removal of tanks. It'll have to be removed. They have a closure permitting process that documents the tanks come out, the soil's tested, and then there's a closure document that they give. So that would be something that we would require at plan review. So that process will be addressed.
Okay, and that would be required whether the property is zoned or not. That's just a normal part of.
That's right.
The process.
Yeah, that would be That would be required whether it's zoned or not.
Okay.
So, okay. Speaking to start with some of the existing condition issues. David was showing pictures of the drainage issues and erosion that's occurring along the rear of this property. It actually extends along those R30 parcels to the south here, and this problem was really created when those homes were built, and a big mound of dirt was placed there. You can see it on the topo. There's a big ridge that runs on. That's not a natural ridge. That was placed there, and it forced a lot of runoff down these back property lines. So that's a problem that's been ongoing for years. And the developer has agreed to carry that water, channel it, create a defined drainage way, pick it up in a pipe at the property line, and tie it in directly to the existing culvert that I think we saw a picture of that culvert at Winsong. To address that issue, that pipe is probably a bit properly sized. The problem is it is the homeowner's responsibility to keep it free and clear of leaf litter and debris, which is hard to do. So unless you stay on top of it, but tying this existing pipe in here will change that situation completely. So we'll be moving a pedestal top inlet up on the upper end at this property's property line. So that's gonna solve that problem. And before we move away from that basin, which discharges down to Chimney Lakes, the reason I don't have a specific requirement for a sediment study on this, not that we're not worried about any kind of sediment impact to the lake, is that the actual development part of this parcel that includes the road and the cul-de-sac is not in the basin that drains to the lake. It's just the back of the two lots that are there. So the back of those lots aren't going to get disturbed until the builders actually build the lots and the developer's gone. So it doesn't really fall under that part of our code that requires those downstream analysis. But we will be requiring that developer to document, and their engineer to document, photo document downstream all the way through that culvert and the channel all the way down to the lake, so that there's a record of what it looks like before they start, what it looks like after they're finished, and if there's any sediment discharge downstream, they're required to pick that up and remove it anyway, whether we do a downstream lake analysis or not. So I did want to address that issue. Tiffany Place, as you saw the pictures from Gladys, some of that actually does come from her neighbor's downspouts on either side of her within Tiffany Place, but most of this site, the middle portion of the site actually sheet flows across her rear property line. So a good bit of that comes from this undeveloped site as it sits right now. And if we could go back to the site, get back to the site plan. I think that David had. This one. Yeah, switch. Is that the one that had your notes on it, David? No. Was that any? Where was that? That's the one. Yes. Thanks for that exhibit, by the way. No, that was fine. Yeah. The rear, I think it's just the rear of lot 1, 2, 3 lots. You see my comments, lots 4, 5, and 6. All of those property lines that back up to the north of this development that are coincident with Tiffany Place. You see my comments. Because it sheet flows now, we would require a drainage easement along that rear property line to catch that water that now sheet flows across that property line into not just Gladys's rear yard, but several homeowners along there, to catch it and carry it to the detention pond. So where you had mentioned that it didn't look like the site could get to the pond, well, it can't get to that pond unless you have that drainage easement. So that would be required in the proposed plan. And the top right note that says detention pond drainage tied into the existing pipe in Tiffany Place, that's something else that we need to require, because right now, this property, majority of it drains to that point. It does receive, there's a catch basin on Childers that discharges down this way as well. There's a drainage easement within lot 4, lot 4 is the point that it comes across. There's a drainage easement associated there, but it's a very small channel, not well defined. I guess you do have dry stone bed on it now, right? Yeah, but it's very small. Can't handle the flow, but it has to flow across most of her backyard before it gets to an inlet that actually ties into the Tiffany Place system. So that's just not acceptable. So I had the developer agree to tie directly into that system, remove that ditch from her yard completely. So this pond on this site will discharge directly into the Tiffany Place system and remove all of that runoff from her yard. And then the drainage easement that's being required on the rear of those other lots will be pulling the off-site flow off of Gladys's yard. So I believe we've got all the issues addressed as far as things that are existing out here now that I think we can solve with the development as it's proposed, with the additions that have been changed for the downstream to Winsong.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that
That's
it?
good to know. Yes, that's exactly what we needed to hear. What I'd like to do is make a motion that we hold Z17 until June. I think, again, hearing the case today was good to bring out some of the concerns and some of the areas that still need a little work, and I think I'd like to work on this before we send it on to the Board of Commissioners. So just a few notes for the applicant. I'd really like for them to consider losing at least one lot and spreading this out a little bit. I think there's some things that can be done to help the appearance of the final product, help it fit in and help it provide a better transition for the developments in the area. But I'd also like for us to get a little more information, if it's available, about the underground storage tanks. And to work on this, the main issue is really the access now. Since we've got that private driveway so close to the proposed road, I don't think that's a condition that we can live with. So looking at the access is the other thing that I'd like to have happen over the next 30 days. So I'll make a motion that we hold Z17 until June.
Okay, we have a motion to hold until June, the June cycle. Do we have a second? Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion? So we're going to do that. You have quite a bit of work ahead of you. We didn't mention a neighborhood meeting, but I would strongly advise you to have that as well as soon as possible. Okay, let's move on. John, what's next?
Yes, sir. LUP 10, Violet Clark, request a land use permit renewal for the purpose of a beauty shop in land lot 237 of the 17th district. The property is located on the east side of Gray Road, north of Diane Drive. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for LUP 10, Violet Clark?
She was here because she came up and talked to me at the break.
Is she going to come back?
Ms. Clark? Well, she asked us to move this up on the agenda, and we were trying our best to accommodate her. Well,
yeah, we'll just
I
put it
didn't
back
see
in
her
order.
slip out. Well, if she's not here, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. Maybe she'll be here when we get back.
We can leave it in the same order.
Yeah, we can just leave it and come back to it, I guess, but I don't know why she isn't here. Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and stand adjourned at 20 after. We'll be back in 1 hour to continue. Maybe we can pick up LUP 10 at that time. Okay, we're back. Thanks, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. We're going to jump right back into our regular agenda. John, what's next on the agenda, please?
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z34, Thomas Homes and Communities, LLC. Request rezoning from R20 and R80 to RSL for the purpose of residential senior living, non-supportive, in land lots 291 and 318 of the 20th District. The property is located on the northwest side of Ernest Bear Parkway, south of Burnt Hickory Road, and on the north side of Tuxedo Lane. The applicant's representative is present. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z34? Opposed to Z34? Let the record show there are 8 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Just for the record, is there anyone here in favor, in support of Z34? Did we get a count on that? I really didn't. 4? We did not get a good count on that. If you're in favor of Z34, that's the RSL on Barrett Parkway, raise your hand and keep them up so we can get a count. 4, okay. Thank you. Mr. Moore, whenever you are ready, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is John Moore, and I'm here representing the applicant, Thomas Homes and Communities. This is Roger Thomas, whom all of you know. Roger is one of the best-known and best builders and developers of senior housing in Cobb County, and has been for a long time. And this is another one of his proposed projects off of Barrett Parkway. This was on the agenda for last month, and we continued that because we had been told there was a Civil War trench on this property. And so we took the time to find out, and we hired, engaged, I guess, R.S. Webb and Associates archaeologists to come out and look at the site to determine if there, in fact, was a Civil War trench, and indeed there is one, which required us to redo our site plan. In fact, it's been called one of the more defined trenches that the historians around here have seen. I'll try to show you on the site plan what we're doing with that. Thank you, sir. This is Barrett Parkway. This is the subject property, about 21.5 acres. This area right in here is where the trench was located, and what we have done is we're preserving the trench as it comes through here all the way to this point here, and making it a part of the development itself and an amenity. And we're, all this green area you see here, we're maintaining as historical open space. It's about 3 acres, and we have provided parking right next to that here. One thing while I'm looking at this is this little area right here is a community garden, and what we have done in conjunction with the local historians is to do an amendment stipulation change, or added a stipulation number 30, and I'll give you a copy of this, so you have to write it down. The community garden area shown within the historical open space shall be moved to a location outside the open space as selected by applicant. It was just felt that it was not an appropriate place to put that. We still think it's a nice thing for people to have a small plot that they can have a garden in if they so desire. So we'll find another place within the development to locate that. What that entailed once we did that, we had come in with a 91 lot or unit development at 4.21 units per acre. And with the open space that we did at 3 acres, it reduced our total number of units by 8 to 83, and our density 3.85 units per acre. We have additionally, as is with RSL, there's a 20-foot buffer, and in this case we're doing a natural enhanced buffer because there is some tree and vegetation growth along the boundaries of the property that we'd like to maintain. So we will be maintaining that which is there and then enhancing or infilling where there is none, or to provide a vegetative screen for the property. Thank you, sir. What is being proposed, you'll see on individual lots and in groups of 4, but all are individual English cottage-style homes. These are 1.5 stories, price range of $329 and up, but very nice homes. And Cornelius, if you go to the thing underneath that. In the ones that are 4 together, if you look at the site plan, you might think those are attached, connected, 4 units together. They're not. They're the same homes that you just saw there, but they're put in a, with it facing out. Each house faces out, detached, with a center courtyard that you feed into to access your garage in the rear. So it's a very unique kind of concept, but a very nice one too. It hides the garages and makes it all interior, and then looks forward out for each home that's there. As I said, in the Civil War situation, we're preserving approximately 700 linear feet out of about 900 linear feet of Civil War trench, and which we think's a good thing to do. We also are going to put in split rail fence around that to keep people off, signage to keep people off, and we of course be putting up historical markers and working with the local historians on the language for that. Also agreed to try to name the streets after situations in the Civil War occasioned with this trench. And it'll have walking trails in it too, so people can walk there as well. The proposal we think is an outstanding proposal, as Mr. Thomas does. The main issue has come with regard to the density of this project. With all due respect to the staff, their recommendation in this case, I'm not sure where it came from. I would say left field, but I'm not sure that's far enough away. I've never seen a recommendation like this on an RSL. The ordinance itself never intended for there to be a limitation of a land use plan on number of RSL units. In fact, it says inside that ordinance itself that this will not be a precedent as to any other zoning in the area, meaning just because it's higher than the land use plan, it won't serve as a precedent for a higher RA5 or such kind of rezoning. And that's been the status of that ordinance from the time of its inception, which was worked on a long, long time. We started with a category called suburban condominium and graduated into the RSL. And it's worked well for the most part. And I think the density is determined by the location of the project. I think there are 3 different locations. To me, one's adjacent to a shopping center, which would have, to me, the highest density. The second one would be adjacent to a major arterial, Barrett Parkway certainly being one of those, Dallas Highway, Johnson Ferry Road, Roswell Road. Large arterials would be the second highest density, and then the lowest density would be interior. For example, in West Cobb, Bullard Road, Stylesboro, one of those kind of roads. Same in East Cobb. And we have followed that pretty much throughout this ordinance's history. In this case, to say that it should stay at this level is just plain wrong, and it is not the spirit, nor the intent, nor the language of the ordinance. We need to do what the ordinance says, and there's a reason for that, that the higher density was put in there. Number one, the idea was that you grant higher density to allow a more high quality product at a more reasonable price. In other words, instead of having an A5 or R15 here with homes 600 and above, for seniors, you need to make them somewhat affordable. And that's what these will be, all the upper end. And that's the primary reason there was high density. On this particular track, there's almost 1,150 feet of road frontage on Barrett Parkway. What can you put here? Number one, you can't put an R20, R15 subdivision back in that many homes up to Barrett Parkway that you can't sell. It just won't work. The subdivision to the right of that, if you're standing there on Barrett Parkway looking at this property, has a very short amount of road frontage. 2 houses deep is all it is. That's why they were to build it. The bulk of the densities up in interior in the subdivision. So I urge you to go back to the historical use of RSL and reinstitute what it is intended for so that this project can go forward. I would like to ask Mr. William Latham, who wanted to speak to you about the historical portions of this, and certainly we're here for any questions and urge you to approve this if you would. Thank you. Did I give you?
You did. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Latham, come on up.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm William Latham. I'm here to speak on behalf of Jeff Wright of Kennesaw and several of our colleagues with the Cobb County Civil War Roundtable and the Georgia Battlefields Association. Our interest in this property is purely one of historic preservation. Because of their construction, which I would estimate 30% dirt and 70% rock, up to rocks being several hundred pounds, the Civil War trenches on this property are some of the finest and best preserved trenches in Cobb County and perhaps all of North Georgia. While it's unfortunate that more than 200 feet of the trench line will be destroyed during construction, We appreciate the developer's willingness to preserve 700 feet of the most prominent part of the trench line, as Mr. Moore outlined in the stipulations and revised site plan. Jeff Wright and I have agreed to assist the developer with the text for a historic marker. We'll be seeking input from our fellow members in the Cobb County Civil War Roundtable, the Kennesaw State University Civil War Studies Department, and when we're done, we'll be running it by the county historic planner for her review. This development is one more example where developers and preservationists can work together to preserve the best of the past for future generations, and we really appreciate the developer's willingness to do this for historic preservation purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. Let's hear from the opposition at this time. Come on up.
May it please the board, my name is Bill Waldrop. I'm interested in this proposed rezoning because my wife Diana and I live on one of the adjacent properties that are shown on the map here. And as you can see, I'll just use this little pointer if I can figure out exactly how to use it. I got to press a button. All right. Say that again. I got it. Woo. Let me just skip all that. Look at these two units that they want to rezone, and look at the surrounding area around that property. That entire area is surrounded by three roads: the Ernest Barrett Parkway, a fast-moving road, Burnt Hickory Road, which is getting pretty fast itself, and our own McDaniel Road, which now has speed bumps all the way through it to protect people who are walking along the road. So that's an indication of what the property looks like. I want to give you just a little bit more information about the background. Milton and Awaya Higgins own a horse farm there on 7 acres. This is at the southerly end of the property. They've got a total of 5 horses, and they live there. And Milton has a logging business that he does. There's a 4-acre lake there. There are 6 families that live around this 4-acre lake. You can see the ducks there. It's a very natural area. This is not a commercial place. This is a place where people are living on R20 and R80 zoned lands. This is my own personal backyard. Our backyard. Diana and I, we like to grow daylilies. That's our barn back there. Back behind the barn, we've got probably 1.5 acres of daylilies that we grow there. And I could show you many other pictures about what people do with these properties here. It was nice to see John's pictures. John's done a good job working on this. I admire he and the developer for their efforts to try to work into what Sue McDonald wants and the Abernathys want for these properties. But I have to tell you that the people who live here just weren't expecting another 83 units to be put on this property. Let me just also say that not only is it not compatible with the area, you got to look at where the other RSLs have been put. And I say to you, we're just going right down Ernest Barrett Parkway. You don't go 200, maybe 300 yards down the parkway, and you come to this one right here, La Vida Facile. I assume that's a French way of saying the name of the place. But it was right next door to a restaurant. It even backs up to a big grocery store, big Publix grocery store. And they rezoned it back in 2005, and today they're building 3 units on the property. So the significance of what I'm trying to say about it is it's right next to and is a part of commercial development. if you take Ernest Barrett Parkway and you turn right, and you go down the road just a little ways, you're at Chestnut Ridge, which is right across from a massive development. And if anybody, and I know that you're familiar with all the things that are in that massive development. I mean, you got banks, you got Staples, you got Target, on and on it goes. So it's adjacent to more commercial properties. You're not trying to make tie-ins and cut-acrosses and things like that to make it all work. There's another one right down. If you go on Ernest Barrett Parkway and cross Dallas Highway and go down the road just a little ways, you come to Cobblestone Ridge. Now, it doesn't have any commercial buildings on it, but if you look right next to it, there's 4.36 acres that are for sale, and I would just particularly point out, let's see if I can make this pointer work. I think you can see it. It says it's 4.36 acres. It's being sold by the Mannings, who are obviously very well known in this community. The point that I'm trying to make is that this is just too high of a density for where we live and the compatible and the uses that we are putting the properties to. John seemed to be a little downcast about your staff saying it's not consistent. It just isn't consistent. And I am proud of the staff for having said that because it is inconsistent. I've shown you just a couple of pictures, which I ought to show you why. I know that I took this picture about a week ago, and what I'm saying is that I thought that I changed it. Maybe I didn't get it out. Let's just see if I did. No, I didn't. They're saying 83 units is what they want to put here, and they're saying 3.85 houses per acre, which is basically 4 per acre. That's a lot of houses. That's a ton of houses. And I mean, they're going to be bulldozers in there. They're going to be knocking the dirt off. They're going to level the place, because the pictures that John showed you things that are leveled. But I want to focus on the highway. And I've sat here this morning and listened to other people speak about the traffic. Traffic always seems to be an issue, I guess, in these things. But this is Sue McDonald's driveway. She's the real estate agent that most of us bought our properties from so many, many years ago. But if you turn right from Sue's driveway, you've got to cross 2 fast-moving lanes of traffic, and they move fast. This picture was taken by John on Thursday, April 23rd at 6:19 p.m. And you can see it's just bumper to bumper. That's the way the traffic moves. And this picture is taken from John's Road, which is Tuxedo Road. If you look to the right, let's see, I must have, let me stop here for a second and slow down just for a moment. I'm trying to meet your 10-minute rule. If you turn right and get onto Ernest Barrett Parkway and cross the 2 lanes, and you've got to get in that turn lane up there. You've got to come up turn right, go up the hill, and then turn left if you're going to go back toward the mall or back toward the hospital or toward Kennestone. This is what you got to deal with. I was surprised to see that your staff also recommended, no, we're not going to give you a cut across on this road. We're not going to give you a cut across because it's too close to the homes that are built just a little bit north of the point that we're looking at here. So they can't do anything about it. So when you come out of here and you're going to have 84 houses, each of these houses are going to have 2 garages. They're going to have 2 cars. You may be 55, but you drive. You may be 70, which I am, but you drive. And they're gonna be coming out of there, making a right-hand turn, crossing those lanes, coming in here, trying to make a U-turn to go back the opposite way in this traffic. I'm just saying that this traffic situation is very, very real. Let me move on to the breastworks. I saw the gentleman, and I thought I can't remember his name from a few moments ago, who came from the Civil War preservation folks, and And I read the report that John's expert wrote. I got it yesterday. My wife got it, and I took a look at it. You see where BR is up there on what I've written, and where it is down there at the bottom. It cuts across the hill going, it's a big hill that goes across these properties. There's 960 feet of breastworks, and as John's own expert said, these breastworks are a solid example of Civil War battlefield engineering. It's the Mud Creek line. When Confederate troops were moving backward toward Kennesaw Mountain from Pickett's Mill, one of the places that they stopped was the Mud Creek line, and that's where they built these breastworks. I want to give you an idea just what it looks like. Now John's expert took some pictures, but I want to show you Dr. John Cook right here with my next door neighbor Sue Neesmith. They're at the breastworks, and what you can see is that the breastworks were dug out, and again, I would say they're 960 feet. I'm going to make a point about it in a minute. They're looking at the breastworks, but I think this is important. You go behind Sue's property, you got to climb the hill. You got a long way to go, and the breastworks were built there, and I know this from watching all the Civil War movies on the channel this last year because it was the 150th year of the conflict. And they built on the top of the hill because they had a better vantage point for using their weapons. And so that's what they are. John says, let's cut it down to 700 feet. Let's chop off 200 plus feet of it. And he showed you a map. He showed you one picture, and he didn't show anything about the breastworks. The breastworks are absolutely very historically, critically important to us here. And to say you're helping these breastworks by putting in these houses, it'd be like saying if you go over to Pigeon Hill and put some heavy density right there by Pigeon Hill, you're helping Pigeon Hill. You're not helping
you really
them.
need to wrap it up. You're already over your time.
I'm done, and I want to turn it over to my good friend, Dr. John Moore, who will talk about the lake. Thank you very much.
Let's make it quick, okay?
3 minutes, 20 seconds.
How long?
3 minutes, 20 seconds.
Yeah, let's do it and try to do it in less time.
Okay.
We're
My name is
we're
John
getting
Cook.
way away from our rule here, and we don't need to do that. But go ahead and let's make it quick.
3 minutes, 20 seconds. My name is John Cook. I'm a retired physician, Vietnam veteran, and resident of Cobb County for 42 years. My wife and I lived on Tuxedo Lane for the last 20 years. I'm not against seniors. I am one. We're not against progress. Ella Fitzgerald saying, it's not what you do, it's the way that you do it. That's the heart of the matter today. The developer's plans call for 9 units to be built on Tuxedo Lane, right next to Tuxedo Lane. The 1973 Cadillac was 20 feet long. That is all the space between Tuxedo Lane and the units going in there is 20 feet. So basically there'll be 1 car length. My arm span is 5 feet, 3 inches. It's 10 feet from building to building, just 2 of my arm spans. So we feel the plans call for too many units to be in this area. In an ideal world, we'd like 2 units per every acre. We're willing to compromise at 2.5. 2.5 sounds good to us, and that's what the Planning Commission staff suggested. Why not put the high-density units on the other side? If they did that, that eases the problem for us. Rather than having these 1 Cadillac length apart from our lane, the ones on the 1 acre plot would be over to the side. I'm also worried about the impact on our pretty lake. The lake is one reason that we moved to our current property. The developer will have to give the elevated areas a crew cut. They're going to have to cut. It's 50 feet elevation from Tuxedo to the top. They're going to have to cut a lot of that earth away. We've been reassured that no silt will go into our lake. The water drainage people, I respect their opinion. But I have to admit, I'm a little bit of a doubting Thomas on this. 2 years of construction, 50 feet up of earth moving, the silt may go to the lake. I'm wrapping up right now. We have 125 signatures against this. Proposed plan is way too dense for the property. Less is more here. We feel 2.5 should be the maximum. The impingement on the historical has been mentioned. The danger of 83 seniors having to exit with bad peripheral vision, I'm telling you, when you live on Barrett Parkway, it's 50, 60 miles an hour, and they're coming down, and someone's going to die. Adverse effect of grading on our lake. Damaging to this beautiful area in which we live. We have deep roots on Tuxedo and Cobb County. I appreciate you listening to my presentation today.
Thank you, Dr.
How'd I do
Cook.
on the time? Less than 3 minutes.
You're
eh?
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. We appreciate hearing from you. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing portion and turn it over to Mr. Gunther.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First thing I'd like to do is just recognize Roger Thomas and just say thank you for being willing to set aside the lion's share of that trench in this most recent site plan that's been proposed. Secondly, what I'd like to do is just deal with the stormwater management problem and ask Dave Braden to come back up once again and just talk about what kind of safeguards would go in place so we can protect that lake that's on the other side of Tuxedo Lane that Dr. Cook just talked about.
Again, David Bray with the Stormwater Management Division. There actually are two lakes that this site drains to. One is the one that we were just discussing, which is just to the southwest of the property, the 4-acre lake there in the bottom of the picture. And then Everly Estates has a permanent pool lake across Barrett, and the majority of the site actually drains across Barrett to that lake. So concerned about protecting both of these existing permanent pool ponds, and will require elevated erosion control on the site, as well as pre and post sediment surveys for both of those lakes, and those are reflected in my comments as well. Actually, the southern lake, there's about, I think I measured it this morning, but now I can't remember what the number was. About maybe 3.5 acres of the site drains to the south across Tuxedo Road. It's not a large area, but we will be concerned about not reducing. Usually we're worried about increasing runoff downstream. In this case, we want to make sure that we don't reduce the volume downstream to maintain the flow to this lake. I believe it's, 3.5, 4 acres I said? I think the whole drainage area to that lake is about 75 acres. So it's maybe 10, less than 5%, but it can be a significant amount when you start taking away volume from a small lake like that. So we will be looking at that in plan review as well. So those are the two issues that have been addressed in my comments to address those.
So just to put everybody at ease, from the procedures you're going to put in place, the requirements you're going to put in place, the landowners around there can expect to see no silting coming into those two lakes. Is that correct?
Well, I am not going to personally guarantee that no silt will wind up in the lake, but if they do have an erosion control failure, then they will be responsible for removing any sediment that does wind up in that lake.
The developer will be.
That's the reason we have a pre-development survey, okay. So we know how much, what the situation was prior to development, and then obviously what it was afterwards.
So you expect there not to be any erosion, but if there is, the developer will take care of it. And you have a process in place to ensure that.
That's correct. And we do have at least one additional safeguard, and that's Tuxedo Lane. And the existing culvert under Tuxedo Lane is very small, so anything that gets through Tuxedo will have a tough time doing it. But it is possible, and hopefully the measures that we'll have in place will mitigate that. So.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Thanks, Dave.
Did it?
Jane, I'd like to call you up, please, to just talk about DOT's thinking about the traffic along there, particularly keeping in mind that these are going to be, as our speakers have said, some older people with maybe not such good peripheral vision. Mine's okay, I think. I mean, haven't had an accident lately, but can't guarantee it.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Jane Strickland with Cobb County DOT. And what was your question in particular about the median break?
Yeah, well, let's just talk about the traffic along there. The traffic is pretty heavy during the rush hours in the morning and the afternoon, and I think those are the pictures that we saw. During the balance of the day, there may not be nearly as much as that in the way of traffic. Most of the statistics show in an RSL that people in that age range who buy RSL units typically have 30 to 40% of the traffic, offered 30 to 40% of the traffic that a single-family residential unit would. And it's not, it's reduced during the peak hours. So I would expect, and just correct me if you think I'm wrong, I would expect that those people are going to be trying to turn on to Dallas Highway more likely during non-peak hours when the traffic is not nearly as bad. And then they may be going down to do a U-turn down there at where the Tuxedo Lane break is, or they may just continue on down towards Dallas Highway, don't know. But they're going to be doing that during the non-peak hours. And so the likelihood that there's going to be a traffic problem is reduced for them compared at least to a single-family dwelling subdivision. Would you agree with all that?
Yes.
Okay. Kind of leading the witness here, maybe. Didn't mean to do that.
Generally, you find that most
You're a
trips,
great attorney, you know that?
at least in the morning, most trips are off-peak.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry, say that again?
I said usually in the AM, most trips are off-peak. They're
Yes.
not- It doesn't mean that.
Well, and
folks living
the
here can't
statistics
travel.
show that their traffic,
Right.
total traffic in a 24-hour period is 30 to 40% less too, compared to a single-family
Yes.
house.
Yes.
The question was raised, why not have a break in the median right in front of this development where their entrance exit is, rather than forcing them to go down the several hundred feet, I guess that it is, down to where Tuxedo Lane is. And you're probably going to say that, that's just too many breaks to have another break right there.
It is. That's
Is there a
exactly-
requirement for the minimum distance between median breaks?
There is.
And this doesn't meet
What
it.
is. Generally, you at least want 500 or 600 feet between median breaks.
Okay, and this is probably, would be less than half of that is my
It
guess.
is. I believe it's about 250 feet is what I think I
Yeah.
scaled off earlier.
So, okay, those are my questions. Anybody have any questions about traffic? I think the big issue that I've been hearing is the density issue. And again, I come back to this argument about RSLs and the nice characteristics that they have in exchange for a little bit higher density than you would normally have in a residential single-family development. You get traffic statistics that are significantly less, 30 to 40% of what you'd expect in a normal single-family house. Plus, you have a positive impact on the schools. I'm concerned about the buffer over on Tuxedo Lane, right next to across the street from where the Cooks are. And by the way, Dr. Cook, thank you for your service in Vietnam. I'm of the mind to think that it's a little bit too dense over there. And Mr. Moore, I don't know where you went. There you are. If you could come back up, I have a question to ask you about that. With respect to that Tuxedo Lane area there, where we have, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, we've got 18 units, basically, roughly, if I count it correctly, along that line there, along that road, which is actually a private road, it's not a public road. It's a
Right.
private road owned by some of the residents in the back there. If we were to take 8 units out of there, 7 or 8 units out of there, so we could bring the density down to 3.5 units per acre, which I think is a good density for this kind of development along this kind of a road, as you just, I think, very eloquently just said a minute ago. I would expect that you would take them out along that edge right there, and that would go a long way towards solving the problem that the residents along Tuxedo Lane have. Would something like that work?
Well, let me talk against myself here, but if what you're talking about is reducing the 385 to 35 and taking those, I think that's around 7 lots, taking them out of that side.
Yes.
I think if you were going to do that, that'd be the place to take them from. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we could make that, and instead of 20 feet, you can make it a minimum of 40 feet there, easily,
Okay.
if you were to do that.
So if we were to entertain an idea of moving this forward, would you agree to do that and provide a site plan to the VOC that reflected that?
Yes, sir.
So that we wouldn't have to hold it to come and see it again?
Yes, sir. We can do
Okay.
that.
Well, then I'm ready to make a motion. Yes.
Yeah, Christie, go ahead.
And I don't know, I didn't ask this before today, so you may not have the answer. Is there a real need to have cottages and singles? Is there I guess, a product mix that's a factor there? And the reason I'm asking is because it seems like if we did more cottages and fewer singles, you could preserve more of the trench, provide more of a buffer along Tuxedo, and still have the product you're looking for, and maybe even the density, but more buffer and green space.
Well, we found there are two things. Topography is one. You want to fit some of the single individual lots along some of those more rising kind of topography, where the other can fit in a different location. Secondly, people like different products. They don't necessarily want it to look like a regular subdivision. Some people prefer to have a single lot that they own, that single lot and that unit, as opposed to those who don't want to have to worry about a lot. That's why they're coming there. So I think what we're trying to do is to meet both segments of the market and take into account the topography which this tract presents. I think those two things are the reasons that we presented two different product mixes. Although they're all individual homes, they're not attached.
Right.
You understood that, right? Okay.
I think on the plan, they're called singles and cottages.
Right.
So,
But there are no attached units, in other words.
okay. I think it would be ideal to save a little more of the earthworks and provide an additional space for the community garden. But I think if I had to choose, the buffering on Tuxedo is the most important thing. So those are just some thoughts
Well,
if you're going to be looking at it over the next 2
Okay.
weeks.
I guess maybe you could address, John, where, if you were to save more of the earthworks, that would be in that intersection and past into the west of the intersection, which does major damage to the overall design and concept of this development.
The entrance where it's located now fits perfectly sight distance-wise and every-wise, and that crosses that one portion of that trench line that we are cutting off. And to move that changes the dynamics of that whole, especially if we're going to put some buffer over next to Tuxedo, we're even more squeezed than we were before. As a contrast, this trench goes on beyond our property through the subdivision next to us, but the only part that was preserved, you saw on is a small 150 feet on the next subdivision, and we're doing 700 plus feet. So to show you there's a big difference in what we preserved as opposed to what they did. So.
Yeah, you gonna call Mandy?
Yeah.
I was gonna ask for Mandy to come up, but
Yeah.
I think Skip's fixing to do that.
Yeah, I was just
Okay.
going to do that. Just to kind of help, thank you, John. We may call you back up in a minute.
Okay.
Well, before you leave, I want to call up Mandy, Mandy Elliott, but before you leave, John, I think it's important to get the units per acre at 3.5 or less. So I don't know if the calculation says 7 or 8 units have to come out.
While you're talking to her, I'll calculate that.
Okay.
How's that?
And then the other question is, you were offering a 30-foot buffer on Tuxedo Lane.
40, I think.
Or 40, okay,
Yes.
40-foot buffer on Tuxedo Lane.
Right.
Would there be room to do the same thing along Barrett Parkway if you take these units out?
Well, I don't know. I think there are 9 units along Tuxedo, so we got to put 2 someplace else, if you
Yeah.
follow what I'm saying. So I don't
Right.
know that we do along Barrett, to be honest.
Okay.
with you. We're planning to cover that, to hide that with landscaping and other.
And I'm happy with
berms.
that. I'm just thinking for symmetry there, but if you do it with landscaping, that's just fine with me.
Okay.
Okay. 11? I don't think so.
If I can pipe in for a second, the 20-foot building setback from Barrett Parkway is a major issue for me. I just think it's way too close with a road that has that much traffic. You know, I think the residents are gonna need more buffering than that rather than building the units right up to it. So I would think the 40-foot buffer would make sense along Barrett as well.
Yeah, it didn't necessarily have to be a buffer, but maybe a 40-foot setback.
Setback,
Yeah.
yeah, then, you know, at least 20 feet of buffering
To
or
give them a
whatever.
little more, yeah.
Right.
I think they would have a harder time selling if you're backing up.
Mandy, come on up.
Provide
Yeah.
more room for landscaping as well, some nice thick landscaping.
Right.
Which would help with the noise.
Exactly.
And make it more attractive.
I think we all know this is Mandy, but why don't you tell us?
Hi, I'm Mandy Elliott. I'm the Historic Preservation Planner with Community Development.
Yeah, and I asked you to come up, but I didn't ask you what for. So, what are you've seen the archaeological study?
Yes.
You've seen everything that's been written about and seen pictures of these, and maybe even visited, I don't know, these trench works. Are we preserving enough, or are we not preserving a key part that we really need to be preserving? I mean, how do you view all this?
Well, of course, in a perfect world, it'd be great if we could save all of the trench. But considering the situation, they are preserving the majority of it, and as the archaeological study stated, it is all in good condition. But they are preserving the section that is in the best condition and is in the most well preserved state.
Okay.
Mandy, is it typical, because it looks to me, just doing some in my head quick math, which is always dangerous for me, they're saving 70 to 80% of what's there on this site.
Yes, sir.
Is that typical? I mean, I remember some ones that we did in South Cobb where we weren't saving anywhere near 70%.
Right.
20, 30%. So is this unusual to save this much?
This is pretty unusual to see this much. We'll see a trench line this well preserved in this state to begin with, but to see the majority of it saved this way is very good.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have a question for Mandy? Skip, you got anything else for her?
No, I don't. Thank you,
Mandy.
Okay, John, I guess there's if you could come back up again, I hate to ask you to keep moving back and forth, but would like to get an answer about the 3.5 and how that calculates out, because I thought I calculated, I don't have my calculator here, I thought I calculated 8 units, and I'm hearing 10 or 11.
It's 7 units.
It's 7 units, and that would bring you down to, from
76 units. We just calculated it against the 21.6 acres times 3.5 is 75.6, I think.
So that would leave you 75 units.
76
Yeah, that's my
units.
calculation. Okay.
76 units. No,
You want to round up.
Yeah, over five. You
Can't
wanna
have
round.
75.6 units.
We're using old math here, and I don't know what the new math does to it, but.
Let me get my iPhone calculator out.
Well, Jason, I just did that, so.
Okay, and I'm looking in the stipulation letter. I don't see it right off where it talks about the setbacks along Dallas Highway. I see the buffer, but not the setback. So I guess around
It's
Barrett
on the
Parkway.
site map at the last page.
I know it's on the map, yeah. Okay. So we just need a new stipulation.
Yeah, it needs to be. John, can y'all move those? John, y'all can get those buildings back 20 more feet, can you? So that we have 40 feet off of Barrett.
Well, we'll have to.
Yeah. But I
understand
think
what- I
because
understand
you
what
could
you're
do
saying.
that, I think it would be better, and then you could do landscaping and
A
have
berm
more
or
of a
whatever
visual
you
thing.
do. Right. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for
John, you
Mr. Morrow?
you think you can do these things in time for the BOC hearing in 2 weeks?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We can do that.
Any other questions, discussion?
Don't make him get up again.
No, I'm not, but his therapist said it's good for him, so.
I'm worried that he's gonna fall off that step over there.
For those of you who don't know, Mr. Moore broke a bone in his leg, and he's recovering nicely, and we're just trying to help him get back 100% into the swing of things here. Okay, I'd like to make a motion, and I'm going to need some help on making some of the details, I think. I'd like to make a motion that we approve this application subject to the letter of stipulations dated April 29th, 2015, received by the zoning department with the following modifications and additions. I'd like to redesign the site plan to a 3.5 units per acre RSL with a maximum of, we said 76 lots. 76 lots. With the provision that the site plan, revised site plan would be given to the BOC at its meeting in 2 weeks and would become a part of a revised letter of stipulations. Is probably the way to do it, right? I'd like to make sure that all staff comments and recommendations are included, including the historic preservation comments and recommendations. Would like to modify item number 3 in the letter of stipulations that just simply changes the date of the last revised letter of stipulations from April 24th to April 29th. That's a detail. Item number 4 needs to be modified to reflect 76 units, not 83, for a net density of not to exceed 3.5. The item number 5 needs to be modified to reflect 37. Is that right? Number of courtyard residences would be 37.
We let them do that.
Okay, you can do that, that's fine.
I don't think we need to
And then-
tell him.
And then with respect to item 9, we modify that. Item 9B, it would be reworded to read 20 feet adjacent to Barrett Parkway and 40 feet adjacent to Tuxedo Lane.
No, 40 feet adjacent to Barrett.
No, this is a setback.
That's what we're talking about. Setback would be 40 feet
I'm,
adjacent to Barrett.
I apologize. I'm thinking buffers. And yes, okay,
And he agreed to it.
yes.
40 feet on both.
So it's 40 feet on both. And then finally, most importantly, in item number 15F, with respect to marking this trench works correctly and taking care of just putting signs out, I'd like to reword it to say, in the middle of the paragraph, it says, thereafter, applicant shall submit the costs of such signage and installation to the Cobb County Historic Preservation Commission, period. And then add remove the balance of that sentence and replace it with, mitigation money is to be determined separately by the Cobb County Historic Preservation Commission. So in other words, the money for the signs does not come away from whatever they agree to with you, that would be separately agreed to. And I think that's it.
Can I make one other very, very minor suggestion on number 6? We talk about 2-car garages. At the end, just add to be used for vehicle parking only.
Yes.
Pretty
Yeah.
standard item.
Yep.
We just don't want them to have a bunch of brother-in-laws moving in and put an apartment in the 2-car garage, so.
They're gonna be too low.
That's right. Okay. Any other additions to your motion?
No.
Can we have a
No more
motion?
additions.
Do we have a second? Have a second by Judy. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion? That passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Just before you move on, I'd just like
Yes.
to make a comment. I think this is a win-win for all of us, because the density may be a little higher, but the intensity of this, in other words, the traffic offered into the streets and the noise generated by the residents and so forth, is going to be less. And I think that's a positive thing for us in Cobb County.
Okay, well said. Thank you, Skip. What's next, John?
Mr. Chairman, did the board want to hear LUP 10 next, or?
Did Violet show up?
She's here. Go in order? Okay.
Okay. Violet, Miss Violet, just have a seat. We'll get to you just in a second. Yeah, we have lots of folks in the same boat. Go
Okay,
ahead with the
thank you.
regular agenda. You're coming up really soon anyway. John, what's next?
Rezoning case Z40, 7 Star Ventures LLC. Request rezoning from GC to UVC for the purpose of mixed-use development consisting of office, retail, and residential in land lot 94, the 20th district. The property is located at the southwest intersection of George Busby Parkway and Frey Road, and on the northeasterly side
Officer
of
Ott,
I-75.
can I get you to?
The
get those
applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z40? Let the record show that there's no one opposed.
Okay, thank you, John. This is Mr. Sams, I believe. Yes, it is. There he is.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, sir.
In light of the courteousness that was extended to me this morning with respect to the extension of time, since we have no opposition, I'll try to be as brief as possible on this one so you can gain some time and help the lady that needs to have her land use permit heard. My name's Garvis Sams. I represent, in this case, 7 Star Ventures LLC. I'm with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, Huff, and Bally, and what we're showing now on the board is it shows you the subject property, but I'd like to point out a few other components of it if I could. Just taking this, this is the subject property that is located in this positioning here. It's sort of a strangely configured intersection, but as you can see, it's at the confluence of Frey Road, George Busby Parkway, and of course this is Interstate 75 flowing here. If you go across the interstate, of course, KSU is located on the other side. You've got a climate control and self-service storage facility that is here and there. Apartments here, apartments there, apartments here, light industrial there. So you've got a rather mixed bag of different kinds of zonings in the area, and I wanted to give you an idea, at least from my perspective and my client's perspective, why this is appropriate. This is a 1.8 acre tract of land. It's irregularly configured at the southwest intersection, as I just mentioned. This is within a community activity center in the future land use map. And it's gone through several different iterations. By way of background, it was zoned to GC back in 2001 for a convenience store and gas sales. Obviously, it was never constructed. In 2008, the site plan came back again for revisions for a retail center by way of another business application, OB number 2 from 2008. Later, in February 18th, I brought it back for the first time. I got a hold of it, February 18th, 2014, and we amended the site plan to put a shopping center on the property with a mixture of retail and restaurants. The demographics that my client was doing were completed, and even with its proximity to KSU, we just felt like that wasn't the right mix or the right type of restaurants, at least with respect to what he wanted to do that would appeal to the college crowd or the apartment complexes that were nearby. So what we have now is a request to downzone this property from GC, General Commercial, to UVC, Urban Village Commercial, for purpose of a mixed-use development consisting of a small amount of retail, a small amount of office, and some residential. Before we get too excited about the residential, these are residential condominiums. These are not condominiums disguised as apartments. These are not rental. These are homeowner condominiums. While the application has been pending, and I guess we've done a fairly decent job, of course, notifying all the people that are in the area, meeting with representatives, professors, tenured professors, and students, and other folks associated with Kennesaw State University. Additionally, we met with adjacent property owners and also business owners, and even representatives in the city of Kennesaw because of its proximity or adjacency to the city of Kennesaw, to make sure that the city didn't have any objection to it. And in that regard, we submitted a stipulation letter dated April the 9th. You should have that before you. We have agreed that we'll have master protective covenants for all the various components, the retail, the commercial, and the residential. We've agreed to all of the county's stipulations regarding the positioning on Busby and Frey Road. A little less high-tech than I was with the first application today, but in any event, what we've agreed to is a right-out, right-in, right-out only on Busby Parkway Extension, full access and turning movements on Frey Road, installation of a multi-use path on the subject property's frontages on Frey Road and Busby Parkway Extension, and then the voluntary donation and conveyance of right-of-way so the county can achieve 50 feet from the center line of both rights-of-way. The signage that you're going to see is going to be ground-based monument-style signage. Entrance area will be professionally designed, landscaped, irrigated, and illuminated, as you might suspect in terms of the way that something like this should look. This is going to be called the District. I'm not sure where McClellan got the name, but that's what he calls it, and it's going to have a distinctive architectural flavor. This architectural style and composition for the mixed-use development is going to be consistent with this rendering and elevation you see. And this is a rendering, this is an elevation that's superimposed upon an actual photograph. So what you're seeing is actually the way it'll be positioned at the intersection of Busby Parkway Extension and Frey Road. Parking for the mixed-use development is going to be surface parked. There'll be some shared parking among the respective components. 66 reserved parking spaces, 43 open parking spaces for a total of 109. We meet the parking ratios. This will be site plan specific because we're asking for a few variances. Number one, the UVC district, which you seldom see, requires a 2-acre minimum. We've got 1.808 acres, so we're a little less than 2/10 below that. We're asking for a waiver of the UVC requirement that has a maximum of 1,000 feet for retail. Now, I'm not sure how that was ever arrived at when that classification originated, but for this particular set of circumstances, we may in fact have some small shops at 1,000 feet. I went around the corner a couple of weekends ago to eat at a Mellow Mushroom, and there it's in a shopping center where you have some with 1,000 feet, you have some with 1,500, you have some, like the Mellow Mushroom itself, is probably 3,000, different classification. But the point is, we'd like to be able to have a maximum of 3,000 square feet on this in terms of individual retail units. We're asking for a waiver of the floor area ratios because of the size of the track. And I was wrong about the parking spaces. We are asking for a differential of 3 spaces from the required 112 to the 109, which we actually show. The mix of the residential component is interesting. There's a total number of 33 dwelling units, all condominiums, consisting of 2-bedroom units will be a minimum of 1,250 square feet, 3-bedroom units, a minimum of 1,650 square feet, and then there's a penthouse. There's actually 2 penthouse units, a minimum of 2,700 square feet. And you might say, well, what college student can buy a condominium at price points between $300,000 and $600,000? Not very many. But we've talked with tenured professors and associate professors. We've also talked with some business owners in the area, both in Kennesaw and in unincorporated Cobb County, and we've generated a lot of interest so that we've already got 5 pre-sales of the condos, which we think is pretty good. And I think in certain instances, you're seeing condos make a semi-comeback in the context of a mixed-use development. I don't know if you're going to see freestanding or standalone condominium developments that are going to be making it back and be able to get financed, but in this particular scenario, we were able to. And the good thing about this is the condominiums are going to be high-end, 9-foot ceilings, granite countertops, 42-inch upper cabinets, crown molding, wireless, state-of-the-art fitness center, convenient resort-style swimming pool, central postal area, meeting rooms. The usual thing you see in Class A amenitized apartments that purport to convert or be able to convert to condos you're going to see in these condominium units. There'll be a third-party management group that'll handle the day-to-day operations of the master mandatory HOA that I mentioned. And, of course, a network of sidewalks that'll go and fit into the walking multi-use trail for walkability, connectivity, both in and around this development and over to KSU across the interstate. The offices, there'll be 3,700 square feet of office. There'll be 4,000 square feet of retail. We've got lighting stipulations in the STIP letter that tells you the low intensity environmental type lighting. And there are 19 uses that we prohibited. I'm not going to go through those because I have 47 seconds left, and it would at least take me 37 to go through those. Let me say this, though. This mixed-use development is designed as a walkable, new urbanistic, upscale lifestyle development. Will have significant impact in a positive way on Cobb County and the KSU area. And the requested sound zoning we think is appropriate, particularly in the context of development in which it's situated. So for all these reasons, we do respectfully request that you as a planning commission recommend to the board that it be approved. And we think, considering this and staff's recommendation for approval, that it might not be a bad candidate to be on the consent agenda. I've got 10 seconds. I'm through talking, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
You give him 10 minutes, he takes 10 minutes. So, thank you, Garvis.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We did not have any opposed, but just for the record, let me ask, anyone opposed or wishing to speak to Z40? Cannot seeing and hearing any, it's back to this board. This is in District 3, and we'll have our discussion led by Christy Trombetti. Christy.
Okay, thank you. I won't take a lot of time with this either unless we need to, but I agree that it is a good candidate for the consent agenda. I wanted to hear it today, though, because it's a little different than the other applications we've seen near Kennesaw State lately, especially the residential component. And I really appreciate that the condominiums are for sale from the beginning and not to be converted, so we don't have to have that discussion about whether or not they can be rented and when they're converted and all of that. I think this is a great addition to the mix that already exists there. I think it's a good solution for this property. It's small and it's a substandard kind of shape and has all this road frontage that we're dealing with. So I think it's really a perfect fit. It could be a perfect fit for the area. And the connectivity that it provides to the campus and some of the other the trail system that's taking shape. I just think it's a good project and wanted to at least get it heard and on the record for those that might be interested in the area. I don't really have any questions unless other people do. Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we approve Z40 or recommend approval of Z40 subject to all staff comments and recommendations. Also subject to the letter provided by Garvis Sams dated April 9th, 2015, and that it be added to the Board of Commissioners consent agenda.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I have a couple of seconds. Let's go with Judy on this one. Judy will be our second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion? And it passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, what's next, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Moving to land use permits on the regular agenda, LUP number 10, Violet Clark, requests a land use permit renewal for the purpose of a beauty shop in land lot 234 of the 17th district. The property is located on the east side of Gray Road, north of Diane Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 10? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Clark.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, tell us what you're wanting to do here.
Okay, I have, I just have to get
Give
my
us your name for the
renewal.
record.
I've been coming before you for a long time.
Violet, give us your name for the record, please.
Violet, huh? My name is Violet Clark.
Okay, there you go. Now tell us what you want us to hear.
Okay, I have, I got this in the, well, I renewed my land use permit. I've already paid into it, but I have to come before you to get it notarized and everything.
Well, tell us what you do there. What do you do at your home?
I have a beauty shop in my home. I've had it there for many years, and I've been coming back and forth to Cobb County for many years to renew my land use permit. And that's what this is what this paper was about that was sent to me. It was just time to renew it.
And so that's why I showed up here today, and I have spent the whole day, and I've got customers that are having to leave my home today because I've been here too long.
Tell us a little more. Tell us how many
Okay.
customers you have, what your hours of operation are.
I have probably about, in my neighborhood, I have probably about 15. Then some that are in the churches that I go to, they come to my house too. I just work 4 days a week because I'm too old to be out there lifting people up out of the sinks and all this kind of stuff. I have a lot of elderly people that they bring in there now, and I really cater to them more than I do others. And they can't afford to pay for all their stuff, so they'll say, how much is it gonna cost me this week or this week? And I can't say no to them, so I do that. And that's one thing that I just feel like I should do. I don't make as much money as I used to make, but it doesn't matter because these little old ladies, they can't do for themselves. They've lost their mates, their husbands, and some of them have moved into nursing homes, and I go to the nursing home and do their hair. I just don't charge them. So I just feel like that's what I should do. So that's it. That's about it.
Okay, thank you very much. You can
Okay.
have a seat if you want to. I will. We had no one that said they were opposed, but just for the record, anyone opposed or wishing to speak to LUP 10? Cannot seeing and hearing any, it's back to this board, and that would be Mr. Galt Porter. Galt, handle our discussion, please.
Okay, now I'm gonna ask Mrs. Clark to come back up. Sorry, I almost tried to keep you, but.
Sorry. Violet, come on back up, please. Sorry about that. You and John, we're just gonna walk y'all to death. That's all right. Just come back to the microphone.
And if I could have the GIS person zoom in a little bit on the lot, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and, one of the things I wanted to ask you about here is you've added what I would refer to as a parking lot in front of your house.
Yeah.
And could you tell us a little bit about why you did that and what the need for it is?
What the need for it is I don't have a lot of space there. And I've had this with my shop with Cobb County for a long time. And in the beginning, when I first moved from the salon that I was working for, where they overworked me all the time, my husband said, we have to go to the county, the state, whatever, and we got that. And we got a parking area in the front there. Well, the first thing they told us, which was many years back, that we had to have gravel. Okay, my husband went out, got gravel, put it on his truck, and we had the off the sidewalk, we had the parking area there. Then the next thing that we knew, they told us that we had to put something else there because the gravel, it wasn't gonna take the gravel. So he cemented the whole area. We got block, well, what he did, he just got block, and we put a lot of blocks, and you can just pull up there on the driveway and everything's fine. So we don't have, a lot of people are brought there by their families now because, and I have a space for probably about 6 cars, which is my car, my husband's truck. He has an exterminating company. And we have the parking area there. So that's what, it's off this, in the sidewalks there. We're right next to the school, and it doesn't affect anybody there. So that's it. That's what we have.
Ms. Clark, you said they told you had to do.
Huh?
You said they.
They said that.
Who is they?
It was the county.
So someone from the county
Someone from the county
instructed
came
you on
out.
how to put in your parking lot. And they said it was okay to put it there. When was that? Long time ago?
A long time back. And we
Okay.
went and got the gravel. My husband had to go to a place where he could get the sand and the gravel and everything. Then somebody came out that said that that's not gonna work. Well, what he did, we put paver rocks in it. And it looks beautiful out there, and we just had to cut off, we had hedges in the front, we just had to move everything around. And we've seen some of the cars come by there, they look at our area, so I'm sure it's somebody maybe from the county or whatever, but they can see that if you come by our street and come by where we are.
Okay, thank you.
And, but everything is legal there, and we've got it all the way it should be. See, and I have to pay into the state of Georgia as well as to have that shop there, to pay into the county. So this is why I came before today, because it was time for me to renew my land use permit. But see, I have to be with the state of Georgia, and they charge me more than, that's in Macon, that I have to, they charge me more money than the county does.
Okay. I have a question for you on our current aerial that's up on the screen. I don't know if you can see it there. There's 4 cars parked in your, what I would call parking lot, and 1 in your driveway. What are all those cars? I mean,
The cars
whose are
are my customers.
they? Okay.
My husband has a truck, I have a car. His truck is parked on the paver rock there. He has a truck, exterminating truck, exterminates, so he's parked there. We have most of the people that come in the shop are people that are, and I moved my car out and pulled it down into the paver rock because we have so many that come in there, that can't drive anymore, and they have somebody, and they have to get walkers. I have 3 that I get from the nursing home and bring over there for that. And it's, I can't, I'm too tenderhearted. I can't see them having to, so that's why I pull everything up to the front, if they're tell them in the car and pull them up close. Then I can get out there and help them to get out of the cars. And I have walkers, I have wheelchairs. I have 2 wheelchairs. I can go out and get them out of the car when somebody brings them. So I've worked myself pretty hard.
Okay.
Okay, is there anything else you need to ask me or to tell me or whatever?
Question, go ahead.
I just have a question. How
Okay.
many customers, you work 4 days a week, how many customers per day do you usually see?
Well, I don't have as many as I used to have because I have buried a lot of them. And what I have done, I've had to go to the funeral homes and fix their face, makeup. I've lost probably half of them through the years.
Do you have the same group that comes once a week, pretty much, or
Well,
every 2
they
weeks?
did, but they have to get somebody to bring them now. They don't drive anymore. And so, like, if a husband will come and bring a wife over there, then he leaves in the car and comes back and gets them. So it's not really, it's like an in and out thing. It's not overcrowded there.
The reason I was asking is I was trying to get an idea of how many clients you have. Do
How
you
many
have-
clients I have? Well, I work 4 days, and I've lost about 1/3 of them to nursing homes.
How many actually do you do at your house?
How
Do you
many
do
do I-
5 a day or 6 a day? Or?
It all depends. Sometimes they don't even come over there. Sometimes they don't. They'll call me up. See, I have been with them for so many years, and they're elderly.
I know they've died. We've been hearing that all day about the elderly. But how many actually come to your house?
Anywhere from 5 to 6 or
A day?
7.
During those, a
4
day?
4 days.
For 4 days? 5 or 6 a day?
I can't work that many days anymore.
So 15 or 20
I'm
people.
75 years old.
You're talking about 15 to 20 people a week, and a week for you is 4 days.
Mhm.
Okay, got it.
And you do this by yourself?
Yes. I don't have
You
anybody.
don't have
that-
any help or anything?
No, I don't have any help. I do this by myself. And that's what I've been doing I lived in Florida for a long time, and I worked in 3 different salons there. My husband said, "Well, when we go back to Georgia, you're not going to work in hair anymore." What did I do but go out and get a job? I worked a lot of days, and they overworked me so much until I couldn't even hardly, since I was an older hairdresser that knew all the different styles. That's what happened to me. So that's why my husband said, "You're going to have to do something about, you can't let them just work you to death over there." He said, so that's when I came to this county, in the state, and everything, got all this stuff.
John, I have a question. Have we ever had a complaint in all the years Ms. Violet's been doing this?
There's no complaints in the file, Commissioner Williams.
Okay. So your neighbors, nobody's ever complained in all the years you've been doing this?
Never.
You must be doing something right.
Well, I have people on either side of me that want their hair done. I have people, and I have people down the side
Okay, let's
street.
don't
They
wander
walk
too far
up
away.
to my shop.
Okay, Violet, are you aware that about half your parking lot is in the right of way?
No.
Did you look at the screen? See the yellow line? Look at the screen. See it up there?
Yeah. Well, what happened, when we got it this way, they had come before the commissioners and got it and put that, because they had gravel. So the gravel was taken up, and then we put the paver rocks there. But it's right next to the sidewalk, but it's not this, it's not on the sidewalk.
Right.
No, it's not on the sidewalk. So we just had that small area there.
I've got just one quick question, if I could
Okay.
do that. When these people come, when your clients come, I get the sense that maybe there's some social time there too, so maybe that might partially explain why there might be more cars than just the one for the client who came, if they came by car. Is that kind of part of what happens?
Well, majority of them get dropped off because because they can't drive. They have either their family member driving them, but I don't have that many cars. I don't
So
have that
most
many-
of the time, you're not going to have very many cars, if any, sitting on that little
No,
parking lot there. Okay,
no. If
that's
when
all
you
I
come
want.
by, if you come by there and look at it, you'll see
Yeah,
what it's.
thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. You can have a seat now. If I could have Jane Strickland from DOT come up, and also if GIS could pull up the previous aerial.
Hi, I'm Jane Strickland with DOT.
I just want to talk to you a little bit about, you've heard the conversation about, the parking area.
Yes.
And if you could, talk a little bit about what the DOT standards are and if this meets it or if it doesn't, or.
It does not. One of our recommendations is not to allow parking on the right-of-way. And another one is to have a standard residential driveway, and the parking pad is actually being driven over the sidewalk and curb. It isn't being accessed via a driveway. So we have concerns about that.
Okay, thank you. Oh, actually, I do see it.
So Jane, you're saying that people access the existing driveway by driving up over the sidewalk?
No, the existing driveway is there's a residential driveway, but this parking pad, they're driving over the curb and sidewalk to access it.
That's what I'm saying.
So
They're-
it isn't a driveway.
I see, but the parking pad is accessed by driving up over the, over the curb.
I mean, it's valley curb, it isn't like your standard outbound
Yeah, I
curb.
understand that, but that's.
still, it's not a
Yeah.
driveway.
So just moving that parking lot off the right-of-way would be a real issue for her, because there's no real access to it unless they
Yeah.
drive up over the curb.
And to me, it's.
Unless she could access it via the driveway.
How strongly do you feel about removing that, Jane?
We just keep putting Jane on the spot.
Honestly, it's not up to me, I'm just making recommendations, so.
Okay.
go back out and make her move it, or would you just forget about it?
We don't have a DOT police, it would be community development that would have to assist us with that.
Well, my concern too is that really, this parking pad detracts from the residential character of the neighborhood. We always go through not allowing signs and changes and all of that, and we would be extremely inconsistent to allow a parking lot that's substandard to DOT standards on top of which to remain. That's really the issue here, I think.
But it's been doing it for 25 years.
I don't think, I went back somewhere in the aerials and it wasn't there. I guess it wasn't the most recent previous, but, and it was just recently paved over at some point. I know when I did it, and that's really the concern, and you're driving over the curb and there's a school right down the road, and when this vehicle's parked out here, it limits line of sight for people backing out. And when you're backing out of a normal driveway, you can see when you have all these vehicles stacked up right there, it makes it tough to see. And this is a, what is it, minor collector, I think, is the
Yes.
classification. And so there's, you know, to me, a safety concern and also an aesthetic. You know, it looks like a business versus looking like a residential dwelling. And that's something that we always guard against on land use permits. Okay, thank you, Jane.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, everybody, no further questions? Okay, I'm gonna make a motion that we approve LUP 10 for 24 months with the, subject to all staff comments and recommendations, and also subject to the removal of the parking pad. And that's my motion.
Discussion?
Do you want to put a time frame on when the parking pad has to be moved?
Yeah, why don't we say 60 days
I would like
or
6
90?
months.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think longer.
6 months.
Okay, we'll give it 6 months.
6 months would be nice. And can we put this on the consent agenda?
Yes, we can put it on the consent agenda with that.
Okay.
We really can't.
Okay,
at
we're,
this
we're not taking testimony right now unless you get called to back up. Okay? No, yes, ma'am, I understand. We're in the middle of a motion, though, and I can't take your testimony right now.
Okay, so I'll amend my motion to that, to 6 months
6 months and consent agenda.
and consent
And add to
agenda.
the BOC consent agenda. John?
Yep.
Y'all may not want to put that on consent, since you may not want to do that driveway thing. Parking pad removal.
Your mic's not on.
What did you say?
Say it again.
Y'all may not want to put that on consent, because she may oppose the parking pad removal condition.
Okay.
That means she would have to sit through a whole nother day's worth of the Board of Commissioners meeting. Is there a way to propose?
Maybe we should call her back up here and ask her if she's amenable to that.
Why don't we have her come up and we'll ask that
Okay.
question? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, Violet, if you could come back up.
Come up here just for a moment.
An alternative could be to just not mention the parking lot, but ask her to have it out of there by this time next year when she comes back.
You
for
need to
renewal.
go to the microphone.
That way it solves that problem.
We're trying to keep you legal here so you don't get in future trouble. Okay, so just bear with us just a minute.
Okay, and the question is on the parking pad. It doesn't meet the county standards, and it's also aesthetically disruptive to the, you know, look and feel of a residential community, and that's one of our standards on land use permits. So what we're doing is recommending that it be removed and recommending you have 6 months to remove it. And the question is, we can, if you're agreeable to that, we can put you on what's called the consent agenda for the Board of Commissioners, which they handle right at the beginning of the commission, their hearing, so you can get in and out. Or if you think you're gonna object to that removing of the parking pad, then we can put you on the regular agenda, which means it could be an all-day event again. So we wanna know which way you would like us to go, put you on the consent agenda with that stipulation or on the regular agenda.
Well, I don't quite understand,
Okay.
because I really don't quite understand that. Because, see, we have, with Cobb County, we've done all this stuff that we're supposed to do. Well, they had to put the gravel, they put gravel in, they wanted us to put gravel, okay, we did gravel.
Yeah, we really
The
can't go
sidewalks, I
through
know
all
you
that
want
right
to
now.
redo that, but right now, then this is what they wanted us to do with the brick,
Just-
okay?
just-
We did that,
Well,
and it's,
we really
it's a
can't
parking
speak to
area.
that right now. I just would like to know, do you want to be heard about the parking pad at the Board of Commissioners? You know, and object to us recommending removing it? Or do you want to be put on the consent agenda, which will get you in and out quickly at the Board of Commissioners hearing?
I guess consent agenda, but,
Okay.
I don't, that's a lot of money to have to deal with, because we don't have it now. I
Okay.
don't have the same thing that I used, I have so many people that's died,
Okay.
and I could go to funerals all the time.
Violet, how long, I know we're really out of order here, but how long do you intend to do this? Is there a retirement for you?
As long as I'm able to get it up and go.
Okay, that
because
answers
I
that.
have to
Okay.
have-
Okay, we don't
I
need to
have
go there. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
I have to
Okay.
make a living. I have to make a living, and I don't
Okay.
make as much because I have so many people that's died, and I have to go to the funeral homes and do their hair.
We got that.
I'll just,
Okay.
I'll just add that, you know, the longer,
Y'all don't
the
understand
longer this
how
goes
it
on,
makes
the
me
less
cry
that
when I
pad's gonna
think
be
about
used.
the ones I've
And I would
lost.
think
I've
that we
lost
would just
a
sort
lot
of,
people. I have one right now that's 105 years old. And she
Okay.
just, she cut, so, you know,
Okay, thanks, Violet. You can go ahead and have a seat.
y'all gonna get me really upset.
Okay.
We're on your
No,
side.
that's
I am anyway. They're not, but I'm on your side.
I can't put it up.
Yeah. Well, we need to take a vote, yes. We got a motion.
Okay.
We got a second from Judy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Violet, if you're not standing at that podium, none of this goes on the record. So you either do that or, we're actually done. So why don't you have a seat and we'll decide how we're gonna handle this.
Okay, but I need to tell you one thing.
Real quick.
Real quick. My husband is an exterminator, okay? He had an accident, and he's not able to do things now, so he has to get somebody to drive his truck to take him around to the exterminating people, and then he pays them, but he's with the county, the state, and everything, with the state of Georgia, with his business. But he has to have somebody to help him, so he has to pay them to help him to go in and take the can and spray inside the houses. So that's what he does does. And then I'm a hairdresser, so but we still have to pay. He has to pay into the county. He's with the county and with the state of Georgia.
Okay,
He's
we've
his
got all that. We understand that. We
Okay, I
sympathize
know,
with what
but
you're
I'm
doing.
just telling you why.
I got it. We appreciate it very much.
Right.
What we're debating up here is a way to construct this motion. We've had one version by Mr. Porter. We're debating on whether we can alter this. This is a very unusual circumstance, but if we leave this alone for 24 months with the understanding that at that time, you're going to have to address this parking lot, which is in the right-of-way, that cannot be allowed to continue. It just can't. Now, I'm wondering if we can do that. I'm going to defer to Galt. This is his case, and he knows more about it than we do.
we do have a motion.
Right. Yep. Yep, unless we amend it. So I think we ought to just vote on the motion as presented.
How about restate your motion for us?
Okay. The motion is to approve LUP 10 for 24 months, subject to all staff comments and recommendations, and the removal of the parking pad within 6 months.
Okay, that's the motion. Do we have a second for that motion? Judy, I believe you seconded it. Further discussion, John?
And it's on the BOC consent?
And on BOC consent. Thank you.
And to the consent agenda for the Board of Commissioners. Any further discussion? We're going to vote on that motion. All in favor of that motion? All opposed? We have two opposed and 3 in favor, so that's going to pass as presented. Okay. If you have questions about this, Violet, you can talk to Mr. Porter, okay? And he will hopefully be able to explain it to you. Let's move on.
Thank you. LUP 11, Jose Aresti requests a land use permit for the purpose of allowing more vehicles than the county code permits in land lot 1149 of the 19th district. The property is located on the southeasterly side of Lafayette Drive, across from Concord Ridge Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 11? Let the record show there are 4 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good
Thank you.
afternoon.
Thank you for your patience. Go ahead and give us your name and tell us what you're wanting to do here.
Okay, I'm Jose Uresti. I'm living Lafayette Drive, Mapleton. The reason I'm trying to pull out this permit because since I moved to that place, I've been have cars all the time. So I've been in that residence for 16 years now, and lately I've been have a lot of problems. I don't know if it's some of my neighbors that just get tired of me or something. So I try to deal with the county for, with the cars, parking cars and all the time. And this is the last option they leave me, so they recommend me to try to pull out land permit. So that's what I'm here for.
Well, you have plenty of time left. Tell us how many cars you have at your lot typically.
I have about 8 cars.
And where are they parked?
On the driveway.
On the property?
Yes, on my property. A long time ago, probably about 4 years after I moved to the place, they made me one time, because there was a single driveway. So they told me to, because I have a car parked in the side, and they told me, I can't do that. So I extend my driveway, enlarge the driveway. So I get rid of that issue, but now I have problems again. So I'm trying to do it right, but I see what what you guys think, but what other options I have.
Okay, that's all you have for us?
That's all I have.
Okay. Anyone here in opposition to LUP 11? Okay, you folks want to speak? Have you been sworn in? Okay.
Thanks.
We'll hear from the opposition.
Good afternoon. My name is Phil Orr. I reside in the Concord Ridge subdivision, and I'm here on behalf of several of the residents of the Concord Ridge subdivision that oppose LUP 11. The application that has been made shows that the resident is filing the petition because he's been previously cited for these violations. This has been the parking issues have been going on for years and years. There's only about room in their driveway for about 4 or 5 cars, and they are constantly parking in the intersection and in the right-of-way. This visual that's up here right now, what is encapsulated in red are the residents of the subdivision that have signed a petition in opposition to LUP 11. The others on there, his adjacent neighbors, of course, sided with him, and that's fine. Some of the other ones we just could not make contact with. I think there were 2 on Concord Ridge Drive that just didn't want to get involved. The other ones we couldn't get a hold of. So there's a lot of, with the cars parked in the intersection of Lafayette Drive and Concord Ridge Drive, there's a lot of kids that play in that area, and whenever we're trying to navigate through that intersection, which is the main, as you see, it's the main entrance to to our subdivision, it's real difficult to get through that intersection. It's a safety issue, not only with kids coming in and out between the cars and playing in that area, but also if fire trucks have to get through there or school buses, that's also an issue. So not only the safety of the kids, there's no sidewalks, so anybody walking down the street, if there's any cars coming, they either have to squeeze between the cars or trucks that are parked in that intersection, or on the side in the easement in the right-of-way. It can be that's dangerous as well. So those are some of the reasons. The other things that have occurred, there's been from time to time congregations of workers at that intersection. Directly across the street from that residence is a school bus stop for elementary school kids. If I still had kids that age and they were waiting for a school bus and there were a lot of day workers or groups standing around waiting for their work orders or whatever, I'd be a little bit nervous. Luckily, my child is in college at this point in time, so we don't have to deal with those issues. But once again, those basically are the things that we are dealing with. If you would advance to the next visual there, on the one you were on, there should be three. If you can go there you go. These are pictures that have been taken just within the last week. This is at the intersection. That's their residence in the background. The truck is in the foreground, partially parked on the road, partially in the intersection. As you can see, their driveway's off to the right. There's plenty of room at this point in time for that vehicle to be parked in the driveway, and it is not. This is an ongoing thing day after day after day. If you advance to the next visual, the same vehicle on another day is parked there, and you can see that the driveway is relatively full at that point in time. But once again, you can see the intersection there. That can be an issue. If you'd advance another one, once again, this is just another day. This truck is parked out in the intersection, difficult to navigate around. And then there is one more, if you go to it. This is a vehicle parked out in the intersection with a trailer, and if you look behind it, there is a vehicle parked in the right-of-way. So anybody walking along there would have issues with navigating through there. Vehicles trying to get through that intersection. Like I said, anybody with a motorhome, anybody with a fire truck, if there's an emergency, or anything along that line, school buses and all will have trouble navigating through that area. So we respectfully request your denial of land use permit 11 at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Come on up.
Thank you very much. My name is Robin Meyer. I'm the Vice President of the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. And we're here today also to support the neighbors and to oppose this land use permit. Just right off the top, the idea of 8 cars in a platted subdivision of relatively medium-sized homes, most of which have garages, where 2 cars would normally be parked and maybe another 1 or 2 in the driveway. From time to time, 8 cars in a driveway is simply just a whole nother kettle of tea. I mean, one of the things that we've debated all day long is the look and feel of a neighborhood and the look and feel of different types of developments. Consistently in new zonings, you're looking at, and we ask you to prohibit garages being converted into living space precisely for this situation. This house appears to have had a garage in the past. It does not apparently have a garage any longer. So to some extent, this is a problem that has been created for this property and not having that garage to park cars in. It sets approval of this for 8 cars would set a bad precedent for neighborhoods like this all over Mapleton and frankly all over Cobb County. So I would urge you to deny this permit and also ask that you direct code enforcement to continue to monitor this situation closely. Not only are the cars parked in the street are quite candidly a public safety issue and perhaps one that is a public safety issue. The cars in the driveway are a safety issue to the value of the neighborhood and the livability of the neighborhood. And so I would ask you to guard that very carefully and deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Anyone else wishing to speak to LUP 11? Cannot seeing and hearing any. It's back to this board. This is also in District 4. Mr. Porter.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I have Mr. Rusty come back up? I have a couple of questions for you. Okay, and just clarify a couple things. One is, there is a garage on the property, but you're currently using it for storage versus parking vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if directed, you could change that back and park vehicles.
Yeah, I can change that. I mean, it's like a carport. I mean, it's never been, like garage with doors. I put the doors in because code enforcement made me do that. So I put the doors because I use it for storage, right?
Right.
So but yeah, I can do that. It's no
Okay.
problem.
Okay, and the other thing is, we saw some pictures of some, what appear to be work trucks with trailer. Are you a landscaper or something? in that?
I know they might be just looking on me because this is that time I have that trailer. I have horses. I have a property in South Carolina. I bought some hay, and I was parking in there and leaving that same day. So obviously, they looking at me the whole time. So the other truck, I put trucks in there sometimes, because that's the only place I have shade. So I pull it in there. But if it's an issue, always I can fix that issue. I have no problem with that.
And, somebody mentioned congregation of workers at your house. Do you have employees come to your house?
I
or-
used to have company before, not anymore.
Okay. Okay, so that shouldn't be an issue anymore.
No.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. You can
Okay.
have a seat again.
Thanks.
Anybody else have questions before I?
I do. I guess
Okay.
I don't really understand why there are 8 vehicles, and if it's not a business with people coming there and leaving their work vehicles there, then it must be because people live there and they need I'm just trying to understand why we need to have all these vehicles. Maybe we could have Mr. Unrusty come back up and answer that question.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand if there's a hardship here or just what. So my question is, why do you need to have 8 vehicles?
Okay, I got a car, that we just keep it all the time, right? You like spark car. My wife is driving one, and I drive the one for work. And I got my sons, they're driving now too, so that's why we have that many cars. I got a 21-year-old, I got 19-year-old, I got 18-year-old, and I got 17-year-old. So that's why. But
You got your hands full.
I got hands full. I got nine kids, and I get this. I know he's complaining about the kids playing in the front. So yeah, my sons play in the front the whole time. Some of my neighbors' sons play in there too. So I know there's this community that has like almost all people now in there living there. We are probably the youngest family in there. So I know why they got problems now, because they don't have no kids, so they don't understand that probably. That's what the problem is.
Maybe they'd take a couple of years, I don't know, but.
Yeah, I can let them have one of my kids.
Does everyone who lives in your house, are they all related?
Yes, they're all my sons.
So they're all your children, you and your wife and
Yeah.
and children?
Yeah, we are 11 total, so I got 9 kids.
And you have 8 cars?
Yes.
Okay.
With more coming.
Are there cars that aren't driven every day?
No, not every day.
There's some that you don't drive every day.
Yeah,
right?
some that I don't drive every day.
Okay, there's. How
And
many
like
of
you know,
those-
like the parking outside. I understand that. That people have an issue with that. So sometimes I put it in there just because the shade. But again, I can fix that problem.
Okay, because I counted, so how many people who have driver's licenses do you have in your house? Is it
Right
6
now
or
we
5?
Yes.
6?
5.
5, okay, 5. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Do you?
I'm looking at the notes from code enforcement. One of the speakers said, this has been going on for years. It's been going on, at least that I see in the notes here, at least since 2013. we've had complaints and issues. There've been fines that you've had to pay in the past, right?
No,
I see a record here of,
actually no. The first fine I have, it was like probably 3-4 months ago.
okay, but you've had fines that you've paid over
It's
this
just
very issue,
this
and
one,
the issue
yes.
has been going on for quite a while.
Yes.
2-3 years at least.
Yes.
At least, okay. The
Yeah,
code-
and it's just like when I said, I had a company before, so I have to close that. You try to eliminate some of the issues.
Okay.
So.
Okay, I noticed in the notes, though, what I was leading up to, in the notes from code enforcement, that the first calculation that was done for how many cars you would be allowed was done based on a square footage of your house that was incorrect. That was corrected. We now think that you have 2,842 square feet, which would allow you to have 7 vehicles, but
Yes.
only 3 of them are allowed to be parked outside of a garage or a carport. Now, you were given a
Okay.
copy of this, so you should
Yes, I do.
you should be aware of that.
Yes, but the house is only. I get that. The question is, I have the 2-car garage. I can fit 2 in the car in the garage. So if you're allowed to have 7, and I'm allowed to have only 3 in the garage, outside. So.
Is there any place close by where some of these other cars could be moved and parked? You have a friend, a neighbor,
I was asking. I talked to somebody yesterday on the phone. I don't know who was it, but my land it's by 1.25, something like that.
almost 1.2 acres.
Yes, I got plenty land in the back where I can build a garage. So I asked. I don't know who I talked to yesterday, but I can build a garage in the back with I don't know if that would be something that can be possible to do.
Okay. Okay.
I think you can really have a seat this time.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry to keep bringing you back up. And I'm going to ask John just to clarify, how many vehicles are they allowed to have? Because, we have some comments in the code enforcement things and some in the application. And I just want to make sure we have the right number. It's 7, correct?
There's 8 proposed in his worksheet, and he's allowed to have 4 by code, of which 3 are allowed outside.
Okay. And in the zoning comments, it says allowed to have 7 vehicles on the comment page, and that's why I was trying to make sure that, it looks like the house might have been remeasured, or.
Yeah, the house may have been remeasured because what he submitted, it was 1,762 square feet, and in our comments, it's 2,842 square feet. So I think it's a 2-story house going down a hill.
Right. Yeah. And let me ask you a second question. They'd still only be allowed to have 3 outside, right?
That's right, 3.
Okay. Is it permissible under the zoning ordinance for him to build a garage in the rear of his property? Is that something that, I don't know what the code allows?
It depends. It's possible he could do it depending on the square footage of the garage, if the garage is attached to the house. And also, there's a wide swath of floodplain going right through the middle of the property.
Okay.
So where he puts it's gonna be very particular.
Okay,
It's gonna be
that
closer
would
to
be
the
an
house, I
issue.
think.
So he'd have a hard time building a garage, probably.
It would be tough.
Well, this,
If you do the quick math, the number that's in the code enforcement notes does appear to be correct. If you take 2842, you typically divide it by 390, and that's 7. And it says he's allowed to have 7 vehicles, but only 3 would be allowed to be parked outside. So that appears to be correct.
Okay.
well, if he had inside, but I was gonna say, if he takes the carport and makes it a carport again and parks cars in there, he can do 5 right now without a permit.
Right.
And
And that's the only drivers he has is 5.
And he has 5 drivers, and that seems reasonable.
sense to me too.
You know, so I was originally gonna propose doing that, but, you know, when I saw it was only 4, but since he can already have the vehicles if he goes back, so what I'm gonna suggest is that, the applicant, you know, take the storage out of the carport and go back to parking cars in the carport. Then you can legally park 2 cars in the carport and 3 cars in the driveway. And, you know, I'm gonna suggest that you just get rid of the other 3 or put them somewhere else. So based on being able to park 5 vehicles already, I think it makes sense to deny this land use permit. So I'm gonna make a motion that we recommend denial of LUP 11.
A second that.
I think that's the correct thing to do. So we have a motion to deny, we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion? Okay, Jose, you're gonna need to do some work, okay? You need to be a better neighbor. Quit parking in the street, okay? You're gonna have to quit doing that. You're gonna continue to get in trouble and have fines to pay. You need to come back before the Board of Commissioners in 2 weeks and plead your case to them and see if they can help you work this out. But we're gonna deny this. What's next, John?
Yes, sir. LUP 14, Brandy Hips, request a land use permit renewal for the purpose of a hair salon in land lots 1246 and 1271 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Sammy Drive, north of Ruth Lane, south of Norma Lane. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 14? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandy Hips, and I'm here to get our land use renewal permit renewed. It's actually my mom's house. My parents designed and built their own home back in 1990, and when they did, they designed it around the salon since my mom was a hairdresser. And so we have a separate driveway, and the whole bottom floor basically is the hair salon, and it's been zoned that way since 1990. We have not operated in there for the past couple of years, and we're wanting to get it renewed to move back in it together and operate, the 2 of us. We normally see 8 clients per day with the 2 of us combined, and we normally work Tuesday through Saturday. So we haven't had any issues in the past, and everyone parks in the driveway, and no one is parked in the street or anything like that. So very simple, just like to get it renewed if we could.
Okay, is that all you have for us? You
I
have
think
plenty?
so.
Okay, all righty. You can, well, I tell you what, stay right there if you don't mind. Just for the record, anyone opposed to LUP 14? Cannot seeing and hearing any, it's back to this board. This is also Mr. Porter's.
I keep drawing the short straw. But, let's see. You know, on this one, you know, does anybody have any questions for the applicant?
I have a
Okay,
question.
go ahead.
Do y'all live in the house?
My mom does.
Okay. That's all I need.
Okay. I don't think I really have any questions since I've spoken to you about it and that. So you can go ahead and have a seat if you like.
Okay, thank you.
You know, these land use permits become difficult as you listen to them because you have to think of the neighbors and the amount of traffic. And this particular house is towards the back of a subdivision. So that's that many more trips a day into the subdivision. There's cars in and out of the driveway. And yeah, at some point you have to look at whether this is a full-time business that really should be in commercial space, or whether it's somebody, maybe like the person we saw a couple ago, that's just doing a little bit of business and you know, kind of working into retirement. And, you know, at 8 clients a day, that's pretty well a full-time business. You know, and 40 a week, that's a lot of people. And, you know, to my opinion, that's where you need to be in commercial space. You know, there's a reason why residents are supposed to be residential and we don't mix commercial in with them. And this is just too intense to be in the middle of a subdivision doing a business. If I was a neighbor, I wouldn't want all these people who are essentially strangers to me coming into my neighborhood all the time. So if anybody has any comments, if not, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion that we recommend denial of LUP 14.
Okay, we have a motion to deny. Do we have a second for that motion? We have a second from Christie. Any further discussion, comments? Okay, all in favor? So that's going to be denied 5-0. John, what's left?
3 of them.
LEP 15, Lost Mountain Dog Training LLC, request a land use permit for the purpose of dog training in land lot 154 of the 19th District. The property is located on the north side of Pickens Road, west of Davenport Circle. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 15? Let the record show there are 3 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
My name is Chris Bowling. I own Lost Mountain Dog Training. Was interested in this property because it's located on 20 acres. It's close to my residence where I've lived for 20 years. Currently, I train private sessions at my clients' homes. And I'm looking to get into training service dogs for the Wounded Warrior Project, for veterans, and private board and trains on the property. I've been looking for a couple of years for property, and this particular home is located on 20 acres. It's a little under a 2-acre lot, but the Gail Richards owns the surrounding 20 acres of the property. I've walked the property with Mr. Gunther, and the training it's an old house, ranch-style house that has a full basement with access to the back side of the property where the training would take place. It's not a doggy daycare center. We're not going to have 20 dogs out there running around barking all day long. It'd be a training facility where we would train these dogs to become service dogs and train people's private dogs to give them back to them. And I'm requesting a land use permit in order to do that.
Again, you have plenty of time. How many dogs?
Oh, the maximum right now I'm looking at is probably 10. No more than that at any one time. I would hire another trainer to actually live on the property to maintain and take care of the dogs that are there. The dogs would be maintained in the basement area that has access to the back side of the house, to the property, which would be fenced in so we can control the environment. Probably about 50 yards behind the house is a huge, I guess, 50 by 100 yard open field that we would fence in to train the dogs back there. There'd be no training on the front side of the house. You wouldn't even know we were there. And that's really about it.
So we are talking about boarding dogs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how long would they be there?
Service dogs can take up to a year to be trained before we can actually give them out to somebody. There's a lot that goes into it. Board and training dogs for regular clients can take 2 weeks, and then we present them back to their owners after showing them what we've done and how we've done it. It's all positive reinforcement-based training. But the service dogs can take anywhere from 6 months to a year to train before they're presented to a client free of charge.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you own the property, or are you buying the property, or are you just renting the property?
We are just renting the property.
And where do you live?
I live about a half a mile away.
Well, let me just add to that. You're renting the property from the landowner who lives
On the
just
property.
on the property.
Correct.
So it's, and she has, I don't know if she's here, but
She's not.
she totally supports what you're doing from her
Yes.
point of view.
Let's get into that in a minute. We
Yes.
need to take his testimony.
Right.
And
Yeah.
we did have 3 that raised their hands in opposition. So, Chris, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We'll hear from the opposition now, or anyone wishing to speak to LUP 15. Hey there.
Hi there.
What's your name?
My name's Leslie Freeman.
Okay.
I'm a native Cobb Countyan, and I live on Wright Road, which is the road that Pickens runs off of. And I've lived there for 11 years. I feel that this business will become a nuisance to our neighborhood, and this is our neighborhood. If you drive down around this area, most everyone lives on property of 1.5 acres or more, and there are only 4 subdivisions from Poplar Springs at Dallas Highway to Corner Road where Wright Road ends. And so I feel that that this business could very likely negatively impact our property value. And as you know, that we are still trying to dig ourselves out of the recession of 2008, and the homeowners do not need any more negative impacts on our property value. Also, one of the biggest issues, of course, would be the noise, the barking. One dog in the neighborhood is very frustrating if you've got 10 to 20 dogs on a property, and it's very noble of him to want to do this, but I don't feel like this is the area to have this kennel to train these dogs. I wouldn't care if it was Caesar Milan himself coming to open a kennel there. The dog whisperer, I wouldn't want to have a kennel there. I would ask that you please deny this permit for this land use permit, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Leslie. Anyone else? Come on up.
My name is Angela Ochiltree. I live at 5455 Pickens Road, which is right up the road. And my mother, who is also here, right back here, lives directly across the street from this property. We are longtime Cobb County residents. I was born in Kennestone Hospital, not to give you a whole long litany of everywhere I've lived, but I did grow up in that property across from this property. So I've been a longtime resident of this neighborhood. And my brother and sister-in-law also live just on the other side of Mother's property. And this is, it's a noble cause, and I totally appreciate what he's doing. I really do. However, dogs bark, and one dog barks, and then all the dogs bark. I have 2 dogs. I know how this works. So the noise is an issue, whether it's on the back side or the front side. That's kind of a hollow right there, and all that sound echoes. I have put this on the record in a letter to the commissioner, asking that it be denied, and I also sent a copy of that to Mr. Lee as well, because we even hear the traffic off of Dallas Highway, and we're pretty far set back off of that. So sound does definitely travel. Another concern that my mother has, and she's an outdoor girl, you can't keep her in the house, is the smell. Dogs do what dogs do. And unless you're going to pick it all up and bury it somewhere, it is going to smell in the summer, period. So that attracts flies. There are all kinds of issues with this. I think that this business would be better suited to a commercial area. Regal Beagle set up something not that far from us where they built their new place offset. It's in Paulding County, but it's a respectful use of the land with dogs, and they do board dogs there. So finding a commercial location for this would be ideal, where residents won't be affected by the sound. And then the last thing that I do want to bring up is that we already have an enormous amount of traffic that flows through people going to Hiram from Mackland, and it's just a cut through. And we have a lot of speeders already. People who drive way too fast and throw a lot of trash out on the road. So adding to that, adding a resident there, no big deal, but adding where you're bringing people in and out and having customers bring their dogs there, et cetera, it just creates additional traffic in an already potentially dangerous area. So as with Leslie, I do ask that you respectfully vote no on this and disapprove it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak to LUP 15? Cannot seeing and hearing any. It's back to this board. This is Mr. Gunther's.
Chris, I'd like to ask you to come back just for a second. I just want to ask you about a couple of numbers. You're talking about 10 live-in dogs that would be there 6 to 12 months, and you would probably be turning those over, so there'd be roughly 10 to 12 most of the time, right?
Correct.
When you're training them, how do they behave?
Well, one-on-one we can, which is what we're practically doing. I can't speak for Cesar Millan, but the way I train, which is through positive reinforcement training, we put the barking on cue very quickly, so we can control the barking. We put it on cue, command. And when you're working with the dogs one-on-one, they're more focused on you than anything else that's going on. It's not like we're working with 4 or 5 at a time, or they're going to be outside running around barking all day. We won't let that happen. Do dogs bark? Yes, they do. They do. In fact, I spoke with your mother, and while I was there, my dog was in the truck and barked. Okay? But when you're working with the dogs out behind the house, in the big open field, during the daytime, yes, sound carries at nighttime, but we won't be training at nighttime. We're only training during the day. We're one-on-one with the dogs. They go back into their kennels, which is in the basement area, which you're not going to hear them if they are barking down there. But we're going to do everything we can to mitigate that. But yes, dogs do bark. But it's a great property to use. It's open. I tried to look around to find it away from subdivisions. The closest subdivision is actually mine, which is about a mile away. There's, from that property, 4 homes that are within a half a mile, 3 of which are owned by the property owner. So it's going to be your decision, but I respectfully ask that you at least consider it.
Okay, so you're going to have 10 dogs, 6 to 12 months, and there'll be turnover, so roughly 10 most of the time. But you also are going to have upwards of 30 who would be coming during the week for training on Saturdays or something like that?
Well, we do offer group classes, which right now we teach at Buckstone Animal Hospital up in Ackworth off of Stylesboro during the evenings. We would probably offer group classes on a Saturday, but it'd just be on a Saturday, and typically it's only for an hour. So you may have 5 or 6 people coming in with their dogs for a group training class on the back side of the property, and then they would leave and go home. The board and trains where people would bring their dogs to us to train, they would drop them off and then leave and come back in 2 weeks later to pick their dogs up.
So when you have these 5 or 6 dogs on, say, a Saturday come in,
right,
the owners would park in
with
your driveway.
them.
They would park in your driveway somewhere.
Correct. And
It's
you've
going to
seen
be
the
that's about
driveway.
as many cars as they could hold. Right? I mean, maybe 7.
Yes.
Yeah. And that'd just be once a week.
Correct.
And for like an hour or so during the day.
Correct, on a
weekend.
Saturday. I don't work on Sundays. It's the only day I take off. But we would have somebody, I'd hire another trainer that would actually live on the property to take care of the dogs while they're there, let them out, clean up the poop. You have to do that. You can't just let it go. That's a daily thing that maintenance is maintaining the property and keeping it clean and smelling good.
Okay, that's good. Okay, you can. Well, I have one more question for you.
Yes, sir.
Have you met with Leslie Freeman? Is that the correct name? Yes. Have you met with her and also with Ann Wafferty? Wafferly? I'm not sure I have your name right.
No,
Have you met with?
I only met with the one young lady. The others either weren't home when I went by, or I was too busy. But I tried to go by and talk to at least the ones surrounding the property.
Okay, those are the questions I have. Unless the commission has additional questions, that's it. You can go ahead and sit down.
Thank you.
What I'd like to say is that when I met with Christopher 3 or 4 weeks ago, I was impressed with a couple of things. And one is the property itself is sited in a way that there's a backyard that sort of has a hill that goes across the back, and the backyard is depressed, not depressed. It's down. It's in kind of a hollow. And so I thought this is an ideal place to raise, to train dogs. Don't know how much they're going to bark, but even if they did bark, I would expect that the sound would be contained pretty much in that area. And then with the idea that the dogs are going to be boarded inside in the basement, with the basement facing back, facing open to the outside from the back of the house, I thought it's an ideal situation to sort of contain the noise for all the neighbors. I was a little concerned about having half a dozen, 8 dogs, whatever it is, on a Saturday for a training session, but for an hour or so a week, if that's what it is, that seemed like it could work. So what I told Christopher is he needed to make sure that every single one of his neighbors was fine with this, and if they were, then I would feel like I could support this for a trial period of time. Now I'm surprised that we have a couple of residents who, I think for reasons that you feel are good, are concerned about the noise that the dogs might make. But what I'm impressed with also is that at least one of you hasn't met with Christopher yet. I'm just wondering because I think this is a good project that needs to have a home somewhere. And this is potentially a good location if the neighbors are supportive. I was hoping that the neighbors would be supportive and recognize that the dogs are not going to make an awful lot of noise very much of the time. I mean, there've got to be some farms around here where they have animals that make noise, I would guess. So I'm, rather than deny this, which is an obvious motion I could make, I'm just thinking that if we let another month go by and let Christopher talk to the two of you and any other neighbors who might be concerned, that there's a possibility that you might come around and see what he's doing is going to make sense and it won't be a nuisance to you. But if it is, if you still conclude it's going to be a nuisance, then I think we would have no choice but to deny this. So that's the motion that I think I'd like to make right now. I don't think we usually hold LUP cases, but I think there's good reason this time.
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think that I have seen this site. I've driven past it. It's very isolated. I think your first comments are correct. It looks like an ideal situation for this. I believe we approve it, but before they go before Christopher goes before the Board of Commissioners, I think we ask him to meet with these other neighbors and work out their differences if they can, and then we let the Board of Commissioners make the final decision. But I'm inclined to pass this on through to them, and I'm in favor of it.
I like that idea better.
Can I say, I guess I'm not in favor of it. I think the residents are minding their own business out there, and now all of a sudden, we've got someone who doesn't even live in the area is going to rent a house, bring the dogs over there. He's not putting them in his backyard. He's going to put them in y'all's backyard. And I just think that that's a problem I have. This is a commercial type business, and we talked about the little lady. I know we don't want to go back to Violet, but we do not want to go back there. But I mean, we're talking about more than 8 cars or 8 clients a day, when you were talking about the group training and all that. So I think it's a little bit heavy, and I don't think it's right to put that burden on to the existing homeowners.
It's very rural, though. Have you looked at it? I mean, look at what's on the screen.
It is rural. It wasn't designed. It might be rural, but it wasn't designed for dog kennels.
I guess I fall somewhere in the middle. I would like to see no group classes for sure. I think that's the tipping point for me. 8 or 10 dogs, who are dropped off and picked up 6 months later or something like that, maybe. And I would like to see him meet with the neighbors and see if there's any kind of mitigation or something that could be worked out. I don't feel comfortable moving this forward as long as there is opposition, because I think noise is a real issue possibly. But I remain open-minded to it. I wouldn't mind a hold, but I would not support it with the group class element.
And I'm gonna almost echo exactly what Christy just said. The group dogs have several elements. It's bringing traffic in. There's also no parking for it, and you can't tell me if you can only put 7 cars, they're all going to decide to come and go at once. They're going to be on the grass and creating problems. So I don't like the group class. The other thing that I have an issue with is I'm not sure how many dogs he's really talking about. He was talking, it sounded like 10 dogs that would be for service training, but in that, he also talked about people who would bring their dogs for 2 weeks to be trained. And is that increasing the number above 10? You know, is it 10 service dogs plus, or is it a total of 10 live-in dogs? So, you know, and I have an issue with if we're going to ratchet it up. So I could, you know, I would love to see him work with the neighbors and see if there's any common ground, and, you know, they can come to any agreement on a number of dogs maximum and all of those, and present us with some stipulations that are very tight about cleaning up and all of those kind of things. And then maybe, you know, I'm on the fence though, because I wouldn't want this next to me if it's gonna potentially create a problem, so.
Okay, all good comments. Are you thoroughly confused or?
No, I'm not confused at all. No more than normal anyway. Okay, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we hold this for 1 month, during which time, Chris, I would ask you to talk to your 2 neighbors here and any other neighbors, all of them, to come up with a plan, if that's possible, that's going to work, and then come back and present that in a month. What I'd like to say also is I'm not going to be here next month. Judy Williams is going to be handling my cases for me.
Which is not good news for you.
That's what I'm doing with some of the other of my cases, since I'm just not going to be here at that meeting. But I think we need to move this ahead. It shouldn't take more than a month to get it worked out. And I think if you have agreement with, should you come up with agreement with your neighbors, then I think that you would probably be in support of it. And so I think you've got an advocate potentially here who's going to, you know, push for your case. But, you know, who knows? Time will tell. So anyway, my motion is that we hold this for a month and then ask Chris to come back next month and present the resolution with his neighbors.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second from Mr. Porter. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll go along with that. So all in favor of the hold, that's what we'll do. Chris, come back with a real firm plan, numbers of dogs, hours of operation, people who will be there, who won't be there. Talk to your neighbors, and let's hear from you in 30 days. Okay, thank you very much. John, what's next?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Rezoning case Z29, Provence Homes LLC, request rezoning from R20 and R30 to R20 for the purpose of a single-family subdivision in land lots 293 and 316 of the 20th district. The property is located on the north side of Bob Cox Road, east of Lake Somerset Drive, and at the eastern terminus of Sutcliffe Ridge. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z29? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Mm-hmm.
Giving John his exercise again. We're just looking out for you, John.
Thank you very much.
No problem at all.
But make it short since there's no opposition.
I won't be like Garvin saying, we'll take a short time and take 10 minutes. I promise I won't do that. Okay.
I got exactly 1 minute.
Okay. Well, I would like to say that this is a case that we held from last month to work primarily with some West Hampton residents about buffers and.
And you are John Moore, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Yes, I
right.
am.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
John
Okay.
Moore. I represent the applicant Providence Homes, and I apologize for that. And I'd like to thank Heather Turner for kind of coordinating our communications with them. We had Cobb County Stormwater go out and take a look at the northerly detention area where it was. I did that. When Cobb County Stormwater went out, they found an intermittent stream there, which made everything change. We had to move the detention pond out of the stream area because of the stream buffers and so forth. And we have turned that entire area into a buffer. So this is a sanitary sewer line right here. So everything northerly of that, all of this is now going to be an undisturbed buffer. And you have West Hampton residents that were most concerned lived here and along here. So they were very pleased with that outcome. And while I'm here, this plan also shows the left turn lane being installed, as we talked about at the last meeting, which resulted in a net loss of 2 lots, which took this down to 1.54 units an acre, which is below a normal R20. And I'm supposed to read into the record these 2 additional stipulations that was a part of the email you got this morning at 12:36. So, amending paragraph 15A of the stipulation letter dated April 29. And it says the applicant agrees to insert into the covenants for the proposed subdivision the following: no hardwood tree without disease having a diameter of 6 inches or greater measured from a point 2 inches above the ground shall be removed from a lot unless approval is obtained from the Architectural Control Committee of the Homeowners Association. Clear cutting of pine trees is not allowed. That's number 1. Number 2, the last sentence of paragraph 19 of the stipulation letter shall be stricken and the following inserted in lieu thereof. Applicant agrees that all that certain area, including the stream and stream buffers within the proposed development located northerly of the existing sanitary sewer easement, shall remain totally undisturbed and shall be protected as such within the covenants of the Homeowners Association. I give the clerk that. Your shorthand, I'm sure got all that down anyway. But with those 2, that was the email you got saying that they now approved the proposal. So I'll stop and answer any question you might have.
You did good. Thank you very much. Just for the record, anyone opposed to Z29? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. It's back to this board. This is also Skip's.
Yeah.
Lucky you.
First off, I want to say thank you, John, for the really productive way you worked with those homeowners. It's a testimony that none of them are here now to oppose this. I mean, they're all in support of it, and they sent me very positive emails. So I think I'm excited to be part of something like that happened that way. So thank you. I just have one minor question.
Yes, sir.
On this blinker radar driver feedback sign that's going to be installed out there on Bob Cox Road.
Yes, sir.
Who would own and maintain that?
Well, depending on where it's located, what we left that up to is Cobb DOT to locate that within the right-of-way.
Right.
So if it's located, I guess, within the boundaries of our subdivision, that is frontage end to frontage end, we would maintain it. If it's off that, I assume Cobb DOT would. But I'm assuming they're going to put it within our area someplace, but I don't know.
If it costs money to maintain, I'm sure they will.
Yeah. I'm sure they will too. But
Yeah.
I think it would come back to us if it's on our end, our frontage, where they place it.
Okay. That's the only question I have. I'm ready to make a motion.
Any other comments, questions? John, anything? Go right ahead.
Okay, my mic is still on. I'd like to make a motion that we recommend approval to the BOC of rezoning application Z29, subject to the letter of stipulations dated April 29th, 2015, received by the zoning department, with the following modifications and additions. All staff comments and recommendations would be incorporated, and then modify item number 29D, which has to do with the blinker radar driver feedback sign, to say, to put add at the end of that statement comma, to be maintained by the HOA unless directed otherwise by DOT. Is that an acceptable, Jane, is that an acceptable wording for that? Good. That's my motion.
And I'll second that. And would this be a consent agenda item?
Oh, yes. I would also ask that this be a consent agenda item for the BOC meeting. I think this is a real success story.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you very much. We have one more case and a couple of minor things to do, but I have two people up here who say they need a break. No? 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 Okay, I've been overruled. I don't need a break. I'm younger than they are.
I'll let you know if it gets critical.
Okay. All right, what's next, John?
Yes, sir. Rezone case Z35, Pinnacle Homes of the South LLC. Request rezoning from R30 to R20 LLC for the purpose of a single-family subdivision in land lot 152 of the 20th District. The property is located on the southwest side of Old Stroudsboro Road, west of Cheatham Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z35? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there are 3 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Mr. Moore, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is John Moore, and I'm here representing Pinnacle Homes with regard to this proposed rezoning of about 23 acres located off of Old Stroudsboro Road in northwest Cobb. What you see on your screen is a GIS zoning map, which shows the property, and I'm going to step over here. This is the subject property here. This is Old Stroudsboro Road here. This is the elementary school across the street. This is Cheatham Lake subdivision, the PRD, this next to us here. This is the Cobb County line. This is Paulding County and a R15 type zoning classification there. The rest of this property you see in the yellow is zoned R30, except for this piece right here. This is an R20 OSC that was zoned in 2000, August of 2000, to a 1.76 units per acre density. And it's adjacent to Altoona High School, very similarly located as this one is. And the property around it you see is RR next to it, and then R30 around it otherwise. And I just wanted that you remember all of that. And the reason that OSC is important, as the R30 is that this is an RR land use category, and there's nothing in this whole area that complies with the land use plan. Not one single property, not one single zoning comports with the land use plan, except the RR, which is the core property. That's the only one that does comply, which is not what I call privately to be developed property. So we think that this, what we're proposing is an R20 OSC property. And we have reduced this original request, which was 33 lots at 1.8 units an acre, down to 31 lots or 1.698 or 1.7 units per acre. Which is less than an R20, and not asking for any bonus, density bonus. Keeping you working too, please. Going to look at this site plan. As you can see, this is Old Stylesburg, and you see the school right here. And this is Cheatham Lake Road and Cheatham Lake here, and then the Paulding County stuff. And this is the subdivision. When we did that, we got all the lake buffers and out of every lot. There are not any buffers in any of those lots, and all the lots are over 10,000 square feet. The average lot size here is 15,257 square feet. So it's a very large lot size for an OSC plan. The blue area is a lake that consists of 3.24 acres, and you see the land on the other side of the lake here. All of this in green is part of the open space as well. And these are walking trails coming here with a common pier, gazebos, and you can get to the open space this way as well. These homes are going to be 2,700 square feet minimum, ranging up to 3,500 and greater, 400,000s and up. So it's going to be a very nice subdivision, very high-end subdivision, and we think for the community, a very nice one to preserve the values that exist there. I need as well to read 2 additional stipulations for this zoning, if I might, Mr. Chairman. The first one would be adding additional stipulation number. I haven't given you one of these, all right? Additional stipulation number 31. And this deals with the open space or buffer space to the boundary behind the lots. It says that applicant agrees to erect signage on each lot at the inside edge of the boundary buffer, which states, quote, "Do not disturb beyond this point. This is an undisturbed buffer owned by the homeowners association." So each lot will have a sign at the buffer edge telling this is a buffer owned by the homeowners association and do not disturb. We found that this works better than any other means to, of course, it'll be in the covenants too, but this lets them know right away that this is not their lot, that's not for them to mess with. The second one is adding number 32. Let me go back up to this site plan. Nobody can say that Cornelius didn't get worked out today too. This is lot 10 and lot 11 of the proposal. This is the Witten's house right here. And there is an existing drainage head wall located on the Witten's property that's off here, and then it goes into a pipe. What we have agreed to do is to pull that head wall back onto lot 10 or our property, and then pipe it from there on lot 10 into the pipe that exists on the Witten property. Of course, we'll have to have the Witten's permission to do that, to get on their property to do that, but this would keep us from flowing water onto his, headed toward that head wall to be caught, hopefully caught. This way, make sure it's caught and it's caught on our property. So the additional stipulation reads, applicant agrees to relocate the southwest head wall located on the Witten property, located immediately south of proposed lots 10 and 11. This relocation shall occur on the property of applicant, and applicant will then pipe from the relocated head wall into the existing pipe on the Witten property. Applicant will accomplish this during the development phase of the property. The agreed work by applicant is conditioned upon receiving written permission from the witness to perform the work upon the Witten property here and above described. But I think that will solve an issue that they raised, which is, I think, a valid one. And this will prevent us kind of sheet flowing water trying to hit their head wall, making sure it's hit on our side and then piped into their property. This also has a total of 10.36 acres of the property, or 45% of the property is in open space, which is an awfully large amount of open space for any OSC subdivision. And this includes, of course, the 3.24 acre lake. And part of the stipulations in our letter of April 29 also require the applicant to upgrade the dam on this lake to meet the state dams statute to make sure that it is operating according to what is required by state law as well. And there's been some issues about that. We also, along Stylesboro Road, and I think we talked about setbacks on an earlier zoning, along Old Stylesboro Road, there's going to be 40-foot setbacks off of Old Stylesboro Road which will end up being rear setbacks in this case. But it gives plenty of distance between the street and any house that will be located there, and then rear on the 40 elsewhere. And there'll be 20 feet between homes. This will meet the fire requirements as far as that's concerned, and the 20-foot boundary buffer as well. So all in all, we think that this proposal is a very good proposal, and it's one that we think preserves home values in the area. In fact, it may upgrade them even a little. But these are going to be nice homes, as I say, in the 400s and up. And we think that it actually fits with what has been done by the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners in the past in this area. It's acknowledged by Paulding County as well, and you have to take into account what they've done with their property adjacent to this property as a precedent, even though it's in a different county. So we would ask that you consider this proposal, and we ask that you recommend approval to the Board of Commission. We're certainly happy to answer any questions you might have.
Gosh, John, you have 30 seconds left. How'd you do that?
Just a miracle.
You and Garvis. Okay, thank you very much. Let's hear from the opposition now. You're very patient. You're very patient. We appreciate it. What's your name, please?
My name is Flint Bailey. I live at 6293 Cheatham Lake Drive. My property backs up to this. Originally, when I found out about this piece of property going up for sale, a Mr. Seth Weatherford came and talked to us about coming through our property with a sewer. And we questioned him at length about this property. He said it was R30. They was not going back to the county to ask for R20. It'd be too lengthy and too costly. And he wanted to come across one of our properties for sewer access. And as my neighbor, Mr. White, said, if I had known that he did not, he said, I'm not going to say he lied to us, I'm going to say he deceived us in believing that they was going to maintain that R30. I would have not give him access across my property. I have questioned, I called the developer. He indicated to me that he was going to try to meet with all of us homeowners. That has not happened. I hold a erosion sediment license from the state of Georgia. My concern is water runoff. I have not heard anything about a retention pond or detention pond. Right now, as this property lays, all this falling from the trees and debris and so forth is holding the water back. Once they lift all that off, we're going to take a lot of water that we've never taken before. He talked about Mr. Witham putting a pipe up on their property. When you do, you're going to dump an enormous amount of water in our lake, sediment and everything else. That, if I'm not mistaken, that pipe actually flows into my neighbor across the street's yard. This is my biggest concern, water. Where's it going to go? Mr. Weatherford said, I asked him that question, so where's this water going? Oh, we're going to route it over into our lake. I said, well, that means you're going to have to valley out to do that. Oh, yes, that's what we're going to do. And now the whole ball game changes. I totally feel deceived by this whole process, the whole process, here and there, to grant them R20 when they blatantly said they was not gonna ask for that. But once they got their sewer access, oh, we changed our mind. If that's not deception, I don't know what is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Anyone else? Come on up.
I'll try to stay a little calmer this time.
That's okay. Give us your name.
My name's Craig Rollins, 50-year resident of Old Stylesboro Road. First, it was a school. They come out there and built the school. The county promised us no more rezoning. That's it. We're going to leave that part of the county just the way it is. Well, here it is, 10 years down the road, rezoning. You know, county's only good as a word. A man's only as good as a word. Y'all promised no more rezoning. What are we here for? Period. Y'all more worried about 10 dogs on 20 acres than you are 30 houses on 20. You know, something ain't right here. The balance is way off. You know, you got, it's affecting everybody on that road. Nobody on that road, everybody that's on that road, except maybe 4 or 5, has signed that petition to keep it R30. They don't want the R20. Everybody on that road lives on at least an acre or 2, not a half acre. Some houses, there's 20 acres. Some houses, there's 30. There's a horse farm right down the road. But mainly the most land is probably around an acre to 5 acre tracts on Old Stylesboro Road. And now you want to come in there and put houses 20 feet apart. You know how far apart 20 feet is? It's about as wide as that right there. And the rest of the houses is 100, 200, in some cases 500, 1,000 foot apart. It don't match what's there. At least make it match what's there, or let the man build on R30 what he bought it for. He can still make money at that, or he wouldn't have bought it. He's got another plan, just like that one, sitting down there in his little filing cabinet. He can pull out, bring it up here, and throw it down for you. It's done there. I've heard him say it's there. And he's got one. He knows it. So why not get the very last one out? It's R30 and just bring it up here. Well, we won't have to come back up here and sit all day again. But that's about it. Hope I didn't get too bad this time.
You did good, Craig. Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z35? Real quick. Yes, sir. You need to come to the microphone.
Okay. The property next door to it, Hines owns it now. He petitioned the county to zone it R20 a few years back. The county turned it down. So y'all turned him down, you should turn this man down too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Craig. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z35? Okay, not seeing any. It's back to this board, and the lucky man again is Mr. Skip.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, the first issue has to do with the basic future land use designation for this property. And I just want to go back to our last hearing where we recognized that it was rural residential, and rural residential does not allow R20. So our direction to Mr. Moore was to go back and redesign an R30 OSC, because the property is currently zoned R30, to go back and design an R30 OSC site plan. Since that hearing, we've learned that the sewer lift pump problem back in 2000 was recognized as a problem in this area, and so we didn't want to have sewer lift pumps. The county didn't because they're expensive to install and maintain and so forth. And so to partially solve the problem, as I understand it, we implemented the rural residential future land use designation for a lot of the land that's out in this area, including this particular parcel. Since then, the sewer processing problem has been solved through a joint agreement with Paulding County, and so the original reason for taking what had been very low density residential VLDR property and designated it as rural residential, that reason went away. So it seemed, and recognizing that all of this property is R30, but there are a couple of developments that are out there, the PRD that's, Cheatham Lake subdivision, and then the other subdivision that's R20 OSC that's just east of Alatoona High School that was approved less than 6 or 8 years ago. Those are two exceptions. Recognizing all of that, it's my thought that it's time to let these landowners provide a way for these landowners to get the value for their property that it originally was intended to have before the rural residential designation was overlaid on top. Particularly since that reason for having that rural residential future land use designation has gone away. So over the last couple of weeks, I got back to Mr. Moore and I said exactly that. And I said, so therefore, let's, I would ask you to take that information however you would like, but if you would like to take the R20 OSC plan and make a few adjustments, that would be, I would think, a reasonable approach to take. So he's done that. He's taken the few lots, there were 2 lots, I think, that ended up being slightly less than 10,000 square feet. They've readjusted the lot lines so that those lots are now at least 10,000 square feet with an average 15,000, which is a pretty good size average for an R20 OSC. There are a couple of other issues. One is that it hasn't been raised today just now, but it's been raised to me over the last couple of weeks, and it was raised outside of the session today to me again. And that has to do with the traffic on Old Stylesboro Road, right in front of the school, where the entrance to this subdivision would be. Should there be a left turn lane or not there to accommodate the rush hour traffic that occurs there during school hours? So, Jane, I would like to ask you to come up and just help us understand what the conditions are, because you didn't recommend a left turn lane there for westbound traffic. What are my question would be, what are the conditions for putting a left turn lane in? Do we satisfy those? Don't think we do, because you didn't recommend it, but might we? Are we close?
According to the development, hi, I'm Jane Strickland with DOT. According to the development standards, the minimum requirements for left turn lane is 29 lots. So I'm not quite sure why DOT recommendations do not include a left turn lane. I'll have to ask.
So if you have more than 29 lots, then you would require a left turn lane, and we have 31. So that would require it, right?
Yes. It can.
Well, I know the residents out there have been pretty vocal to me that it's going to be a real problem turning left during school hours unless there's a left turn lane that's put in there. So that's the threshold is 29 lots, but you don't have to do that unless there are other circumstances that would help you make that decision to have that.
Wait, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
You're saying that if you have 29 lots or more, then you can have a left turn lane, or you require a left turn lane?
I'm not sure how the standards are worded, but we would recommend a left turn lane with anything more than 29 lots,
Okay.
generally.
Okay, that's all I have on that. Mr. Moore, you can just give me a nod. Would the stipulation that asks for a left turn lane be acceptable to you and your client?
Yeah, that's what they recommend. I think, yes, we'd have to do that.
Yeah, okay. The only other comment I have is the moving of that drain and head wall that's in the Witten property right now. I guess, Dave, if you could just come up real quick just to confirm this. It was your suggestion that it ought to be moved into the applicant's property, which turns out to be lots 10 and 11, somewhere in that vicinity. And I think you also said, and it hasn't been mentioned, and that's why I want to bring this up, that if it is moved, assuming you get, the developer gets permission from Mr. Witten, if it is moved, that you would probably want to have a drain remain in the Witten, on the Witten property to connect into this pipe that would flow into the lake.
Somewhere in his rear yard, that's correct, because it does, that rear yard drains more in their subdivision as well. There's several lots to the
Right.
side as well as up to here that's not part of this development. So there's something that this developer can't control. So in my opinion, you ought to have an inlet back there so that all that water doesn't have to run. Now that there's no head wall in the backyard, if there wasn't an inlet there, it would have to flow all the way to the street to get to the next inlet. And that,
Right.
he would not be happy with that.
Okay, and then to address the other concern with respect to all that, the three residents who live right there just on the east side, on the south side of this property, Mr. Witten and Flint and Mr. White, who's
Within Cheatham Lakes, right?
On Cheatham Lake subdivision, yes.
Right there on the north side of the road, yes.
They're all concerned about, and I think it's a valid concern. They're concerned about, as construction takes, the drain, head wall, and the pipe get moved into the applicant's property.
Right.
Now, as construction takes place, there's going to be a lot of disturbance of the ground and the dirt, and there's going to be sediment that starts to appear that is potentially going to flow down that pipe into the Cheatham Lake, into the lake at Cheatham Lake subdivision. How can the developer preclude that from happening?
Well, in doing it quickly, for one thing, they're extending the pipe only 40, maybe 30, 40 feet, so it's not going to be a big project. So if they do it quickly, it shouldn't be a problem. But if there is, again, they are required to do a pre-development sediment survey in that downstream lake. And if anything does make it through that pipe, if it doesn't drop out in the pipe or the two manholes that it goes through before it gets to the lake, it will once it empties into that lake, they will be required to remove any of that sediment. Hopefully that won't happen, but
is there going to be any filtration of the water?
Shouldn't take them too long to put this pipe in. So
Okay.
That's not
No, I'm talking about after the pipe is in, and then construction on the total property starts to build houses, and they're grading and doing all the things they're doing. That's going to create some sediment, right?
on the site. That's right. And
Yes.
and it's to their best interest to limit any kind of sediment runoff on their property, because 98% of it is going to wind up in their lake that they'll have to take out of their own lake. So if you look, can you pull the topo back up instead of just the ortho? You can see from the topo, the majority of the site drains to their existing lake, and that lake serves as an excellent sediment trap on its own. So anything that makes it off their site into the undisturbed part is going to wind up into their lake. So.
And the same kind of rules would apply to the repair of that dam, because the dam has got clear leakage right now.
Dam has got issues. It needs to be brought up to, and actually it's not state standards, it's the county standards that it needs to meet. It's not regulated by state safe dams, either by volume or by height of the dam, but it will have to be brought up to our current standards. That's correct.
Okay. All right, that's all I
Is that
have.
good?
Yeah. Is there anybody have any questions, any discussion?
Just an observation. Okay, just, and not about stormwater, I'm sorry.
Oh.
So am I?
Thank you,
Is that
Dave.
okay? The left turn lane discussion, I was kind of thinking before that came up and before the 29 lot number was put out there, if you wanted to match the density in Cheatham Lakes, that's 1.5 units per acre. I think that would mean that this would be 29 lots instead of 31. So I don't know if that threshold is meaningful to the developer, if the savings of having to do a left turn lane is mitigated by the loss of 2 lots. I don't know how that compares, but it's just something when we're talking about density and what fits into the area and looking at other properties that are going to be coming in for zoning, I'm certain over the next many years, if you wanted to match densities with Cheatham Lakes, that would mean just another little bit of a cut on this plan. I can also support this plan, though, because I think it's an excellent OSC example. But if 29 is the threshold for doing a left turn lane and that's expensive enough, maybe the applicant decides to do 29 instead.
That's an excellent question. John, do you want to address that, or are you prepared to address it?
I don't know the answer to that, I'm sorry. I mean, I'd have to find that out.
Okay.
Well,
I think it's a legitimate question to ask as to, but I mean, it can be answered in the next 2 weeks if that threshold of 29 versus the left turn. So if you drop it down from the 31 to the 29, is it beneficial to the developer to do that? And that's a question he might have to ask, but I think it's worth asking.
Well, we wondered, and Jane wasn't real sure why it wasn't in their recommendations from DOT to begin with about the left turn lane. There may be a reason that we just don't know. I think we need to find all that out.
Oh, they can find, yeah, they can find it out in 2 weeks.
Before the BOC
yeah, before the
hearing.
BOC meeting.
Okay.
but what I would think we'd do is leave the 31 lot count with a left turn lane in there now, and if you feel it's more advantageous to go 29 lots and no left turn lane, then you would make that change, and that's what you'd present to the BOC. I'm not sure of the process for that, but
I think it would be handled, I think if I'm not mistaken, it'd be handled in the plan review process anyway, wouldn't it, Johnny? And they'd have to meet your requirements, so, at that point.
But I'll just say this, John, that I would hate to see this 31 unit plan change a lot, because I think it's a nice plan. You know, with a lot of open space and, you know, just very desirable space back there. As we've talked, the builder may want to put a fence around the outside edge to keep all those people from Paulding County from coming over, but, which I guess, I you know, say that a little flippantly, but I guess maybe that is a potential issue out there. So anyway, I'm ready to make a motion.
I really think that this needs to be explored before the BOC hearing, though. I mean, I know plan review will cover all of this thoroughly, but I think before it gets to the BOC, we need to know that. So you and Jane need to talk and work that out prior to the BOC hearing. That'd be my suggestion. Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to make a recommendation that we approve this application Z35, subject to the letter of stipulations dated April 29th, 2015, received by the zoning department, with the additional stipulations that were read into the record, stipulations 31 and 32 by Mr. Moore. With the following modifications and additions, all county staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. With item 32 that was read into the record, add a sentence that says applicant will provide a connecting stormwater drain on the Witten property. And that's assuming, of course, that the Wittens give authorization to do anything on their property. Add a new stipulation, number 33, applicant will provide a left turn lane subject to DOT standards on Old Stylesboro Road. That's my motion.
On the Witten property item, would you want to specify that all that work is to be done on applicant's lot number 10?
Well, I think
When you say the Witten property, it runs really between 10 and 11.
Well, the stipulation says,
It's the Witten's property.
But
yeah,
all
but
the-
it be-
but all
it
the
just
work-
says, we could say, I mean, that's your plan, is to relocate it to lot 10. So we could modify that on item number 32. Applicant agrees to relocate to lot 10 on his property, insert that, so forth. So we would add in on lot 10. I mean, I think that's up to the applicant, really, but that would be, it would be
Okay.
one of those two lots.
Yeah, I don't really think it matters.
We referenced lots 10 and 11 in that step, right?
10
Yeah, I
and
know
11?
you do.
Just leave it alone
I
then.
think it's gonna be handled at plan review.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
let's leave it alone then, okay.
Okay, so I'll retract that. We'll take that out.
Yeah, just take that out.
Yeah, because that, I think that adds a constraint that doesn't need to be there. Okay, so that's my motion.
We have a motion, and do we have a second? Second, Mr. Porter. Any further discussion? Not seeing and hearing any. All in favor? That's okay, 5-0. Okay, thank you very much, Skip and John. Well, we have some minutes. Very quickly, we have minutes from April 15th and April 27th. Any amendments or changes to the minutes? Can I get a motion to approve as presented?
Make a motion.
All
Approve
in-
the minutes as presented.
I'll second.
Second, Skip. All in favor? Minutes are adopted. Lori? Happy birthday to my grandson, who's 15. He'll be driving soon. Everybody watch out for him. We stand adjourned.
Oh, it's Skip's birthday over there too.